All right, let's see how Immortals and Cloud9 went. We're going to start here because they're who played first. I'm excited.
C9 removes the Rel and the Renekton.
Wait, I would love this so much.
See what we end up getting down here in the support role for Ole. Mr. Winrate himself. What is going to be the champion of the stats locked in for the support role this time around? I was going to say, I'm not going to mention it until he actually locks it in. But Ole had some of the most impressive Bard plays that we saw previously.
This is going to be so much fun to watch.
Some of those Immortals win.
With the Nautilus, and then you have these long-range ultimates, these global ultimates from the Senna, from the Karthus, that are going to be there to assist or finish these backliners off. So we'll see if Immortals are going to be able to actually survive.
It is Lee Sin.
Okay, would be pretty critical for Ole in this one.
What?
And
what
it's going to be
spice I'm seeing on Immortals?
So either it's Maokai top.
No way, is Castle playing Lee Sin top, right?
The Lee Sin top.
Okay.
Wait,
Lee Sin top. I mean, you have plenty of tools to be able to close the distance on the Gnar when he's in mini form. You can safeguard forward,
I'm excited to see how
the
this game
Tempest
goes.
Cripple, or if you can manage to leave those Sonic Waves in between the minions, you can seriously do some damage to this guy while he's in that more vulnerable form. It's a very interesting game.
How this goes.
Yeah, and I think
that's why I brought up the Gore Drinker thing, because I'm like, Gore Drinker was one of those items that was so good, it made stuff that's bad not bad anymore.
Must be terrifying.
So I want to see what is the secret tech then to make this Lee Sin top pick once again more viable. Because I'm with you, Azale. I don't actually remember the last time that I saw someone play this.
Even in recent times, like I don't see it at all. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how it actually works out. You know, I think you could just go like full lethality. That's definitely an option. You could go for like a Ravenous Hydra Rush or something along those lines. I feel like it's probably going to be one of the two. It's either going to be, you know, like Eclipse or Hydra, something like that. But I'm really curious, and I feel like when you're looking at Immortals comp,
yes, sir,
it could kind of fall flat. You know, there's a lot of, you know, high potential for big plays with the Bard as well as the Lee Sin top, but it's like they're both champions where if it doesn't go well, you don't really do much.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you let the enemy team win pretty fast if it doesn't go well. I mean, it's not exactly going to be one of those slow bleed-outs, at least.
I wonder if it's going to be something like...
actually, I'll be really excited to see how Yone does into this Corki.
Is it just going to be like for disengage kicks on JoJo and just trying to make JoJo's life a bit of a
really
nightmare?
strong the last...
all of
last week,
actually. He gets kicked away, or kicking away Blabber even.
But Yone...
I
mean, Yone kind of struggles early, but really scales out well.
Damage, but I honestly just think we're going to have to kind of find out as the game goes on.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me is, like, obviously you look at the rest of this comp and it's like, oh, okay, they should be able to rotate this Ziggs around. They have really good seeds.
Also, great trades top lane, I won't lie.
For that
it's a lot more even than I thought it would be.
And Corki with the Maokai. So you can see where the rest of the comp works, and then the Lee Sin is the spice that I'm not sure. I'm like, okay. This is interesting.
Nice sushi, and then you got some 5 spice on there. And you're like, wait, is that gonna
clear on Karthus?
And then by contrast, I love seeing Blabber on something like the Karthus, right? Where it is a farming AP jungler. We've talked about how strong those jungle picks are right now. I think Blabber.
Wait, is Castle dead? Is this a solo bolo?
This is a lot of damage on Castle. My goodness.
I'm actually really surprised that Thanatos didn't play a little bit more aggressively
there. Hitting level 3 first, forcing the Lee Sin back. Castle down to 100 HP. Now just going to have to try to farm up underneath this turret, considering lane priority is completely lost.
Ooh. Yeah, and Thanatos didn't want to risk it. You know, he potentially would have had enough damage if he flashed in, but I'm not sure, you know, if the W was available for Lee Sin, if he could actually, like, you know, safeguarded to survive that last auto, because he had 2 stacks of that hyper. As JoJo going
Mass isn't going to do anything. I thought JoJo was going to have like a Q3 or something.
And is playing fleet, so obviously a lot of sustain still there for him. And yeah, Blabber, you know, it's not even just about this being a really strong type of champion. I feel like that farm-heavy champions is his style, right? Like when he's at his best, you know, I still think his most iconic champion is
Let's see what Vulcan and Blabber is here.
For me, it's like all about
everyone's here.
Making efficient
trying to help
ganks
JoJo. Let's see what is Matt's going to be able to Valkyrie away.
Just baiting him in, forcing him to stick around a little bit too long. The lockdown
and it goes to the Karthus.
Blood over to Blabber.
And you know what else's signature is Vulcan on engaged supports. I know we've heard this home so many times. People are like, oh my gosh, we're sick of hearing about this, but with engaged supports,
they were able to punish him a little bit.
Berserker takes
bot side.
Damage bot lane. You have such early roam timers, and Vulcan is so good at recognizing that.
Now Vulcan's bringing Blabber down here from another party. This time it's Vulcan lane flashing forward to try to lock up Tactical, but Tactical gets himself back away. Ole gets rooted up, but he's underneath the turret, so no real threat on his life.
That was a fight.
3 out of 4 summoner spells from the bottom lane of IMT.
Yeah, that is really nicely done.
Ole really got to the, you know, the bare minimum there. He has no mana left, very low on health. Almost super spicy from Castle, but just
I think he's regretting it.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely convinced about the viability of this Lee Sin pick right now, based on how things are going up here in the top lane.
Why play so
JoJo
aggressive?
talking a little bit of
You have no
trash
ward,
at the
bro.
same time as Tactical once again has to
I'm
go into the
loving all
satchel
chat,
charge.
guys. I really am.
Why play so aggressive? Okay, that's how you
it's
know
just supposed to be
that they are
aggressive. Yeah, you're
into
typing
the
so
trash
fast.
talk. Is they're getting it out there. They do not care about spelling. None of that matters. Readability is not
Okay,
the
to
point.
be fair, Castle's ability
one
to
thing that
farm with
did,
this Q, like
obviously,
consistently,
JoJo calling him out
every time
for
I
pushing
see
up so far
the
in
camera
that
up there,
lane,
that
and
Q's hit a
Vulcan
minion.
recognizing
That's
that
pretty
room
well
timer,
done.
like we said. But even though
I
they
still
had
think,
push in mid, the
C9's
pressure
gonna
from C9 side lane,
absolutely
Vulcan was
destroy
actually
this
able
top
to
side.
get up in the enemy bot side
We'll
jungle,
see, though.
get
Maybe
some
Lee
wards down
Sin
so they track
has
Armeo
a lot more viability
on the
late game
backside
that I'm
of that
not
as
thinking
well. So really, really strong early map pressure from C9.
And obviously there's some more minions to grab here for Tactical, but even with that
Tactical
roam
trying to
from
set up
Vulcan,
freeze?
he's going to be up farm, right? Like, you know, there's not enough minions for Tactical to fully catch up. This wave is going to slow stack eventually and push out. Vulcan going to TP back down towards bot side. They do have that triple TP.
It's funny
on the
that
Cloud9
Vulcan's
side.
winning farm-wise
Blabber
and also
is just
ganked mid.
really farming fast. It feels so bad
You know?
when a Karthus gets ahead of the pace of the game, because it's almost impossible as the enemy jungler to keep up with how fast this guy can make stuff happen on the map.
Oh,
He
yeah.
got double scuttle, first blood, after a
Nice
6
Valkyrie for the
that
dodge.
is really going to accelerate his game. You can see the Faded Ashes, obviously, were already completed. He's up 500 gold. And generally, when Karthus is ahead, Karthus just keeps getting more and more ahead.
He's so suffocating as a jungle presence, right?
I think they
But
know
just
that
by
Blabber's
default,
on it and
he
they
is
just can't do
winning.
anything
so
about
if you're
it.
not slowing him down, that's just going to be the state of the game. And right now, nobody's slowing him down at all. Grubs, first two already secured for the side of Cloud9. Blabber's got help to try to guarantee that there's not going to be any real challenge here for the third one. C9 feeling great about the first 6.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's going really well for them. Berserker even gets the 4 souls off the back of that, which is always really nice to get that extra little injection.
So Maski's up
Castle
to
at least
9
is
farm?
staying relatively even in farm.
It's actually not
on
bad.
top side.
JoJo's doing
Obviously,
really
he's got
good keeping
advantage
up.
to Thanatos, and he did have the pressure.
Actually,
in
almost
lane.
like that, he's
He's
even.
the one that's actually chunking him out, but I want to see where Castle does go with this,
Yeah.
right? Because he obviously, has this prepared. He is one of the guys that I know, does like some of these creative picks. He was cooking a lot with, Top Zach early on and things like that last split. So, going to be curious to see what he can get done.
I mean, it was also the last pick of the draft, right? One of the things that I feel like we've criticized of North American teams for years at this point is what value are you deriving
Look at that.
from
Thanatos
fifth
is
pick
up
red side?
10
This
farm.
is what they were cooking. It's spicy like you're talking about, but I have to see if it's edible. Spice does not always equal flavor, so let's see how
so
good
clever.
this is really going to end up being. Because right now, again, I'm just not that impressed with how the lane is going, but I really am interested in what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. Is it all about
Maski's
kicking
still able to
Karthus out of the
effectively
team
poke
fight?
down
Is
this
it all
Yone.
about knocking Yone away so the
JoJo's
dive
not
doesn't
careful.
accomplish what they need?
Yeah, I mean, it can be one of these things where it's like it's not working, but it might be a compositional pick, not a lane counter, right? So, going to be interested to see how that works. We have seen how he's trying to trade in this. When we panned up towards top side, he's basically just safeguarding to a minion. He's throwing down the E to get that Tempest Cripple onto the Gnar. He's trying to find these little trades like that, but has not really been pressuring Thanatos whatsoever, and is going to, I think, really have to get it a lane to make something serious happen.
Yeah, I think
because,
JoJo has to know that a
early,
lane's there
you're
because he
generally
could
not
have
going to be able
control.
to
I'm assuming
bully
he knows Armeo's there as
as
well.
he gets level 6, as he starts getting a little stronger.
And there, right there, is exactly what you were talking about. Just trying to jump in, get those quick, snappy trades. Always when the Gnar is in mini Gnar form, you do not want to jump in on the big one. We saw how that goes in some of those earlier moments where Thanatos nearly found the solo kill on him. Cloud9 still sitting at just a little bit more than a 1,000 gold lead here. Feeling really good about the state of things. No Drake taken yet by either team. Sometimes early on when you see those Void Grub takes, it's traded across the map for the other objective, but not quite the story that's going to be told right here. As JoJo, still a little bit behind compared to Mask, but that's what you would expect early on for the Yone individuals.
Well, you mentioned the growth take, but they were actually able to rotate down, essentially, get vision.
To be fair, they were so deep in their jungle a minute ago. I'm not surprised that they feel like they have the ability to do this.
The thing that's been impressive about this game thus far is the fact that C9 have had such a good, strong idea of where they've needed to be on the map.
Oh, Mask has to know. Oh yeah, Mask has vision.
Okay. This guy is just power farming every single camp, dead on spawn, both scuttles, both objectives. He has gotten everything off the map. He's going to go back to base and he's going to have a pretty big buy here. And we'll see what it is going to be as Thanatos going to be forced back.
That was a pretty spicy engage.
All you need is Faded Ashes, man.
Yeah.
It just clears your jungle, right?
That's so true, actually.
Feels good. It's, Yone gets full build with
Look at
Berserker
Olay
Greaves.
go!
Karthus
Look
gets
at
full build
Olay
with
go!
Faded Ashes.
Bamps after only.
Eating that
Yeah,
barn.
we've got some nice early power spikes here on the C9 comp.
So they're going to have vision
with
on
that first Hex Drake, with those first
Blabber.
3 grubs, with the only kill on the board,
I wonder if
10
they're
minutes
going to
into
be
the
able to
game
do anything
here,
with
everything is going their way in the early game. JoJo trying to use that Soul Unbound to get as much damage as possible on Mask.
Oh,
He
Mask
knows
just heals
Corki
up
doesn't have a
because
whole lot of
Bar
mana
stopped
here
by.
left to work with, but a nice little use of the
Insane.
Caretaker's Shrine there from Olay that set that up, makes it so Mask can continue having his control over the lane. As it looks like JoJo's going to go ahead and take the opportunity for a back here. Does have TP to return to lane.
Exactly, and Mask isn't going for the kind of greedier build with First Strike. A lot of times you see Corki play First Strike into these melee matchups to farm a little bit more gold, but he is playing a
You're
little
gonna
bit
get
more
this cannon, Mask?
defensively, obviously.
How badly do you want it?
That fleet footwork, trying to make sure he stays alive. As
Oh,
he's gonna
he
miss that
missed
cannon,
the
unfortunately.
cannon!
I do see both teams
FF15.
sending
Disgusting,
their bot
unbelievable.
laners mid.
How did you miss the
try to
cannon?
scrap around mid.
They're going to try to fight for a grub.
Yeah.
Right? Second spawn, Cloud9 already got 3, so it's going to be the question, can
Really?
they actually get this? JoJo held onto his TP, so he walked down towards bot, so he does have TP available. It's going to be all about that, but Mask picking up the package, I think.
Why did Blabber start those?
Is he? No. He's
Package is
slow.
gone
There's
now.
no package.
Yeah, package is gone, but Immortals have control over
Like, I
the
must
top
be
side
it seems kind of
river.
aggressive to
Meanwhile,
start
back
that.
in mid, it's Vulcan just causing a couple of problems here for Tactical. Immortals into the grub pit. First grub going to be secured. C9 still looking to try to challenge for this. Thanatos has the Mega Gnar.
Mega Gnar's there. Oh, and they just
Olay
leave.
jumping back over the
I don't
wall.
blame him.
One
I think
for
that was
one.
smart.
On the second spawn of grubs, here comes
Okay.
the Ziggs
A little bit of the
ultimate.
Ziggs
Not a whole
ult.
lot of
Did a
value
little bit
that
of
he
damage.
found out of that just yet, but now
Vulcan's
in
behind.
danger. He's
They gonna be able to
focused,
catch
but
out
he ain't gonna
Vulcan?
drop here just yet. The Aftershock doing a lot
Great
of work, keeping him
ults.
alive. Dawning
With the
Shadow over the
TP.
top. Castle down to 40% HP, and now here comes that teleport we were talking
Yeah.
about from JoJo. Castle jumping back over
I
the
mean, at
wall
least they
here
got
with
one.
Safeguard.
That's really all they needed.
Nobody dead on either side, man.
They stopped him from getting the
Nobody's
second
dead,
bite.
but Cloud9 walk away with 5 grubs. They're going to be feeling pretty happy about that. Mask just pushing out bot, but not going to be able to really get too much. They did get the TP from JoJo, obviously. Thanatos doesn't have TP, but it is just going to be responded to by Vulcan. So the triple TP working out pretty well here. They don't even use a plate or any sort of tower damage down
Honestly,
on bot side.
Vulcan,
And they're
Vulcan's
able to
2 level
take
down
those
from
grubs
the
away. So
Corki, but
Cloud9
it still just
gonna be
feels
feeling
terrifying.
really, really good. The gold advantage is slowly building and building and building for them.
And a big thing that was also part of that
and
fight
then lots
that you
of
might
gold
not
in
have
the
seen is
Thanatos'
the fact that
target.
Olay still does not have his Bard up, right? Because that fight
Ooh,
could go
that was
a
a
little
nice
bit
spicy
more in
little Q.
IMT's favor if they have
went in?
that strong ultimate on their side. But unfortunately, they don't, and that was going
Interesting.
to always make that fight a lot
I mean,
more
it ended up going really well.
It's still a 1-kill game, but Cloud9 is up almost
He is a level up, actually,
2,000
Thanatos.
gold. The advantages that they've
Oh, no, he's
found
not. Okay.
through their farm leads, through the turret plates
Oh,
they've been
I
able
can't
to
see
capture,
exactly how
are
much
just
EXP
really
he
starting
had.
to become a problem
I
for
realized
them.
it was so
2,000
close.
gold, 12 and a half minutes into the game is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think we've set up the 2 battles, right? So Tactical does have a gold advantage over his opponent, right? We're gonna see this. I know, the timing. That's true. Senna lanes. Never mind. We don't even have that. But C9
wait.
are up.
Is this paused or something?
A good,
weird.
healthy amount at almost 13
Looks like nothing
minutes.
happened.
And we see again.
Yeah, C9
this
is killing it.
team
2K up.
Can look so clean when playing from ahead. I
Especially
think
considering
they've
it's only
done
like
a
13
really,
minutes
really
in,
good
but-
job of covering the map. In particular,
that's like
I love Vulcan
half
on
an
this
item on each
farming
person.
Nautilus. I think it
Oh,
really
no, it's like
allows
one- it's
him
one
to,
component on each
'cause
person.
He does
That could be
recognize
pretty,
again those early roam timers to
pretty
set up that
noticeable.
kill for JoJo when Mask was pushed out. And that's been actually a huge difference maker, even though we haven't seen a lot of kills follow through after that.
And I mean, Immortals has just been so on the back foot.
Okay,
Right? It's been
Olay's
Cloud9
finally
dictating
level
every single
6.
play. They haven't really gotten even chip damage on any of the towers,
Wow.
it feels like. So the Ziggs has not really been getting a lot of
levels
value.
down from
You
the
know,
next,
has just been
lowest
used for wave
person.
clear, has always been on the defensive here. You know, it doesn't mean that Immortals can't then collect that gold a little bit later on, but no plates with his Ziggs comp. It's going to feel pretty rotten.
Blabber is out farming everybody on Immortals except for Mask. He has more farm than the Ziggs. He has more farm than the Lee Sin. The Karthus is out of control right now. Leandry's already completed for him.
Yeah,
JoJo
I don't know if they're gonna be
actually
able
just
to-
went back to base on that most recent
Actually,
purchase.
Blabber has
and
Dark
got
Seal,
his
guys.
Blade of the Ruin King completed too. You can see a couple of those first
That's
completions
beautiful. I
also
love
coming
this.
online now for Immortals. Leandry's mirrored there in the jungle.
Oh.
JoJo wants to keep things
JoJo's
scrappy
looking-
against
JoJo's
Mask
been
down here with the bot
scaling.
side. Armeo firing off the ulti, locks up JoJo,
Oh,
but he's already
wow.
so far away, it won't even matter, man. The Yone, it's just so easy for him to get
And
back
C9
out of
grabs it
danger.
'cause
And
they
meanwhile,
focus
Immortals
bot
trying to
lane
make that
JoJo.
play in the bottom lane means C9 had more resources to throw into the Drake as the
And
trade-off.
now they can
They're
go
gonna
up and
to a
try and get
2-0
the
Drake lead
Rift
now
as well.
Yeah, JoJo
C9
didn't feel
is
threatened
heavily in the driver's
whatsoever.
seat
Didn't
here.
even actually, use his ultimate defensively there. He just snaps back, eats the root. It's completely fine. He saw that Mask wasn't really chasing. Blabber just kind of threw out the Requiem to try to dissuade them from chasing in, and it's another objective.
It's like nothing
another
crazy's
advantage
happened, but
going the way
C9
of
definitely
Cloud9.
has been in the
Triforce now
driver's
done
seat
for
almost
Thanatos.
all game.
It is the Eclipse for Castle, so figured it was going to be that or Hydra, but it is just going to be Eclipse. Obviously, pretty good damage.
Oh,
boy,
oh, he misses ult! JoJo!
It was a goof! That could have been so good, but it was so not.
I was ready to be like, yeah, and they're setting up this dive, and it's going to be
Look at
great.
the team was ready to engage too.
well,
Everyone was there besides
I do
Thanatos,
wanna
like,
call
oh, he's
out
gonna
how
get
well
this.
C9 are piloting
And he
this
misses, and everyone's just
competition,
like,
though,
eh,
because,
and
we'll
leaves.
turn
for
to
that
something good, except for that part.
Is that the composition, not the
Yeah, the
That's all right.
composition.
Fair. You got me there.
Oh wow, that one
I
auto attack
think
did so much
we
damage
had
from
talked about how,
Corki.
like, okay, do C9 want to play Senna? We talked about how Berserker might be more comfortable in the current meta because if Senna is out of the picture, you can then play stuff like
Dude,
the
Blabber's
Zeri,
just
you know,
everywhere.
if you're defaulting to other different ADC options. But I really love this composition for C9.
It's gonna be interesting also to see
specifically
how
because
tanky
of
this
Blabber,
Nautilus
right?
gets.
Like, again, farming AP junglers is just something that's just such in his wheelhouse.
Yeah,
and
he's
so
just grabbing
seeing
it.
them come out with this kind of
Oh,
cost
Senna
is
Vulcan on his way up.
really cool.
Man,
And Armeo's still chilling
Armeo is
pot with
once again
JoJo.
looking for
And
JoJo, and
Mask.
JoJo once again does not care at all. Using that soul
I don't think
bound
they're not
to
gonna get
constantly
anything
put
for
the
this.
pressure on
They're
Mask
just giving
to
up
keep
Rift Rail
himself
for
safe.
free.
Just makes it so all of the attempts from the
And they know they're
to
on
try
it,
to
too.
stop this guy, try to slow him down, are just not working out. And every time they try, C9's getting something else. This time the cost of Armeo being bottom is Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they're going to try to potentially look for a dive here onto JoJo. We'll see if they can actually make it happen.
JoJo's old, dude.
TP
right?
is available for Thanatos, so it would be risky. And Thanatos, or is that Vulcan?
just
Vulcan's
leave.
going to be the one TPing
Yeah.
down to defend. So they had 2 TPs available. They do get one.
They
so at
do
least
have
it's
so
worth
many
the threat
TPs.
of that, but they just can't really get anything going.
It's reading Rainbow for Immortals right now. Every single thing that they do, Cloud9's just like, oh, yeah, read that one from the book. Yep, page 1 right there. It doesn't
misses
feel like
ult.
Immortals are really getting anything done.
Oh.
And JoJo, again, he's just
JoJo's
fine.
soaking up
Yeah,
so
really good
much
side
just
step there on the
attention.
Bardoll. Immortal's getting a bit desperate at this point.
And despite soaking
when
up all
you're,
this
you know,
attention,
going on
he's
17
not even
minutes
down
into
that
the
much
game,
farm. He's down
you're playing
currently
Mount
like
Lion, you've done nothing
6
but
farm.
It is really tough. You want to make those plays happen.
And look, and now they're
Castle
gonna
goes
just
low.
kill Castle
They're
because
gonna
everyone's
summon the
bot lane
Herald
still.
here in Castle. I don't think he's got any way out.
Again, Inferno Bomber trying to clear the wave away, but it won't
I mean,
even
yeah,
matter,
he was
man.
able to
Blabber's going to end up
kick
taking
Blabber.
the kill thanks to the Leandri's burn.
Oh,
the Herald just barely
no.
gets the charge in at the very end to make sure that she contributes to that first turret, but why stop at 1
Sorry.
when you can make it 2? Second
That's
Herald
heartbreaking. The
charge
Rift
coming out
Herald
now.
barely got
She's
any
gonna guarantee
damage
the
done,
damage.
but still
Won't get a
took
whole lot
all of
more than
that,
just that. C9's
health.
at 4,000 gold.
Yeah, and what a suffocating
Blabber's
performance
just
this
taking
has
more.
been from them.
Oh, wait,
right?
do they have vision?
IMT have only been able to get
Okay, they grab
one
Berserker.
run.
Oh, got the cleanse though.
And there they finally catch somebody out. They finally get someone when he's not next to a turret. Oh, it's the guy with cleanse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a guy with cleanse.
Yeah, I mean, he even kind of like stepped back in to tank it. It felt like, not really too concerned at that
And
point.
JoJo got the turret.
But Cloud9 just cruising in Immortals. I think
JoJo's,
the
yeah,
windows
JoJo's
are really closing
even with
for
the
them.
Corki.
They do have some playmaking. They do have
So
the
all
Bardoll,
that
the potential to
attention
get
and
kick
stuff
from
that they put
Castle,
on the JoJo,
but
JoJo's
you're
just
already going on
built
5K
different.
down.
Wow,
Man,
that
you're
was
talking
really
about
well
the
done from
windows
the
feel like they're
Ole.
closing. I think these
Ole.
boys went to Home Depot and just nailed them shut. There's just not a whole lot that Immortals have shown me
It's
this
tough.
game
Yeah.
that they've been able to accomplish. Emily, I think it's a really good thing that you pointed out earlier during that Rift Herald fight. The Bard ulti just not being online in time. It just feels like Immortals haven't had the tools that they've needed to make any of
Even
these
if it
plays
was
work.
online, I
They
don't
haven't
think
been
I
able
don't
to
know if
catch
that
out
would matter,
JoJo
to be honest.
because of the way he's playing the Yone
At
in
least
the
they're trying
side lane.
to-
They
they
haven't
might be
been
able to
do
get
any
some of
fights
the turret
because
here.
they just aren't coordinated on the level that they need to be, and the Lee Sin pick still
Drags
hasn't
up in a
shown us any
second.
dividends.
Yeah, and
Well, I'm
obviously
sorry,
like
man.
that mid kill, right, set up JoJo for success really early. So again, good on Vulcan recognizing after going into the enemy side
I mean,
jungle
C9's able
on
to
that
get so
roam
point,
timer,
I'm just
really
not
setting
sure.
up a lot of this. And I think the
I think
other
they should,
big thing
right?
for
I think
me,
they should
again,
just
is when
rotate
you
down and
play
force it.
these Senna compositions, they
It's
also
what are you-
just
what are you
have
gonna
such
do as
global
Immortals, right?
pressure, right? We
Yup.
called it out. Triple TP. You have Senna ult. You have Karthus ult. JoJo is also just really, like, Yone is such a mobile champion. Obviously, it's not a global ultimate, but, like, they have...
It feels like that sometimes, doesn't it?
It does.
When it goes solo
when,
down.
when I'm playing AD carry
Solo
and I
down,
get
Q3.
jumped on, it absolutely
Then you
feels
get
like that.
ulted. Close enough to global.
Tough stuff for Immortals, man. Almost 5K, the lead now for C9. Baron's going to be spawning in under a minute,
yeah,
so C9 does end up getting a pick, does end up getting a good fight for themselves. It's just going to snowball into an avalanche.
There's nothing
now
Immortals
let's see if Immortals want to try to do
maybe Armeo can try and go in and steal it
with the fight in open ground when you're down 5K at 20 minutes is very difficult, but the alternative is just sit there and do nothing. Armeo fires off the Maokai ulti and hits a field goal.
Let's see what this ult
the
does.
uprights. Nobody's going to get locked down. Now Jojo goes in. Bartle to try to keep Armeo alive for an extra second.
That was
the
great
Dawning
time from the
Shadow
center
says no. Jojo ends up getting the
back
kill
in.
credit with the mini death mark.
Ole's out, actually.
Ole has to go on a magical journey back through the wall, back over to the turret.
But
The
C9 gets
dragon,
it.
the fight, the game belongs to Cloud9.
Yeah, it's just not even close. I mean, I think it's not going to get any better for them, so they felt like they had to try. But Armeo's an easy kill. Ole, gets balls come back in by Vulcan, has to flash to even
No, he got out.
And there's just nothing going on here for Immortals. Cloud9 looking clinical in this one. That's a really strong start to this second week. Obviously, this is a team with really high expectations. In spring, everyone had them power ranked first. That's not the case going into summer, but they are supposed to be championship contenders. They are supposed to be playing at this level.
Looking good by Vulcan, but Armeo was
and
just...
the big thing that really hits this off is the fact that the Maokai ult is able to hit no one, right? They just scatter that big ultimate that you'd want to trap people at the pit is completely gone.
That was a really good...
yeah, C9 just have complete control over this.
I think it is by Bard. Might be W.
This
is
is
E, though.
rough.
It's a...
I feel like Immortals are really just stuck in a spot where there's nothing left they can do unless Cloud9 gives them some major mistake to punish. And C9's just not doing that. Because that's the other thing about these Senna compositions. You don't ever feel the pressure to be like, oh man, we got to do something right now, boys. Because you're stacking and you're farming. And eventually this spooky ghost is going to press R and half of all their health bars are going to disappear before any fight.
Well, and one of the toughest things is, you talk about playmaking when you think about coming back, but it's like, who do you even kick in?
Yes, I love it.
Like, even if you kick in the Sen and you instantly kill it, do you win the fight afterwards? Like, probably not, right? So it's like, you don't want to kick in the Karthus. You don't really want to kick in the Gnar unless he's in mini for some reason and he's too far up or something.
It didn't matter because it was on
it's
Vulcan.
Very hard to
but
see
that was
how
just a
they
really
would be
good
able
series
to
of event.
find that. Obviously, it's not really in a position to get
gone.
Most of the time.
That ult doesn't even matter from Armeo. That's actually just so heartbreaking.
Again, can't even go in on it.
Fives for
I just
C9.
don't know what
They're just all
anything in
sitting
that
in mid.
sequence was trying to accomplish. The turret is already down by the time the Maokai ulti flies off. It connects on one guy who's 20 feet away from everybody else, and then they also hit him with the Bard ulti, but nothing happens.
Oh, they got Ole?
Very disjointed from Immortals. Is now Ole down to about 1/4 HP. Vulcan going to be taken low now too, but the problem is INT has no damage. And Thanatos picks up kill number 4 for the side of C9. Ole steps under the wing of the Dawning Shadow, and very importantly so, if that Senna ult would have connected the Karthus,
they're just gonna do Baron here.
Yeah, he has the locket, so going to be able to stay alive with the locket, with the Guardian. Is a little bit tankier, but Cloud9 just going to go straight over to the Baron. Castle will have TP, but he's not.
Armeo's up, but
Castle probably won't be around to be able to contest for this. Immortals have to try to keep these guys away, and that is at least the power of the Zig showing up. Immortals will not surrender the Baron this early, but C9 is up to a 6,000 gold.
No, he doesn't have ult. I was trying to time it.
You're against Corki, it's a
hard
lot
for me
of
to see these icons. So
that would be one of the only places probably that Immortals could win a fight. So I think
that's a big mistake.
Like, wait a second. Wait a second. Why are we doing Baron here, guys?
Yeah, I was waiting for the I was waiting for the question from players like, how do they get back into this? And it is kind of a Baron mistake, right? Because theoretically, IMT have a lot of really good tools in an enclosed space like this. If the Maokai ult and the Bard ult can kind of freeze people in place for that Corki poke, for that Ziggs poke to come in, it could end up being very dangerous for C9. But all of that stuff has to hit, and it has to be timed well.
So do you guys count one grub as avoiding a perfect game?
Yes.
Yes, I actually asked Twitter, and they said a single grub avoids a perfect game.
It's so hard to get a perfect game
It
now.
is.
Yeah.
One grub is so easy to get.
Yeah, it's really hard to do.
Yeah, but I don't know if the pros are like, we can't let them have a perfect game. Let's take one grub.
No-hitters are really difficult to get.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to do.
This could be a no-hitter.
Well, I think Castle got hit a couple of times up there in that top lane against the Gnar, man. I don't...
Because this is a damn near perfect game. I mean, it's like, I'm not going to curse it, but
It's about as close as you can get.
They
but
basically didn't even hit a Cloud9
I
tower.
mean, it doesn't matter that they catch Vulcan.
objectives.
Vulcan's so tanky.
Some trouble, but just going to be able to walk it out.
Oh, JoJo's
he
in?
just Spider-Man's away from that one. JoJo going to reset
Okay,
his
great ult
position.
by
And
Armeo.
once again, that
Little bit of
Maokai ulti
disengage.
not getting the lockdown.
Really good
JoJo
ult by Tactical.
He drags Armeo
They're
away,
in.
but now
Wait, the
Tactical
Bardo!
comes over,
The
trying
Bardo!
to
Let's see what they
secure
can do
this
with
kill. Nice little bit of a Bard ulti here, locks C9
Okay, they got
down.
Blabber.
The
Wait, they
first
actually got
kill
Blabber. That's
from
insane.
Immortals, and they finally got
Oh,
some.
but the
JoJo
ult by
gonna
Blabber
kill Armeo,
afterwards
and
is
now
so
another kill
punishing.
pours through. C9 might have lost their jungler, but they're still looking to keep the fight going.
Oh, that
Thanatos
was
wants to get
so
away, and
beautiful by
Thanatos
Castle.
puts a boomerang in his
Awesome
back.
follow by
Immortals
Thanatos.
tried to fight. It was the best fight they got all game, and they still got whooped.
And one of the best reasons why it was the best fight they got all game is because Thanatos was pushing bot side. He wasn't even there at the start of the fight.
I mean,
that's
a
like,
start.
okay, when are we
They got a
going
little bit
to
of gold
pull
out of that.
him
On
from
the
split pushing in
onto
order
Armeo.
to join the fight? Are we even going to need him? They do end up pulling
That's like
him later
worst
on.
case
He
scenario.
comes around the backside
Would've been better
of the
if it was on
flank
Castle
that, but
or,
yeah, he wasn't even there
I
to
don't know,
begin
Tactical.
with. So we did see the window for
Alright, so
INT.
I thought
going
this was
into
a really
this,
good
right?
ult by
It's a pretty nice setup,
Tactical.
honestly.
They got the
forced
flash from
out
Blabber
from
and everything.
Nice timing there. from
Armeo
JoJo to
jumping
actually
in
bring
there.
the Maokai
Oh,
across
with
the
this
wall, but
W.
the Bard ulti locks him down. They get the one kill finally onto Blabber, so they are on the board.
Armeo's so
But there just
low.
wasn't a lot
Oh,
of
JoJo, you're
damage
just
here
so
because
good.
JoJo been pushed back so far, and like you said,
Oh,
Thanatos
JoJo's
wasn't
like
there.
on a
But once
knife's
he
edge
arrives,
this whole
It's just
time.
chaos. There's no way
Insane.
that IMT are going to be able to win that fight.
Well, Azael, it's
Oh, JoJo
no
played that
longer
so
right
well.
next door to a perfect game, but it's still Brazil versus Germany in soccer. And that's still pretty one-sided.
You're not wrong.
Interesting ult by Armeo.
You might wish you didn't say it, but you're not wrong.
It's just banter. What are you talking about?
True.
All right, Immortals, let's
Yeah,
see what
now
you can do.
Armeo
Can we
doesn't have
banter for
ult
the Dragon?
for
Immortals needs to
Drag?
try to stop this one. It's
I
already
think
three
that
Drakes
was-
over to the side of C9.
I'm missing
Max tries to
something
get away
for the
there from the
reasoning
depth
behind
charge.
that.
He does manage to disengage far enough away that there is no follow-up. But
Wow,
C9
the
doing a
damage
great
by
job just zoning
Berserker.
these guys out. Armeo can't get anywhere close because
Oh,
Berserker
and
just
JoJo
keeps him
just goes
forced
in and
out.
finishes it
Now
up.
Armeo and Castle are
What
both
an
about to
ult!
die to the Requiem, and it ain't even gonna matter. It's a
Double
2-for-1
kill for
trade.
Blabber,
They're
yes,
starting, they're about
sir.
to make it 3. Ole goes on a magical journey, but it's a
Wow,
journey
Ole, okay.
straight to the respawn platform.
Okay, Ole.
Ole running, trying to get away. It's just no.
Ole! Oh.
He's gone.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Baron right off the back of it.
Oh, he kind of
Calling the
walked
triple
him to
because
Baron.
Blabber
He
got
was
the
just being
Dragon
nice.
and 2 kills.
He was being
Yeah,
courteous,
man.
all right?
Nuked
He knew where they
him.
wanted
He
to
didn't
go.
even
He
leave
just
for the
walked
fight.
them on
Yeah,
over to
yeah.
Baron.
The Dragon the whole time, and then just presses R, picks up a double. He's like, oh, great fight, guys.
Just Karthus.
Wow,
Right?
I think
I mean,
with this Baron, they're gonna
again,
end it
like,
here.
I cannot reiterate how awesome it is to see 9 pilot a composition like this because it suits
Ass
their
is
team
high. All right,
really,
Blabber. Way to
really
go.
well. Like this, in the current
Congrats.
meta, this is what I want to see them playing as he is now 16th all time.
Just past high. And I
Yeah.
think high we saw in the walk-ins.
Yeah, as soon as JoJo went in
They do
here.
that,
There
so
we
that's
go.
kind of messed up.
Ah,
Give you a ride earlier. They do at least take
that was a
down
good kick by
JoJo, but
Castle.
It's just an unwinnable fight.
I mean,
Karthus
Castle
is
even got
so
JoJo
strong.
there.
They have
It just
really
doesn't-
struggled
it
to make
doesn't
anything
matter.
happen. Even with those playmaking tools, it was a good ult to start things off from Ole. That was very much earlier in the fight. He hit the Senna, but then Vulcan just walks forward, throws his R onto Mass, so Mass can't actually follow anything up. He's zoned out.
Yeah, that's
Immortals
mood.
just couldn't get anything going this entire game.
And you could see the frustration
just a
on
still.
Armeo's face.
His
and I feel
expression
like
did not
It
move.
would be hard to be anything but frustrated from Immortals' point of view in this game, just
Yeah.
because everything we've seen them attempt has not worked out. It just
I
felt
honestly-
like C9
I
had
think
a
Immortals
stranglehold
could
on this game
ace
from the
them.
very beginning, and there was just nothing that Immortals
I
ever
still
found
think
for an
Cloud9's
answer.
gonna
Now C9 with the Baron,
absolutely
with the
demolish them.
Dragon Soul, it's not even 28 minutes into the game, and they've got all of this. They're pushing the wave up down here in the bot lane. Pretty much everything that Immortals is banking on is, hey, can Tactical and Mass
decent
clear the
wave
waves and try to
clear.
poke these guys? But Requiem's coming
Yeah.
in. And
Oh, and
there's
Vulcan-
some
Vulcan just goes-
burst.
oh, JoJo
Immediately,
too!
Thanatos goes on a rampage.
Oh.
The Senna Karthus wombo combo
Look at
is
Castle
way
just
more
farming.
than
He's gonna
Tactical
get
Ziggs
one
could deal
turret
with.
top lane
C9 with a 5-man
as,
march down
Immortals
the,
end
down
the
the bot
game.
lane, excuse me. As Castle's still all the way up in top, he's got to try to recall. JoJo going in, looking to take out Mask here.
Yeah,
now
every time
to
JoJo goes
Blabber,
in, it's
keeping
the
Armeo
threat of
zoned
just
away. The
someone dying.
Maokai cannot
And same with
contribute in
Vulcan.
any meaningful way
You know,
to this fight.
anytime
As the first Nexus
C9
server's
goes
already
in,
down,
there's
second
real
Nexus
fear that
turret
they're just
in
going to
their
melt you and
sights.
end the game.
JoJo just jumping
Game's over,
forward.
though. It
It's-
doesn't matter.
It's just a formality for C9 at this point. Another Nautilus
Yeah,
ulti, keeping Mask locked
disgusting.
away. They're going to kill Armeo. They're going to kill Castle. Mask still trying to stand and fight, but it ain't going to matter. C9 pad the stats a little bit and make game one look free.
That was
Yeah,
rough.
that was not close.
That was really rough. I
And,
was talking earlier about how I
I'm
really
pretty
want to
open
see
to new
Immortals
things.
against like
I'll try anything
a
once,
non-7th
But
place
that
team.
Lee Sin
And
did nothing
Yeah.
the whole
I
game.
hope that game 2's not like that,
It's
'cause that
tough 'cause
looked
it's not like it's the Lee Sin's
unthinkably
fault.
one-sided.
Everything
Yeah.
didn't work, you know.
that wasn't close or nothing.
Side of the map, and
And then
for
we're
that
gonna
to
see
be the strong
some
side. So
Thanatos
with
on
Cassante being picked up
Renekton.
for Castle,
Another,
almost certainly
you know,
he's going to be the target.
I'm surprised they didn't try and get
and
rid of
then
Senna.
Azir locked in. For JoJo, obviously, this isn't something we've seen as much. Azir is still viable. He still does get picked, but we haven't seen as much in the land of 80
feel like
bits. But
Azir's
one thing I
always
want to
good,
point
though.
out for JoJo Pion's play.
You know,
Last play
at
was
least
crazy. There were comps that were
Immortals
like
has
Valia,
some kind of
Vi,
scaling
that he had to
this
deal with,
game.
and I felt like he
You know,
played against
Cassante
those
eventually
expertly.
is
He's
just
probably
an
my favorite
issue.
Azir player
Zeri is
last year,
eventually
so
just an
I
issue.
like their composition quite heavily. From IMT side,
But
pretty heavily reliant on their poke. So I'm looking towards Math to seeing what he can do
I don't
in
know.
the early portions of the game, and if he can play outside.
Talking about it.
And no matter
between
what
games,
JoJo's on, it feels like he
when
just
you
always has
feel that
decent game.
far behind, when you feel like
Stats are who's,
you're
maybe.
struggling
It'll
so
be
much
interesting to see,
make a play just from 5 minutes
you
into
know,
the
just a
game,
little bit
and
of
then you're
Jace. I
playing
don't
that
know.
game out now for another 20 minutes afterwards, when it feels like you
Romero's
already know
back
the outcome
on-
that early. It just really messes with the mental and
Yeah.
like how
Romero's
you
back on
focus on
Maokai,
what
but
you actually can.
I
Those games
hope
are super draining.
his ults
absolutely.
are a
So,
little bit more
we will see,
on
you know, how they're
point
going to be able
this
to start this one off. But it may surprise you a little bit, you know, when you're talking about the comparison between
Like, he had some
Tactical and
decent ults,
Berserker.
but
You
there
know,
was
both
also
these
a few
players
ults
have
where
been
I was
pretty
really
important for the team.
questioning.
Obviously, you know, when you're looking kind of like historically, as Berserker's
Well,
going to walk
by
mid, and
Mask.
Mask is very far up. This could actually go pretty bad for Mask.
Yeah,
Wow.
Mask wanted to try
Did
to
Mask
take
not know that
the early
Berserker was
advantage
there?
there on JoJo, but Berserker hanging around expecting this. They're saying, all right, so Jace at level 1 wants to smack Azir around a little bit. Why not just turn that back against him? Nicely done from Berserker.
Yeah, that was really nicely done.
Oh.
Berserker's just going to walk again. He's
Oh
just
my
gonna
God,
come
he's
up
a
behind him.
menace.
He's completely
He's a
ruining
menace.
his lane. Mask is going to have such
Mask
a
is
hard
gonna
time,
walk it out,
feels like,
but-
from this spot. Already popped the potion. He's down incredibly low.
Oh, he has to leave
What turned,
and just
you know,
TP
from
back.
a really good trade for Mask level 1 ends up just being like a doomed lane almost, it feels like, in the 1v1 now, because JoJo, you know, has health, has a potion running. He's going to be able to push this out, still going to have the TP. You're having the TP back with your only buy being 1 health potion.
That sucks. That's like, you know, normally
is
you want to
really
use your
rough.
first teleport, grab yourself maybe like a good component item or something, right? Like one of those tier 2 type of
I
items.
don't
like a
know.
Serrated
I don't
Dirt.
think it's
Man,
as
that'd be
ruined as
great,
what they're
right?
calling it.
But a health potion?
How about the health potion you started with?
That's, yeah.
You can have it back.
I will use my teleport to
Ooh,
reclaim the
this is
item
some of
that
this
I
farm
previously
too, yeah.
won. It's like if you die in a Dark Souls game and you go back and pick up your souls on your body.
But you only had 4.
Yeah.
And you need
Wow,
26,000.
great
That's
trading by
really nice.
Thanatos top
he's
side.
going to need a little bit more.
He's not even close.
That 1 health potion full of souls. Oh, man.
The health potion's gone.
It's
gone. Look
all
at it.
right.
Wow.
Some green sparkles.
Yeah,
That's
this
all it got
Renekton
him.
is just
Well, let's hope he
pushing
gets some
in.
value out of those green sparkles, because this mid lane started rough. Thanatos with control
great.
over the top
Great
lane
job by
at the
Mask.
same time. JoJo is going to at least be forced back, so Mask will at least get some lane priority for now out of that early use of the TP. JoJo going to have to
He's
go
super
back
down
use
in
his
farm,
first
but-
TP, but hopefully he can at least get something more than health potion.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
willing to
dagger.
bet that he can,
He
but
was
we're going to
able
do
to
a
get
vote
out.
here. So whose stat or whose? This is between Berserker and Tactical. Berserker not having nearly as good of a spring as you kind of expected from him. He's trying to have a bounce back in Summer, trying to kind of reclaim his spot as that top dog in the AD carries. But Tactical has been surprisingly good for
I don't know. I'm
IMT, so
guessing
I'm
Tactical
really
was one on the
curious to
left.
see y'all in chat whose stats are whose. See if you can actually get it right.
All right, we'll check
see.
back up on that here in a couple of minutes. See how the votes end up shaking out.
Wow,
As Castle
Thanatos!
down to 200 HP here. That Renekton
Oh,
dominating the
Mask is dead,
lane as Blabber shows up back in mid. Looks
Never
to lock
mind.
Mask up, stuns him.
Nice
but Mask
flash.
with the flash away underneath the
I
turret.
thought they were
combined with
gonna
the
get
phase
that,
rush.
stun
Gets
off.
enough distance to not give up the kill.
From
That's
Blabber
the
a little
worst
bit
feeling
sooner.
too when your jungler just shows up late. He kind of walks in, throws a sapling. He's like, I was here too. We both ganked once,
It's like, what are you
right?
even doing here?
I came mid. I ganked.
It's 1-1 on the gank counter.
No
Dead
jungle
even.
diff. It's even.
It's even.
I was here too, guys.
The worst part is
Didn't you see the sapling?
we've
Renekton's
all
still
done that
super
at some
pushed
point
in.
before as the jungler, just to try to like
Castle's
get
just
rid of
getting
some of the heat
bullied.
that would
He's down
normally be on you
12
from the
to
lane.
1 already.
For you, bro.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry about it, man. I'll make sure none of these creeps go to waste. It's like, no.
It's the worst.
Oh, he got the
feeling,
cannon,
man,
that's
but,
what matters.
Blabber makes
He's
that
not
first
that far
gank happen.
behind.
Last game obviously was with that roam from Vulcan as well. They combined to get that early first blood. This time it's not a first blood, but
You know,
man,
if Zeri
Mask
can
is
get
just getting beat
an
up
early
on
kill or
in
something
mid
like
lane.
that can
And
really turn this fight
no
around.
fault of his own. I mean, it's Berserker
Really gotta
there
respect
2
that
times in
knowledge,
the
though.
first minute of lane. Then he's getting ganked out by
They do luckily
Blabber,
have
so
some disengage
this is really
from,
tough. You're playing
Leona.
against the Azir, who's going to scale incredibly well, and you want to be
Great
bullying
trade.
him out. You
Ooh,
want to
actually,
be playing with that pressure. Being
I was
going
gonna
to
say great trade from Mask, but JoJo's really able to get
issues that
few
you were
last
talking about
shots
them
in.
having, where you're going to have to deal with this really beefy Nautilus who's farming, and this Edge one.
Okay, Castle, I see you.
Damage.
Okay, Castle.
Split pushing would have been one of the ways you
Great.
can kind of deal with that.
Great
but he's
trade.
behind.
Oh!
It's going to be tough for him to get anything done there.
Ooh, top lane looks
Mask
fun.
will
Can we
need
just
to
hold on? Go back
get a
top
little
lane.
bit more help from the team, a little bit more than just that previous
All right, Ole,
Maokai
what you gonna
gank that
do?
we saw. Ole
Nothing.
is seeing
Just
maybe
clear
if he
ward,
can
I
get
get
involved
it.
here a little
Another
bit.
gank cleared out that
Yep,
ward.
that ward is gone now. JoJo feels
ward is dead.
so
Let's
much
See,
less
let's
safe.
see what you able to
without that ward.
come back with Blabber.
Oh,
Poked him in the
You
eye.
got a ward as well.
Good. Nobody likes that.
Vision
Mask,
diff.
Gonna
That
clear out
was quick,
control.
actually. Mask
One
cleared
of
that
those
so
things
quick.
doesn't sounds kind of minor, but that really hurts.
Yeah, no, I've
Yeah.
never had got poked in the eye from something and thought, man, that was okay. No,
Exactly.
I always hate it, right?
Same thing.
Yeah, Ole's just coming
And
up
he's
here.
still here.
causing
Maybe
us
What an
problems.
interesting analogy.
Another gank. He's going for the
Oh,
cannon.
yes, we're gonna target. There we go.
we
All
got
right,
it. Way to
there
go,
we
Ole.
There we go.
Boom.
This makes up for the level 1.
Now
Let's see.
no
Dragon's
support
Up's gonna be up.
It's and
Berserker
honestly,
came and ruined your lane, but I Targon's the cannon for you.
we're clouding on it a little bit.
That's what's
but
trying to
it's-
clear out this,
It's so rough, dude. It's
Oh, that
so
would've been
rough
spicy if he
for
was able to
Mask
clear out
in this
those minions.
situation because
I saw the
presence
the
in lane
idea.
from teammates from Cloud9 has just been so much more meaningful for JoJo than what Mask
Yeah,
has
wow,
received
Blabber's
from his
gonna
own teammates.
get these
And now
absolutely
Blabber, once
uncontested.
again,
And
he's just got
oh, wait.
free reign of this Void.
So I don't know if they
Pit.
have vision
There
on
is
it, but Armeo's
nobody
on drag.
in IMT colors anywhere near this
So at least
thing.
this time
Should
it's
just
like
be
an actual
easy first
trade.
3 grubs for Blabber and Seed.
Yeah,
It's not Blabber's
Thanatos
just
been
absolutely
trading pretty
bullying
aggressively.
the entire
He used his
jungle and
PP
taking
later,
everything.
Came back. He has that full phage. Feeling pretty good about his buy. They have top lane push. Obviously, mid lane has been going.
Funnily
really well
enough,
for them as well, so
Sejuani's
Blabber
still
could
up
be
in
able to
farm.
grab another
Blabber's just
scuttle.
really good at
Have to
farming
be
right
always
here.
a little bit careful about Cassante under those towers, though, as you are pushing up.
Yep. Do not want to give him the opportunity to chain those
Ooh.
CC spells together.
Good
But hey,
back by
at least
Mask.
this time around, Immortals accomplished what
He
they
would've survived,
didn't
I
in
think,
game
but-
number 1. Emily talked about it, how Cloud9 in game 1, they were able to grab that first set of grubs, immediately rotate all their pressure down into the bottom side so that Immortals wasn't able to trade the Drake back.
Wait,
this
let's go
time,
tactical.
Immortals
That was
did
right.
get that Drake. And so here's the results of our earlier quiz. Tactical was on the right,
Oh,
Berserker
wait, I
was on
lied.
the left.
Tactical was
The
on the
goal
right.
differences are really close, but it's Tactical's KDA that was popping off.
Yeah, so this is just in summer,
Whoops, my bad,
obviously,
guys.
but Tactical had a really good
I don't-
week 1. And 60% of y'all in chat got it right, so you weren't confused, you weren't tricked.
I was totally
well
tricked.
done.
The other 40% of you guys need to do your homework better.
No kidding.
And I definitely
was gonna
wasn't
poke
going
you
to
in the
vote
eye.
with the 40% way. Yeah, I definitely wasn't going to do that. There's a reason that I don't know, I was just making sure you guys felt good about it.
And how's it felt for you, coming into summer here and now?
I'm gonna get Mask.
Late
Wow,
champions
Mask
OP.
just walks
Well,
up.
I think Mask is about to not feel really great coming into summer on this one as Blabber and
Mask is
JoJo
dead.
find first blood.
That's
It
a
is
great first- he
again
really
on
walked
to
into
Mask.
Blabber.
Both games in this series, this
That's
dude
so
is the
rough.
target.
Did you see that Bramble Smash from Armeo, though? He was there, too.
They had a
already dead,
control
man.
ward. He walked up.
He's
Wait,
already
wait.
dead.
I'd have to rewatch that.
Both
I'm
jump
assuming he
clears,
didn't have
two
vision. I'm
ganks
assuming he
made.
placed the control ward and then got jumped.
Don't worry, Mask. Isaac is tilted for you. This is such a difficult state of the game to have to
Yeah.
play out, man.
I don't even feel like Mask is really doing much wrong. It's tough.
No, it's
It
just-
is really
No, Mask
tough
just
for
got
him to be able to
ganked
play for this
17
situation.
different
and this
times.
is just great play from Cloud9. And that's really who you have to give the credit to is just the team play from Cloud9.
Oh, they're not gonna
obviously,
re-show
they
the
were
kill.
favored coming into this. Let's not
Which
lie.
kinda makes
Immortals
sense. It was
will
just
have the
kinda
power rank
open and
down towards
shut.
the bottom. But they
Lots-
are a team
lots
that
of
had a really strong
CC
start
for
in week 1, and
Sejuani.
they are a team that's
Good
still
ult
really
by
well respected
JoJo.
in scrims. So
I don't know what you
you're
can
hoping
do.
that they can kind of bring that power to stage. But Cloud9, it's the team play that they're kind of destroying them through. And I think that is something that you're pretty happy to see if you are a Cloud9 fan. Because it's not just, JoJo just like,
I mean, really, yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to just seeing what
They're playing
Tactical's
through
able to
smart
do,
map
Zeri.
movements. They're playing through good coordination. They're
He
playing
has
through
the
good
cleanse,
drafts.
so
And these are
even
kind
if he
of things
does get
that,
caught,
people are, I
he
think,
has
were some of
that
the
hope
critical
of
Cloud9,
getting out of it.
with some of their issues in spring. So I do think it's definitely
And unfortunately,
positive for Cloud9 to see
Castle's
them
getting
doing it in this way. And
stomped by
Berserker here
Thanatos in
covering
the top
again.
lane.
Ole trying to
Most
match on the
respectful
roam.
way I could say
Bot lane
stomped.
has just
It's
been basically a
rough.
farm fest. I mean, Tactical has a call, and he's just
How are you
farming
down
it out,
30 farm?
the question is, can
Okay, probably
he
like 20
overcome
after you
the
pick up
massive
this wave.
advantages
But
that
even
are
then,
being on the top side of the map.
that's
You look,
rough.
800 gold for JoJo, 800 gold lead for Thanatos, and it's also a good 450 there for
see.
Blabber. Bot lane is basically even, but it's like, is the Zeri going to be enough?
And Blabber already picking up his first completed item there with the Zeke's Convergence. This thing is such a great economy buy for junglers now.
He's the first one to
you
get
get
an
health
item.
and you get ability haste.
That one kill really coming to clutch.
Want. Plus the extra part of it activating for the slow fields when you use your ultimate. This thing is just great for any sort of a tanky jungler. And it's only 2,200 gold. It is cheap as hell.
We got confirmation.
This guy's only going to become more and more of a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of these
really
support
cheap.
item buys. I've been in meta for tank.
It's like
junglers
2
for a
components
couple
when I'm
years
building
really
IE.
now. You know, in the past we were seeing a ton of like Knight's Vow and stuff. We're seeing a lot of like Warmogs be pretty popular this year, this season as well.
Ooh, Vulcan's up. Let's see if Mass is going to just unfortunately get absolutely.
Obviously, very very strong. Mass
oh
again.
No, Mass!
Oh man, Vulcan.
Oh man, I'm so sorry.
Once again, the dredge line to follow up. Blabber gets involved just to make sure, and he'll be the one taking the kill credit.
Wow, Blabber got 2 kills here.
C9 here as they're up almost
3,000
gold,
don't
10 and a half
forget
minutes
it.
into the game.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, he had his flashback, so maybe that made him feel like, okay, I can actually step up a little bit here.
Oh,
but
and he's just going to get the grubs
on
again.
The juke, finds him with the hook.
Let's
and
see, are they going to try and steal? Is Armega going to try and steal this one grub?
By the time he actually got out. Because he gets hit by the dredge line, he gets
knocked
actually,
out by the death charge.
Then there's the ulti
Vulcan
from
and
Sidwani
Berserker
as well, and they're going to use that mid lane pry-out. Try to come over here, but Immortals want to fight.
Yeah,
oh, a TPN, Vulcan goes in?
The Maokai ulti, but they only get Vulcan
actually, if Zeri can pick up a kill here, this could be an awesome fight for them, even if they lose the fight.
Goodbye, Armeo.
As long as Tactical gets a kill, it'll be worth it.
And now we got to see if
at least Tactical didn't die.
As they try to have Castle get involved, but it ain't going to be enough. He's down to 100 HP. And Thanatos still has that dominance
Tactical
ready
just
to
jump
go.
out.
Castle goes back over the wall.
Wait, great job by Thanatos. Wait. Okay, wait. Okay, Tactical actually got one. Tactical actually got one. Great job by Mass. Jumping on JoJo. Is Castle going to be able to get it? Okay, Mass actually got a kill too. Blabber's dead. All right, double kill for Mass.
A double kill over to Mass.
Okay, so he's been jumped all game, but now he's kind of back into it.
Because they were staying around, see if they could actually support him. He flashes forward there.
This is actually so big. Their win con really is Tactical getting ahead. Tactical picking up a kill there is huge.
The peel comes in from Relay. They get the 1 kill. JoJo had walked back over to try to see if he could actually help Thanatos out. He dies as well. So it's
that was actually really weirdly done. I wish I could rewatch that. What was C9's thought process there?
They need to get some momentum in this game, and that gave them a little bit of it.
So
that was absolutely
the Renekton jumping in. I understand that part. I didn't see the other side of it.
Had a great fight.
So I think this was a really good start by Cloud9.
Starts off pretty well.
Right, they're able to really push Armeo back. They kill Armeo. Tactical had to jump away to not die.
Healing actually coming through from Castle.
Oh, Max is full health when he enters.
He's able to kite
really great job by Thanatos.
Really low health bars.
He's just too far.
Just kind of baited in. Slice, flash, stuns him up. But the
that's rough. He was just a little bit too far. And then JoJo tried to help, and good punish by Mass and Castle.
He gets pulled in. Then the rest
why did Blabber
we gotta help JoJo. So Blabber looks for the W flash, whiffs on that. Everything kind of falls apart from Cloud9.
He let the 2 kills get to his head. I get it.
They had free grubs. They had 6 grubs there. They got the first 3, and Reaver just kind of laughing at it. Because it wasn't even a good play to attempt, and they failed on the execution.
Yeah, you could see the frustration on Thanatos' face. Reaper obviously
that was crazy.
Amused by it because it's like, what in the hell?
Let's see.
What the hell?
Yeah,
right. That's
it really is on the back of it on Tactical. I think Zeri's the way that you win this game.
Again, Tactical is such an important piece of the puzzle for Immortals. Whenever these guys can find what works for them in game, he's always a huge element for that. Also,
he still doesn't have an item built
though. 2 of those kills for Immortals.
Actually, 13 minutes.
This is the guy who C9 put so many resources into setting behind.
Oh, okay, no, also Thanatos.
He's actually up a tiny bit of gold.
No way. Are they diving Thanatos here?
They're gonna see if they can find a dive on a Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos down to 40%, staying alive for now. Dominus doing a good job.
Armeo's just standing there, dude.
He's still just trying to get a little bit more burst back on these guys.
Dude, Thanatos, you're insane!
2 for 1
Thanatos, you're insane! Castle, you're gonna be able to do that too?
Yeah, they weren't
Castle, can you show him up? Let's see, you're playing Cassante.
Yeah, Castle trying to survive his own 1v3. Gets away for now. C9 trying to make sure they don't get juggled around by the third minion.
He can't compete with Thanatos, bro.
Taking the kill. C9 get their dive cleanly, and now they're going to pick up a lot of extra money.
Crazy.
I don't want to see that one again because I'm
no kidding. Let's see Thanatos do that again.
The ball came out from Berserker, but it was right after.
Armeo was just sitting there, tanking turret, and they were just unable to kill him.
And had that come out a little bit earlier, maybe he could have actually survived it because that got really messy for Immortals on the top side.
Yeah, it did.
But let's see it one more time.
Okay.
So is the
So
Senna
look
ult up.
at this.
Senna ults up.
Armeo's
so if this
just
is right,
tanking
this
turret.
is
He's just
such
standing there.
A late ult from Berserker, because if this actually comes through,
so it looks like all the damage is from Mass. That's why. So Lei has no damage.
Shielding could have actually saved him. Like now it comes out. That is really late.
And then honestly, I think this was well played by Castle. It's a 3-person dive with Sejuani.
That was
you gotta do in your best.
That could have actually been turned around.
Let's see. I think maybe he should have tried to Q3 Blabber.
You actually hit Armeo, who was tanking the tower. He would have died.
I kind of see what he was thinking though. Maybe he was thinking like get the squishy person like Azir. But I think he should have tried to kill Sejuani and then turn.
Even have a
again, I have no idea what I'm talking
it's
about.
just absolute nightmare
this is just
material.
opinions
You
that
can see
being
once
like
again
flown
the
around.
frustration on the face of Immortals as
Good
they
engaged by
realize that
Castle.
this play is just not what they need it to be. Dives like that, you
Could
feel
have
like
root
it
by
should
Berserker.
be a guaranteed thing. If you're sending those 3 guys up there, you're making the call. Go
Okay,
for
they're
that
just
dive.
starting.
That should
Rift?
be a clean
Do they
execution.
have that kind of pride to just start
I think one of
Rift?
the things that kind of went wrong there
I think
is,
that
this
it's
is
gonna
a
get stolen
Leandric
from
knockout,
him.
so he does
I
some
think
damage,
Sinaz's gonna
but
pull
Armeo
him
was the
off.
one holding aggro instead of just having it be Olay, and Armeo pulled aggro and then just stood on the very edge, so he wasn't contributing any damage whatsoever, and so it was just up to
yeah, Blabber
Mask
just
and
blocked
Olay
that. Wow,
to
no,
get
never
that kill.
mind.
They weren't really able to do it fast
See, and I
enough.
just didn't find a
Had
good way to
Olay, he
engage.
just picked up aggro, goes in, uses his spells, then just walks straight out with Armeo and Mask getting the whole time. I think that could have looked a lot better. But, I mean, that's a full HP Renekton with ult, so he is pretty tanky. You can't kill him quick.
Well, at least for Immortals, there's a little
That's
bit of light
interesting
shining in
watch.
the darkness here. Got themselves the Rift Herald.
An ult
this
by
time
Olay.
around.
Oh, engaged by
The engage
Vulcan.
from Vulcan underneath the turret.
Wait,
Locks up
Olay!
Olay, who has to flash out to survive.
Oof.
Still got about 350
Oh, wait,
HP
that was beautiful,
left.
Castle.
Goes all
Castle,
out,
that was so
and
beautiful. What was
Vulcan
that?
gets taken down. It's
What was that? Yeah, that
Tactical
Q3 into
responsible
the
for
W.
kill. Nicely played there from Castle to punish C9.
That was
nice from
that
Castle.
was
Didn't even need the
beautiful.
all out. Just actually scoops
I actually
him
thought
back with
Olay
the
was gonna get
Q3,
punished,
hits
but
him
I
with
was
the
wrong.
Pathfinder, pulls him right into the tower,
Ooh,
sets him
Vulcan.
up for another kill there. As Cloud9 were trying
Engage
to get
did not
aggressive,
do what
trying
you
to see if
thought
they
it
could
would.
actually get some kills and just bully down that tower. Weren't able to do it.
I appreciate
Tactical
the
now
Thanatos kind of
202.
dashing in and
He is
Tactical
getting
saying
very
yes,
strong.
and
And this is one of those games where
respect
you start
that.
to look, and yeah, Cloud9 are ahead, but you start to know there is that opportunity if Tactical has the right fight for Azeri to take over a game like this.
There could always be a Zeri
that would have hurt a
moment.
lot.
Tactical has the whole
wait,
team
Vulcan's- how did
on
Vulcan
his
get back
shoulders right
there?
now. We'll see what he can do. As Mask could be in danger, Vulcan immediately
Oh,
singling
just
him
flash.
out
I don't
with
blame
the
Mask.
charge. The flash from
Great
the Jace
job.
gets away, but now Ole's
Good
still in the
instincts.
front line.
I don't know if Vulcan got back there. I wish I could watch
providing
that.
the majority of the damage
What
here for
an
C9.
ult by
Nice Shurima
JoJo!
shuffle with the Dawning Shadow coming in to guarantee the kill onto the enemy mid laner.
Oh.
As Armeo dies next, and Ole
Let's
is going
see,
to be
Cassie, you
joining
gonna do
him
anything?
down to 100 HP.
So
and he
Cassie's gonna get at
finally
least one.
falls. JoJo
Wait,
at least
Tactical.
gonna be
Is
traded
Tactical
as
be able to clean it
Tactical
up with the
goes
ult?
for the
Okay,
lightning
got one.
crash.
Come on,
He finds
Tactical,
the
what are you able to do
killing
here?
spree, taking out Thanatos.
It's all
And
on
now
you,
it's
really.
him and Castle. Look at a
Castle and
2v3,
Tactical, let's
the
see.
rest of C9. Blabber gets away, back underneath the tier 1
All
turret,
right,
and
all
the
right. Again,
fight
Tactical got
finally
one.
settles.
If
Yeah,
every
not
fight
gonna be
Tactical
able to
gets
chase down
one,
the rest of those kills.
that
and
could be
Tactical
it.
did have to actually commit his flash to get that R flash in and make sure he was able to get the kill. Does get
I'm really
tagged,
surprised that
so
Root
I
hit
know that
Tactical.
He's there, but it looks like Immortals are considering trying to go back in for this.
Yeah, they want to see if they can get
Wow,
something else
okay.
out of Berserker, but it just ain't going to happen.
So
Senna has enough
Immortals
range to
has
stay
some
very,
jitters,
very
but it
safe
seems
in
like
this
they're
type
still
of situation.
confident.
C9
They know
still
what they can do.
2,500 gold, but Immortals are doing
Let's
a
see,
much
what
better job this
item
game of
spread is
scrapping and
Tactical going to
fighting
have
back.
after this?
Yeah, absolutely they are. And I think they're
Runon's
capitalizing
interesting.
on a lot of the mistakes from Cloud9 also. You know, this time I think
Oh, it was a
initial start,
TP by Vulcan.
was
I was so
good from
confused how Vulcan
Cloud9,
got back there, but
Immortals are
TP
willing
makes
to
a lot of
scrap.
sense.
Immortals are
Good
not just
patience.
going to abandon their members this time around. The early trap
flash.
was laid from Vulcan, throws out the ulti, forces
I
the
think that was
flash,
100%
and
the
then
right
just
play.
turn on Olay,
Every
because Olay has no
situation.
flash from that
I think
earlier play where they bullied him off the mid lane tier 1,
see.
so they want to try to
Oh, it's just a
commit
good
this.
shuffle. There's
Then
just
as
a-
JoJo
there's
goes
nothing
in,
you can do.
you
Great
think this is
shuffle.
going to be a Cloud9 dominated
I mean,
fight.
fine by
but
Armeo,
Zeri
fine
is
by
running
Olay,
the whole
good
way
TP
down
by
the
Castle
river.
to follow
Castle
up.
arrives as well.
But just
JoJo
a
was
great
already
shuffle
low
really
before the fight
turned that
even
around.
started.
And then,
Castle is able to come
Tactical
in
would
and
have
get that
gotten there
quick
like a
kill.
second
Then as
sooner,
Zeri
but I think
arrives,
this
he
is
just
still
flashes
great.
in with the R, tries to get the
Are they
kill,
gonna-
is able to
No,
do so,
not
couldn't
even.
chase down for more, and JoJo will be able to get out of the reach of this.
Oh, they
he's
got
gonna
something from the
survive, but
Rift,
they do
though.
get the
That's
top
an
lane tier
upside.
1, and potentially could get a charge on the tier 2. It's just going to
Castle's heading back down
be
to meet with,
repositioned here by Armeo.
Thanatos.
Bye-bye,
He's going to send it down towards mid lane.
Look at him go.
He's not going on a road trip.
Wait, where are you going?
And if he gets to mid lane, that's another gank.
It's just this is like driving out in Ohio. You don't even need a parking
what
spot.
happened?
You just like drive the thing into the ditch. It's
Yeah,
fine.
park
Just leave
over
it
by
there.
the trees over
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
Just drive her into the ditch. It's all right.
He just used it as a quick back to
All
get
right,
to
now
blue.
Shelly's going back on the road. She's trying to get to her actual destination.
Poor Shelly, just being used. Unbelievable. That's disgusting.
I love driving the Rift Herald, man. It's one of the goofiest additions to League of Legends.
Are you a good Rift Herald driver?
No, I'm terrible at it. That's one of the
This is one of my favorite changes, is the Shelly.
You would think you'd be good at it. It's literally Skarner,
Come on, Jojo.
basically.
Come on, Jojo.
Come on, bro.
Well, new Skarner's only been out for a couple of months, right? I got a decade on the previous Skarner.
Okay.
Previous Skarner didn't have
Actually,
his
it's so
license.
crazy. He's letting it get some farm so that the
it's kind of hard to drive when you got big old claws.
Immortals going to pick up that
Don't
farm
work.
later. That's
Well, let's
crazy.
see if Immortals can make this bottom lane push work as they are going in for that tier 1. Should just be able to knock it down. No contest.
Interesting
Immortals,
cue by Mass.
honestly, I'm impressed. Compared to game number 1, they have been doing a lot better of
Oh,
a
they're
job. I
doing
think
so
Cloud9
much
has also
better.
been playing more sloppily.
This is looking like
compared
a
to game
fair
number 1.
fight
It
at
has
this
been opening
point.
up more avenues for
And,
Immortals to
like,
try to punish.
Immortals won
Tactical still
this
3-0
game.
and 2 on this
I
tier.
get that.
This Zeri, deathless.
Zeri's on 2 items.
This guy is the sauce. This guy is the secret ingredient.
And he's
Wow,
got 2
that's-
items now. Those
okay.
are both completed, so
Manamune?
he's in a really good spot. And yeah, I mean, compared to game 1, this is way more competitive.
Good job,
but also,
Jojo.
Compared to game 2,
Look at
let's
this
think
wave.
back to the start of this game, how bad it looked for Mass. Like, this game I thought was going to be just as bad as game 1, just as one-sided as game 1. But
Oh, he
Cloud9
dashed
made some
into it.
mistakes.
Whoops,
Immortals
I've done that
were
before.
in
It's
better
the worst
positions
feeling
to
ever.
punish, and weren't allowing Cloud9 to just kind of get away with it. You know,
You know,
They were
Blabber
taking
really
these fights,
helped
taking these
get
scraps,
JoJo
and they were able to
and everyone
really
ahead.
do a good job in those to keep
At the same
things
time,
pretty close.
he
It is
snagged
still a
both of the
3,000
kills
gold
early
lead
on.
for Cloud9. It is still a dragon
I
advantage.
wonder if that's
for
going to end
them,
up
so
punishing him, that most
they're
of the gold
definitely
was on
feeling pretty
Blabber
good overall.
instead of like
You have
Azir having 2
Azir Senna,
kills.
right? So let's be honest, they still are in a good spot. You got 3 meatballs, you got Azir Senna scaling up. They're in a good spot,
do have
but
3 meatballs.
Immortals are going to have a chance.
Meatballs sound good, don't
C9
they?
still have not knocked down this
Oh,
tier 1
Thanatos from
turret
behind.
from Immortals.
Oh, Castle's
Like,
able
trying
to
to hard force that right now.
come out.
Thanatos and Castle both going to run into
That could
one
have been
another off the
awful.
side here. Thanatos needs to disengage because he knows that Immortals would be able to collapse on that 1v1 faster. The Maokai ulti forces C9 back. Immortals still
Ooh,
hold
good
the
poke
tier
by
1 for the time
JoJo.
being. But again, the range, the
The Azir
power,
has
the poke
crazy
of
poke with the
Azir
Q.
and Senna together is going to
And
make
just
this
deals so
difficult to
much
defend. One, if
damage,
that gets
too,
much
demonic.
lower, it's just so easy for C9 to hard force
I think they're going to.
and still take the
Oh,
fight.
they're
Nice
just dead.
engage immediately
Oh,
there
no.
onto Ole. Burst him down to about
Ole
1 per
got the ult off at the
Shadow
very
to try
least,
to get the
but
last little bit of
I
damage,
can't believe
but
he
it ain't
survived.
quite going to be enough.
I think
Immortals
that-
with very low
Do you think
health.
C9's just going to
on
stay to
Ole.
grab this mid?
Significant injuries on both Armeo and Castle.
He's got Warmogs, though, so he's just going to heal it right back up. You know, does soak up
Wow.
a lot of that damage.
Warmog is looking
Has enough
super strong on
resistances
Ole right
from the
here.
W, stays alive, and is
I
going to
think
be
the
able
most
to heal
important thing
right
is
back
that
up to
tactical
full.
touchdown. So they could still
Immortals
try and fight here if they
tooth and
wanted
nail.
to.
They're going to be able to actually defend the tier 1 mid that I thought Cloud9 would have been able to grab,
Vulcan
you know, given the
has ult, doesn't
situation,
he?
but
So tactical has to be really
they're
careful.
doing a pretty good job with it of just not allowing Cloud9 to get, you know, an insurmountable lead.
Good
And
poke
I
by
mean, one of
Mask
the
up there.
arguments against Warmogs as an item historically, and one of the reasons why it hasn't been S tier is like, yeah, you get health, but that's all you get. Health
Yeah.
is the only thing. But for a champion like Leona, with those built-in resistances like you're
Aftershock,
talking about with the
W.
Eclipse, yeah, it's just so much value. Any champion that takes
Tactical has to be
Aftershock
really
has
careful here.
something
JoJo
built in
with a
like
shuffle
that,
or something
you just end up
is menacing.
maximizing the usefulness of that stat pool that you're getting with the Warmogs. And plus, the bonus move speed that's a part of it now too really feels good
Oh,
for a
that was so
support-type
satisfying to
champion,
watch
whether you
from
are a
Tactical.
hard support or whether you're just a supportive type jungler, to move around the map, clear wards,
You know,
and
with
set up for the plays.
Azir,
Yeah, absolutely.
And
We'll say
Senna,
though, Immortals
they
have got to
do kinda
find a
melt
way to be
Baron.
more effective
Mostly
with their
Azir.
engages. These Maokai ults through 2 games have just felt so useless. You know, they need to be able to make sure they're in a position to capitalize on them.
Oh,
and kind of
great
create chaos
engage by
when you throw
Vulcan.
it out.
Armeo is chunked up.
Is really low, does survive, but
Is there an ult by Senna
it's one of
coming?
those situations where
Maybe not. Oh, they do
now
go
are
just grab the
trying to
mid.
push
No, that
up.
makes sense,
Castle
though.
is coming over.
Great
the tower's
engage!
gone.
Great engage by Vulcan and the TP coming in Ole.
Has been summoned. The turret
Oh,
now
great
belongs to
flash by-
C9,
oh
and
my God,
JoJo
that's such a good
super
flash
forward.
by
Castle
Tactical.
goes into Mask, is gonna grab the
That
kill.
was crazy.
INT
A
gets
kill
the
by
first
Mask.
kill of the fight, and
Castle!
Castle is still fighting.
Oh,
He'll be
Castle.
traded back. It's a 1-for-1. Immortals
That
doing
was
a good job
insane.
there to punish JoJo.
Yeah, really nice flash from Tactical. That was actually
JoJo
a
was
weird
the one that
flash
died,
angle that he
too.
had to go for because he basically had to go diagonally down to get over the wall.
I thought they were gonna get
and
Tactical,
over
but that was an
the Azir ult
insane
that JoJo was
flash.
looking for.
And he still has
Had
cleanse
JoJo
up,
caught
too.
him there, I think it's a pretty easily won fight from Cloud9. They can push more forward, but as a result, Tactical does
Ooh,
survive.
he has
He's able
Last
to
Whisper
push
already.
them
Do you think
back.
he has the,
And it's really only the spawned Azir turret that kind of dissuaded
Lordonix?
Immortals from chasing
Looks
him
like
more.
probably not yet.
We can watch it one more time. This tower is getting low. Armeo's low.
It
so
was
they
just a
wanna
great-
actually push
oh,
up
what a
forward. They
beautiful
look
engage
for
by
Ole.
Vulcan. I don't know
And
how that
now
hook's
eyes on
been hit.
JoJo as he goes forward. This angle on to Tactical. This is what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
what
A
a
bit of an armor
flash.
flash. We had to E through the wall part way, then flash out of the E.
And
to
it's
actually
honestly
get
good
a-
that
he tried
Mass
to
picked
allow
it up.
the
It
E
would have
to
been better
complete.
Tactical
He would have
then,
got scooped out of it.
but
and thrown
Mass
back
picking
into
it up
the
is
team,
pretty good. They
and
ended
then
up
your
trading
flash is not
1-for-1.
gonna create
They
enough
gave up
distance.
Kasante.
I think very very well played
This here,
there.
that was super
Tactical,
great for
really
Immortal.
quick
They did
reaction
lose
from him.
mid, but they were going to lose
the
mid
trade of
anyway.
flashes, but JoJo dies and he stays alive.
I mean, The thing about Tactical, the narrative around this guy for as long as he's been a pro, is that his consistency has always been the main concern, right? Yep. He's had some really bad games, but he's had some really good games. And when this guy has the switch flipped, it's really fun to watch.
Absolutely.
Where did the life
kind of the old
go from Berserker?
80 carry tier list, right? And it's like, number 1, Tactical on a good day. Number 11, Tactical on a bad day. You know, it's like,
that's insane.
So that's kind of the thing that he has been fighting against, and you know, we'll see
the
if they're
Drag's
going to be able to make this one happen.
G9 has 2. This would be so
a
point,
really
but
big win against Cloud9. Even if they don't win the
force
series,
Baron.
just
If they see anyone go down bot, they can say like, all right, come try and stop us.
We can do this more than just in scrims. We can do this on stage. We can take down the big dogs. And
okay, Mask has TP though.
Last on the Berserker was about 70%
okay, all gone from
Armeo having a flash there.
Jojo, but Armeo had to use flash.
Man. Like he's got Leandries, he's working on his own Warmogs, but this guy will melt. He is paper if Cloud9 gets a couple of seconds of free firing time on him.
Let's see,
Top
60
river,
seconds.
We've got the
70 seconds. Jojo's ult's going to be back up.
Of C9 as Immortals still just
got
trying
to
stay
around.
Wait,
Armeo!
Flash this time.
Armeo is just okay. No, Armeo's just going to ult out.
Now,
but now they don't have that ult for an engage. Mask to come from behind
to force a Baron play after.
Oh, but Tactical's not quite there yet, so they have to wait a second.
Safe, stays alive. As Berserker and the rest of C9 now going to file out of this
C9
top
just going
side
to go down
river.
and
They
drag.
use the Sejuani ulti to try to go in for the big engage there. So just going to back up here a
Good
little bit
poke
until
by
they
Mask.
go again.
But Vulcan is a tanky boy.
Still engage potential here on the Nautilus as well. As
Olay!
Jojo jumps back
Wait, Olay lands it on a Jojo. And Jojo's dead. Mask kills Jojo.
Taking him out. As Armeo's down to 300.
Tactical's still full health in the back. Let's see what he can kind of do.
It up, but he is going to die.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, wait, Tactical is just dead. Oh, that's so unfortunate. C9 just turns it all around. Wonderfully played. What a hook by Vulcan. All of his hooks have been insane.
Walking away with the dub. It's a 3-for-1, and Baron's the next.
Tactical just walked too far forward. Didn't respect it.
From Vulcan that makes all the difference. Had the patience there.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The E from Zeri, he dashed back, thinking that they were going to go in, but Vulcan held the hook, hits it onto him. And
I mean, yeah, at least Matt's able to pick up this drag, but I think C9's going to be able to put in a lot of work with this Baron.
Actually take the fight, so great hook, great play there from C9, but you like to see Immortals still staying aggressive, trying to look for these fights.
Yeah, I like the fact that they wanted to go in and say, hey, let's see if we can pick up Jojo here. The fight starts off good for that. But man, oh man,
yeah, they really did just need to disengage, I guess, after they got Jojo.
Drake, so it's not like C9
I wonder if I'll be able to see it again to see.
The soul point now too.
Beautiful, beautiful.
But here's another look at how it started.
Great job by Olay,
yeah,
and then immediately ulted as well.
Get buffered over the wall, so Jojo pulls him back, and I was thinking from here they wouldn't be able to finish him off.
So Tactical just get ulted by the Vulcan.
Just gets in range for the hammer form, goes to the skies, gets over the wall,
they're able to get it.
And this is where you're thinking, all right,
oh yeah.
But someone needs to be standing in front of him.
Castle.
Yes, he did make a mistake there and actually getting a little bit too far.
They were just a little bit too. You know what I mean? Castle's
blocking
supposed
from
to be a little bit more over here, but out of instinct probably was just clicking around.
There is potential for Zeri to take it over, right? And you just have to realize that in those spots, it's all about Zeri. You don't matter anymore. You are just a wall between Zeri and the other team. You got to give your life for the cause.
Okay,
there.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing what happened.
That's just on Castle or anything like that. You know, Tactical did make a mistake, but you got to be playing frontline for him.
Castle now also being
Castle's
forced out of the Immortals jungle. C9 with total control over the rift, and they are just going to start picking up so much extra gold here, taking down these turrets. Mid lane tier 3 under pressure as Jojo's got that enchanted cannon minion to try to just take this down.
Crazy Nautilus
applying that chip damage as Mask finally gets an opportunity to step
forward. We don't care about
the
Senna at this point. Just ban the Nautilus, right?
Mustered up around this bottom lane now.
It won't matter though. I don't think it's going to game 3. That's a super deep TP from Castle. Good engage by Olay. Great ult by Berserker though.
Forces him right back out. He has to flash away. Castle looks for the flank.
Armeo's ult almost did nothing. It feels like.
Is not in any shape to follow it up. So Castle just has to rethink that. He has to reassess his position.
Super deep TP for nothing. He maybe it was just too deep.
C9 is forcing their way into the
C9 had enough time to.
Turret is down. And
I don't know.
The target.
That's crazy.
Doesn't look like IMT is going to be able to stop it here. Yeah, Olay still has his Warmogs, but it didn't heal him up fast enough. Now he's finally coming back down the base. Finally going to try to stop these guys, but C9 already got what they came for.
Yeah, at the very least, they were able to force out that Seekers, but it's a good buy from Jojo. He kind of knows he's one of the only people that are in a position to actually get taken down that could be potentially vulnerable there. So has the Seekers, times it well, is able to immune most of that damage. The follow-up couldn't come through. Luckily for Olay, he did get out, did survive. Is Vulcan just going to TP back out on the map? So is Jojo. Playing with these extra TPs has been paying dividends for Cloud9 in both games. And that's always a frustrating circumstance when you force out the Seekers.
This is just beautifully played by Cloud9.
He's got the full Zonius.
Like, this was a much closer game by Immortals, so I love to see it.
You spend
but yeah,
almost the game
Cloud9 has
to
been
force that out with the hope that you could actually kill him.
Playing well.
Well, he's got it going once again, and he has the flash now.
Oh,
so
JoJo
completely
hurts so
safe,
bad.
and Immortals will have to try to find some other way to make something happen. But it really has to come off the back of like consecutive shot blasts. You've got to land a lot of poke to have any chance.
I don't think they're gonna be able to stop
Yeah,
him.
and right now,
Wow, Mayo's just dead under their own turret. No. Okay, he
survives.
All right, let's see what you guys gonna be able to do here.
More damage, but fortunately for Immortals and for
not
Armeo
much.
specifically, he can get away. This has been a very rough series from him so far. You
Armeo's
talked about
heading
the
down to
accuracy
clear
of
out
the
the mid
ultis,
so
but
they
I
don't
feel
lose
like
anything
he
else.
hasn't had the kind of
Nice
presence
little
and
poke
pressure
by
that he needs to have
Castle.
if Immortals
Great!
want to really challenge
Oh,
a team
that
like
was such a
C9. You
great,
mentioned earlier in the series
Zonia's
how
by
most people have
JoJo.
C9 ranked very high in the power rankings. Most people have Immortals probably bottom 2. So you know you're having to really fight above your weight class in this one, so everybody needs to
Great
be
poke by
on their
Mask.
It is a small little victory. They force out the Zonias.
The
there,
worst part
where
is even if they kill
Castle
JoJo,
moved forward
I don't
with
think
try
they
to
win the
flip back
fight.
JoJo, so they got that out. That's something small, but yeah,
You know what I mean?
It is going to be really, really
Like
tough.
Vulcan
for
and
sure.
Thanatos and
I
Blabber,
think
they're just
Armeo,
unkillable.
It's tough, like this matchup against Blabber. I know that they did beat them in spring, but I've always kind of felt like he plays a
Thursday,
very
Friday.
similar
Yeah,
playstyle
interesting
to
that the
Blabber,
next
but
one's on
Blabber just
Thursday
kinda
and
does it
Friday.
better. You know, they both like to be farm heavy.
So
they
I'll be
both
streaming
want
on
to be really
Thursday as
efficient with their
well,
ganks.
but it'll
They
be
try to
Thursday
do that
night, so it's
style,
all
but
right.
it's like both times Blabber's going for the farm, but he's finding those better gank angles. He's
Mask's
finding
over
the better
here?
opportunities
Yeah,
to really
yeah, okay,
impact
okay,
the
okay.
lanes, and that has been kind of the difference between them
I would be so annoyed if I was
in
Thanatos.
this series so far.
Right, the early plays that we were looking at with the mask ganks. I mean, we were poking a little bit of fun at it, but it's kind of the truth of how this has gone, right? Like Blabber finding more efficacy
at least
in the
tactical
way
scale. He
that
has
he
Lord
involves
Dominic's.
himself with the lanes,
I'm
involves
guessing he's
himself
building
with the early
IE
game
because
while
I
still
don't know what
maintaining
else
that
you
incredibly
build
high tempo with
after
his
already
game.
having
Well,
three.
and that's the thing with jungle. Like, you know, yeah, we were joking
Three
about it, but the
crit
reality
items.
is 1 second difference can be, you know, the difference in an entire series because, you know, you show up that 1 second earlier, all of a sudden you're the one making the proactive play, you're making the gank happen, you're getting the first blood. You show up that 1 second late, couple seconds later,
I don't think they're
it
going to
can
be
be
able to get tactical
really,
here.
really tough to make anything happen.
If
You
they
just
would have,
look
though,
silly,
that
right?
probably
You know,
would
your
have been
mid
the game.
laner's
You
already
kill
dead, or
tactical
too
here,
low,
I
you
think
can't fight.
they just finish it.
It's tough, so you have to be really
Tactical's
on
like
time.
80% of your
with the
damage.
jungle pathing, you know, make sure that you're
The other
clear
20
as
is
efficient as
Mask.
possible. Make sure you're finding those good angles. So Armeo.
Oh, Armeo's caught. Armeo
They are
is
just
dead.
chaining him
Let's see his
up here
flash.
with his
No, he had
crowd
the flash.
control.
Oh,
Dark
he's able to
Shadow
survive.
Not quite on the mark. Armeo can walk out of the way of that one in time. But again,
Oh, great
he's down
Q3
to
by
pressure.
Castle.
He does have the warm
Great
up.
ult.
JoJo in danger.
Oh, but JoJo
himself
gets out
back away
anyway.
to the shield. Him and Castle both almost dead.
Ooh, Castle
Immortals
is
very thankful
almost
that Dark
dead.
Shadow already
But
got
so
used
is
there on the top
JoJo.
side. Otherwise, that would have been a very dead Castle. JoJo down to
Oh.
100 HP. As Tactical clears out the Sun Disc.
Immortals is doing
Cloud9,
well. Immortals is like
yes, they're not
keeping
gonna
it
get a whole lot out of
close,
that
but
push,
I
the
think
dragon is live, and you can see the pings coming out.
Yep.
Going to be moving over. This will put them to Soul Point. It is a bit of a slow dragon stacking game because both teams did take 2. So Cloud9 will still need 1 more to grab the
Baron's
Soul
up in
after
30
this.
seconds.
Immortals, you know, hanging on just barely. We can see Tactical does have 3 items. They're working
So I think
towards
C9's going
his
to
4th.
reset, right? And then
Will they be able to find anything here? Doesn't look like it.
Tactical might
And
have
just
3
go
items,
Baron?
but
Or at least,
Berserker
get vision and
is
stuff
almost
around?
at 3
I don't think
items.
he's just gonna go start
Well,
it.
I guess technically he's at 3 because you have the support item, but he's got 142 souls.
Yeah.
That's
The range is
All right, there they go.
pretty
It took a while, but they got the drag.
for sure.
pretty balanced. Yeah, that's
Jace goes for a shock blast.
Oh,
you
they're
just
just stealing the
yep,
red
just
buff.
shoot him right back.
Little
Trading those
thieves.
bullets. Nothing to it.
Unthinkable.
And it's lethality too.
Tisk,
This
tisk,
guy is
tisk.
just doing so much damage whoever he hits. Finally, you can see Armeo does have a little bit of armor here thanks to the fact that he picks up the locket. But his first
All
two
right,
items
so
is nothing but
Tactical's-
health. And he has
Tactical
phase
has
lock, so there's not
100%
even
crit.
an aftershock there like we were
He
talking
has
about
4
earlier.
items
being able to
on
help
him.
the Warmogs. IMT pushed
He
up
doesn't
here
really
mid
get a
lane.
lot stronger.
C9 ready to respond
Like,
to
he
him.
could get 1 more
Armeo's
item,
gonna walk
but
over
I
top of the
mean,
Scuttle Crab vision.
compared to how much IE
Your
helps
eyes on
his damage,
Blabber.
he
Usually
doesn't get
that's how
much
they're
stronger
choosing
than
to
this.
engage. Although Vulcan can manage to
Or wait, they're
find
just
a
starting
nice
it.
angle.
They don't want to deal with the supers in bot. This is a tough
Okay.
spot, though. This is betting your game on it.
Immortals
Yeah, this is super
making the
betting your
call.
game.
Castle already down to half HP.
Oh,
Berserker doing a good
wait,
job
Castle
here
got
with the
caught? No,
meatball
it's fine, it's fine,
protecting
fine.
the
At least Tactical
president.
didn't get
Berserker
caught.
popping a cleanse, getting
They're
himself
already
back
so
away
low 'cause they were
from that
taking
solar
Baron.
flare. Ole
Wait,
here on the front
they're
line
just
trying
so
to flash
low.
out now too, but he's being
Oh,
hunted down.
Vulcan not
He's
hitting
being
that.
shot to
Ole's
pieces,
dead.
and it's JoJo pulling the trigger.
Thanatos
As
is
Armeo
in on
tries to escape
Armeo.
off to the
Tactical's gonna
side,
go try
but
and
they're
help.
locking down everybody on IMT. Tactical goes for the lightning crash. But
Oh, he's in on JoJo. Oh, he's dead.
Anyway,
Tactical's dead. Game's over.
drops to
Oh, game's just so
JoJo.
over.
Cloud9
A little bit
gonna
too
clean
aggressive
them
from
all
Tactical.
up. Everybody on Immortals' side ain't going nowhere.
Oh,
except
wow,
the
look how
Lord, baby.
low.
Thanatos teleporting
Vulcan,
into the enemy
JoJo.
base. It's a 5-0, a clean
That is
8 to end the
insane.
game
That
and
last
end
fight
this
was
series.
just Well
Vulcan
played by
survives,
C9. And I
JoJo
think
survives. Cloud9 are gonna take it.
Immortals
A much cleaner,
not
a much
think it
better
all the way
game
through,
2
I
for
guess,
Immortals, but
is what I'm
still
gonna say.
not enough. JoJo gonna go up
So,
to
you know, honestly,
100 career wins now.
Game 1, it did look like
are not
Immortals
gonna
was
repeat
outclassed
their
by
spring
C9.
results
So it makes
against
sense
Immortals
what I've
here
heard
in
a little
summer.
bit
They are
about,
gonna smack
you know,
them
Immortals not being able to
2-0.
compete at the
Ole
highest
coming back to
level.
life.
However,
He's
this
gonna
second
die to the
game,
fountain
it was
laser.
close.
And at this point, that's the
It doesn't
only
look
way
close at
Immortals
this
are getting
exact
kills.
moment, but there were lots of
19-10.
points where I thought Immortals
C9
had
takes the
every
series 2-0.
possibility to win.
Nicely done by Cloud9.
So I
the second
think it was
game
a
a
good
lot more
series.
competitive.
It was definitely
Got a
taken
little
by
bit
Cloud9,
loose
but
with
it was fun.
in the mid game.
All right.
Made a few mistakes. Immortals were able to
Let's
capitalize
see.
on it.
Today is going
And
to
Tactical was able to get himself into a position
next
where he had a
one. Let's see what's next. Ooh, I'm actually so excited for this. 100 Thieves and Dig. I'm excited for Dignitas as a whole as a team. Sven played really, really well last week. And then 100 Thieves is just
Arming
always fun to
AP
watch.
jungles
I have
against
high
each
hopes
other.
for them as well.
Also, I gotta say, yes, the Senna cards
Sniper,
have that range.
Sniper,
Yone
let's
has
see
the
what he's
combo
got.
with it, but Yone,
Ooh, I'm actually so excited for this. 100 Thieves and Dig.
oh, the answer
I'm
from
super
Sniper
excited. What is this support
is
going to be?
that Camille. Although I guess technically
be some kind of
maybe
tank.
see that Camille going to the bot lane. Less expected though, probably in the top. We'll see.
Probably a tank
Yeah, it's for
BCC.
sure match up into Cassante.
Sion!
I know.
No,
Well, no, it
could
is.
be either one.
It could be, but surely it's set a Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
You put the root
guess
onto
that-
the minion,
that
and
is
then
a
you
tank
Scion
with CC.
shout
Yeah,
the
yeah.
minion that has the
Huh.
root onto them. We've all been there.
G2 pulled it
It's-
off like
yeah,
2 years ago.
That's one of those super fun bot lane duos to play, where you get
Let's
to
see, what
actually
is
make
Dignitas
use
gonna
of the
follow up with?
creative, like theoretical synergies between the
Smolder.
champs and Sound's ability to
We're
move
just going to
those
scale,
minions.
huh?
And we could also be getting some sneaky lane swapping now that Scion's in the game as well, though.
Appreciate the support, but Jad, this is your moment because you said you wanted to talk about the jungle matchup early on in the game. Now's your window.
Thank you. You
It
can
looks
see.
like Kangus's moment, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
On the chat.
I agree. Kangas, Poggers, this is going to keep
Dang, is
going.
all right.
No, right at the end, you cursed me.
If
Not the
they
first
don't
cast that curse
actually
on another
disrupt
caster.
the early jungle clears, I was tracking River last game, and he did a full
Wow, they are
clear,
aggressive. 100
2-minute,
Thieves knows
58
what they
second
want.
Zyra. But he also knows that Zyra wants to stand around the jungle camp for the plants to spawn
Meech,
for faster
all right.
first clear, which is
Island
why
Meech,
this delayed
they're going to be
invade will
aggressive,
actually
eh?
slow
They're
down
just stealing
speed
this
as well as
blue from
push back.
River.
Yeah, exactly. You want to disrupt
And River,
Siege.
I mean,
It's-
Karthus does
it's
want it.
not really
I-
as intuitive as like Shaco, and everyone
love
thinks,
it.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
we always got
Okay,
to invade
that's
Shaco
true
and
top
pop the
lane right
boxes.
there.
Yeah.
But
That's
you
true top
really
lane right
want
there.
to pop
Just
those
saying hi.
seeds, or at the very least get
Jensen.
suboptimal seeds, and we're seeing it again. The Senna here.
Yeah.
They're like, oh. Berserker
Yeah,
was
Senna's
pretty
just ganking
annoying
mid,
there,
huh?
you know, with the early
Every
Senna
Senna's
going
ganking
through
mid.
and I'm just going to pass on up to that lane swap on the top side. I mean,
They
such
saw River.
good use of the Scion early on to go
Still
for
here.
the invade.
Wow.
And Meech is also being a terror right now. If you
Meech is
have
getting
such
some
strong
damage on there.
mid-cryo, it would open up the
So in the
window for River
Cloud9
to
game,
try and
we did
invade later
see
into the clear.
Yone
But
struggle a
Spica's
little bit early on
slowed
against
down that
Corki.
Raptor a little bit. Delays him, but I don't think it's going to matter.
40% win rate, Silica, you said?
I think that. So I think that's what Spica said.
Okay.
Oh,
And I
Camille
hope I
missed.
didn't just make a lie.
just checking. Regardless,
Sniper-
you are gonna
Sniper
get
missed
what I
and took
was
a
talking about,
turret
where
shot.
Meech does go all the way up to the top lane.
Yeah.
Because as Senna, you can lane with anyone. Melee and whichever melee it is doesn't really matter here. So he comes up to Sniper on the big, slow pushing wave to crash on Licorice here.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this is the first time we're going to see Sniper versus Licorice. Well, Sniper's got some backup. Also, Meech, who has yet to play in the league at the same time that
Ooh,
Licorice
look at all
has.
those
He's
souls.
looking to get out of
Great
Sven's
job
lane
by
early on
Quid.
here.
Yeah, Licorice had such a strong
Actually,
reputation.
didn't Quid
that Sniper
replace
was like,
Jensen?
all right, I'm going to have to bring some
Yep.
backup for this. It's funny that Meech is actually
No,
visiting all
I'm
of their
so sorry,
solo
I'm so sorry.
laners this early on. Because
thinking
you
Quad
expect
from
Senna to help
FlyQuest.
out split pushers
Quid
later
and
in the
Quad,
game
their
with the
names are
R
so
button.
close together.
But he's actually winning lane for, or the top lane was already
go,
winning,
Sven,
but he
all
won
right.
mid lane, helped out Quid a lot here with the,
So
passing
Isles
through
is
mid,
there.
and then also helping out on top side here with the crash, forcing Isles to come
Sion's
and match
gonna be
with
so
Licorice, but
tanky.
It's still so much more annoying because
Oh, good dodge by
not gonna be
Sniper
able
and
to
Meech.
provide as much support here as the range harassment that Meech is providing.
I agree. And 100 Thieves, what they've done in this game is they've just created such a unique situation. Because I imagine in a lot of the jungle games that Spica has played, even if he gets invaded,
It's
it's
Spica.
not like when he goes top lane, there's two people there.
he gonna
The
be able to catch
Sion is a
Isla?
big part of this as well. If he doesn't get punished,
You know-
because
Jeez,
Spica's moved
Isla.
around the back.
Yeah, nice flash from Ayla. Gets out of danger, but that was a good angle from Spica to look for that.
No, it was. That was really, really well done.
He had to.
But that was also a lot of damage from
Now
Isla
top
onto
lane, though,
Sven.
River is coming coming around.
There's
as
great
well. Isles
bait
and
from
Licorice
Sven,
are trying to
though.
survive under this turret. I don't imagine they go for a dive. I feel like that would be really risky.
Yeah, but even
Diving
just
into
the extra
Leona
damage and
Casante is
harassment
insane.
as 2 tanks under tower at topside. You're like, you know, Isles is here. He's here for like support for you, but it's like it's not helping as much.
You just gotta soak in away your EXP, right?
These are applying.
Although
up there
maybe,
and really trying to
be
pressure
fair,
him at the
Licorice might be
CS
dead if he
under
didn't
tower. You can see
have Isles
the
there.
CS gap growing on the top side. Our dream of a split push Camille with having double globals on her team to help her out is very much alive and well.
But I want to ask you the question: do we favor
Isles
because
backed
the
and they
same
know
lead
it.
as their bot
Licorice
side.
might be
Sven
dead.
is now getting
Licorice
basically
doesn't have
3
6.
phases of Smolder, able to stack up there, and his equivalent CS lead basically to Sniper over Licorice right now, as there is actually a dive going here. No, they got a full
maybe
wave.
just gonna grab
Who's going to
plates.
tank turret first? Sniper takes the first one, and then they call it off. Meech in a compromised
wait, Meech is
position at
dead?
this point. Speaker's walking forward, going to have the flash, and now just damage back onto Licorice, who gets under the
Never mind.
turret. Little interesting
Meech was in a
maneuver
really
there from
awkward
100
spot.
Thieves. Feel like they wanted the dive, but weren't sure how to pull it off.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit.
To be fair, yeah, I don't know how you
damage in there,
kill
but also still
Licorice there without
looking
somebody
at
dying as
tower
well.
Plates as like the
It's not like
guarantee
Camille has that much
easier.
damage, level 4 with no
Casante,
items.
Is able to go unstoppable there, get right back under tower. Even as Spica was kind of hovering over, but yeah, I mean the game plan
still
and,
best of one.
is cruising
Yeah.
along, except for Ayla has no
No
flash.
flash, yeah.
Oh,
I think this is going to be a
Ayla.
dead sign on your screen, everybody. Sven, one more auto, not quite, ignite, and the
Oh,
auto
okay,
goes
Sven,
to Sven.
first blood.
First blood, picked up by Smolder.
And
All right,
that's
so it wasn't
actually
just
a
him
big
being good at
consequence
Varus.
of what
Looks like
100
he
Thieves
is
has done here. I'd
spicy
say
all
mainly a
around.
misplay by Ayla, but when you're up against a Smolder, giving him the free lane, that was the consequence of all the annoyance that Meech was doing up in top lane or even around mid lane. So you really don't want to also give him gold because he's going to be a little accelerated on stacks. He had no one really stopping him from either just pressing buttons on Scion for stacks or last hitting for free.
Yeah.
He's already up at 40 now, so he's AoE last hitting as well. The BS
So this
sword
Smolder
being
might just take
complete
over the
and hitting
game.
level 6.
Last
Sven's
picking
off to the
Smolder,
races.
Sven might just carry here.
Is indeed. Let's see.
We'll see, though.
See if we can keep it up here. Good
Ow,
stacks,
Meech
good
hurts,
money.
dude.
Meech in the
Just
mid lane
fighting
here.
the wave.
Meech hurts.
Going to be able to keep it no problem. Quid
also
teleports
grabbing
back.
the,
Quid will be able
the
to
grubs.
collect all of the extra minions.
Wow,
Might stop
actually,
the back
Dig has
here as
both
well.
people
That's
at
really nice
highest
because now you can get
XP.
another wave shoved in. Jensen doesn't have teleport.
Licorice
We're onto the
walking up.
grubs. Licorice is
No
hovering
fear 'cause
around, but
it's,
just does not
you
have the
know,
numbers
Casante.
advantage. Needs to be careful here. It looks like these belong to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they definitely belong to 100 Thieves.
I'd say Rivers
they're gonna get dragged, so it's-
currently
I
the
think it's
one
a
with
fine
the upper
trade.
hand in the AP jungle war. He
Yeah.
not only did the early invade, but he kept the tempo throughout the rest of the early game. He got basically a 7 camp
And I mean,
early
River
clear
on,
as well as the harass.
Karthus
Gets level
does
6
scale
first,
really
also
well.
takes grubs, so he's got a good start to Karthus here.
And you
It's
compare
not
that to how
super
River
squishy
looked on
on
the
Dig's
Zyra
side,
last
but,
weekend. We were
I
so
mean,
impressed with how fast
if you're
the
able to
Zyra was
ult
able
and
to
just
clear
do
and
half
get
of
all the
Smolder's
objectives.
life.
It was like the dragons, it was the grubs, it was all the scuttles, and it does not seem like Speaker's able
Wow,
to match
Isles
that.
is low after that poke from
All right.
Meech.
At least though his buy was okay on the Zyra.
And Meech has
he
0
wasn't-
items.
He wasn't like
Well,
poor
I mean, it has
or anything.
Swifty
Like a
boots,
little bit
I
behind,
guess
so
I
he was
should
still able to
say,
get
with
his
the
faded
support item.
axes
Yeah.
and the boots for the move speed,
And
which
absolutely-
are the key components here
that
to the
hurts.
speed
To be
clear.
fair, Isles doesn't really
so
have
now he's been
anything
able
either
to catch up to
besides
level
the,
6, but
Ruby
mid lane
gem.
is still
Ruby
so
crystal.
annoying. I feel like Meech here, in his travels between top and mid, has actually applied so much pressure and helped a lot. Even
Let's
though
see.
with the
So
first
Sniper
blood
should
that
be
you
able
guys
to
keep on
pretty
mentioning for
heavily
this
bully
problem
Licorice here.
of Sven, this problem of the Smolder
Yeah.
that's not on screen a lot.
That'll be later.
That,
Yeah, don't worry about that.
That is later.
Let's set a timer
and
for 20 minutes.
It also means that
60
Dignitas,
something
not only do
stacks
they have
already
the
for
dragon,
Smolder.
but they also have the gold lead here. So as much as we're hyping up
You know, I don't
the
think
annoyance
100 Thieves
factor of the Senna
outscales-
and the later
Like, eventually
stages
they
where you can
outscale
have
Dig,
these
but that's gonna be
you know,
really,
melee
really
Solars
late.
split pushing and applying all this pressure. The
Look at those plans
unseen
from Spica.
Smolder
Oh wait,
is
Sniper might be
quite
caught out
deadly.
here.
Ooh, Sniper could be in some trouble here. All out used early. Locked in place, taken down. Licorice.
Yeah,
Picking up
Sniper
that kill.
got
It's 2
caught.
on the board for Dignitas. As
Great
action
job by
bot side
Spica.
as
Spica's
well.
finding those angles.
Trying to get some damage.
Did that in bot lane,
who's
too.
turned attention onto Isles, the tank, and is just getting shredded by Sven. Still early game,
Wow,
but
Sven.
you are taking damage. That's dragging.
Oh, is Sven just gonna double kill here?
Sven's in
Flashing
there.
away.
Wait, hold on.
Has the cleanse still.
Wait.
Sven gets it.
Okay, got one and
Wants
then
to
just
kill
leaves.
him,
Okay,
Meech,
so
and
they're
is
gonna chase in
rewarded.
the Isla,
And
which
this
I'm a little
is the
surprised
weird thing
about.
about lane swaps. We ended up
Oh,
seeing
no,
this
no,
a lot
okay,
in MSI
so
with
they
Sen.
saw-
You get such a level
they
mismatch
saw Quid.
between the solo laner and the roaming support. But then when you're actually taking a 2v2 like this, like a Bomby Cinder versus a BS
Man,
sword as
guys.
the 2 carries, it's not even going to be close. So
I'm glad he's
Thieves,
doing
again,
well.
Not having the right
He's
wave
proven
position, or
that he
really
should
just
have been
standing
on
Isles,
ADC this whole
playing that
time.
correctly, Sven has just been masterfully playing this 1v1
Oh,
bot lane to
I like
now
the idea
have
from
Essence
Quid.
Reaver completed before 9 minutes.
Ayla and Meech opted for that too.
Insane stuff here from Sven. He is truly
Wow, he did
king
off
of the
40,
bottom
ulted
lane,
in.
At the moment, and you already mentioned
I'm
it,
sure he didn't know
putting
quite how much
putting a
damage that
dent
Sven was about to
into
be
the
doing there,
Leona
though.
while you've got the extra resistance
I was also, I mean,
really serve them no purpose,
Oh,
and
he
Sven
missed
is
that
going to be
Q.
free to run them down. Easily able to flash for the extra kill here, and continues with the stacks.
Oh, great flash by Jensen!
Flash away from
Great flash by
Quid
Jensen!
went in there looking for some damage and a kill. Now the Karthus ultimate coming down. Requiem
Oh, it's
will
not gonna be
though.
enough.
Still a little too early. Just a dark
Not
harvest
going to
proc.
be enough. It was spicy,
Not
though. It
gonna
looked really
be
good.
A terrible
Actually, I thought
outcome
Quid
for
was
River.
about to get punished
Getting
there
early
from
Dark
Isles.
Harvest procs is very important for the Karthus, but
Isles is only level
it's
5.
really just Meech still moving around, but it's Dignitas who's coming ahead, even though there's been all this tomfoolery by 100 Thieves.
I
And
mean,
let's be honest, when you
Meech,
say
with all those
Dignitas
souls,
are ahead, you mean Sven.
There's a chance that
Sven
eventually
is
she just
Dignitas.
shreds.
He literally like is the entire team right now. Massive stuff here for Smolder. To be fair,
Isles,
we should also give the
I felt like
props
should have
to
been
Liquors.
rooted
I
there
like
longer.
spreading
That
out-
was
spreading
super
around
spicy.
because he was under a lot of the extra pressure.
I got
with
rooted
the
and then
Karthus
immediately started
annoying
backing. Can you back
factor
while you're
with,
rooted?
you know,
I
the
thought you
center
couldn't back while
running
you
up there.
CC'd in general.
And Liquors did a good job of scraping together those CS, did not drop super
I don't know.
far
Yeah.
behind.
Which also brings us to Licorice and Sniper, because Sniper, this is his first year in the LCS. Licorice has many years in the LCS, so comparing their overall games they've played in the career,
Jeez!
it's not even close.
Look at
like,
that!
Licorice has way more
Sniper's a
experience than
baby!
Sniper. However, there is the rust factor. So if we were to just look at 2024, it would end up being a little bit different. The 28 will stay, and 3.
Who's the
Okay.
rookie now?
And in the midst of the 4th.
also
That is
lost
crazy to
most
think
of his
about.
hair.
But that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
I'm so excited for
That's the
Dignitas this
biggest
year.
nerf right there.
They're
Dignitas
all
onto
like
the
veterans, you know
grub
what I mean?
yet
They
again.
just have to,
This time
you
they're
know,
trying to deny the 6
pull them
stack from
together.
100
They have
Thieves.
to
You
figure
got
out what
the
their
first
play
3
style is going to
Rivers
be like with
Arnold?
all the veterans
for the
together.
fight. Here comes Sven, though. Watch out for the dragon.
Oh, Sven's just
Taking
gonna be
a
able
lot
to
of
melt here
damage
if you're not careful.
already. Isles
They got
goes down.
Isles, though.
Ayla tanking up a lot. Flashes a safety. Licorice in trouble on the side. 1v1 Sniper, but now
Ooh.
Meech can turn his
Licorice
attention
has
over
ult,
there.
though.
100 Thieves.
Oh, Licorice
They
is gonna ult him.
absorbed Dignitas's attempt and just pushed
Wow,
them
that was-
off of the grub. Sniper's
Licorice
gonna
got
keep
punished.
going for this.
Licorice
Gets the
got
kill on the Licorice.
punished.
Huge play from the Thieves.
Yeah, really nice trap there.
I saw the
from
idea,
Thieves, that
but
they have the
I
Sion
think
ult
maybe just
coming
walking
up
out
the
was the
river.
move.
So nice to have Ayla like section off the entire rest of the Dignitas team.
Well, of course I can say
allowing
that. I
them
just
to
saw
Thieves
that
to grab the extra
what he did
couple
didn't
of
work.
kills there. And
Really
Dignitas
unfortunate
with just
Licorice
one
dying
grub,
there, though. I mean, the
at
SCP
least
is going to
you
be able
already
to TP
denied
back,
the
but still
full
letting
6, but
Sniper get just some
100
plates
Thieves
and
here
stuff up
with
front.
5, with a bunch of turret plate money. Now they start to
Wow.
make their real
dive.
At least he's going to be able to get the
Could be a
cannon.
dive. Licorice rooted up. Ah, they're not
There
going
he
to go for
goes.
it. All right.
He's so tanky, and I think we're going to get to see this one more time. This is where the level advantage that actually granted Sven the kill in the bottom lane was big, because Ayla could ult in as a big
Wait!
Scion.
They had vision on him. He's dead!
Cleanse
Meech is
used, but
dead!
will not save Meech's life. Actually, maybe I spoke
What?
too soon. He's running away. Slowed up by Licorice. Ghosting forward. One more Q.
Meech, you're insane! Oh, he had so many
Survived long
moves!
enough for Licorice to take a couple turret shots, but that teleport was not fast enough from Sniper.
Oh
Wait, if
my!
he keeps walking and doesn't go for that auto at the very end there by tower, does he get it? Does he live? Man, the juice.
No, Cassante was too fast.
yeah,
Cassante was ghosted. Yeah.
ghosted.
That was crazy. I
it
thought
was
Meech was
really
going to
good
do something
juice up until
insane. That was almost a
very
highlight.
last moment there, though. Really nice stuff. To
Unfortunate
at
that
least
Meech
make
did
it
get caught out
interesting
there, but
and survive for a while. Meanwhile,
Oh.
Dragon picked up on the other side of the map because of the investment
that
there
Q
on
missed
top
from
side.
Quid.
Yeah, going to be 1-1. This
I wonder
we're in
if
for a
you
banger
knew
first
that.
game. So hopefully it continues to be a banger series. We still wonder about Sven 136 in
The
just
upside
13
of
minutes in terms of his
Meech
smolder
surviving
stats. He's
so
gonna be
long
getting
is now
that
Licorice is
execute
really low
at a
into this
really
Camille.
early portion.
And if Camille's
But
able to
the
get
coordination
another
of 100 Thieves is what
with a solo
we need to
or
be watching for
not
in the
another,
mid
he
game,
hasn't
because
gotten a
last
solo kill,
split,
but is
when
able
they
to get a solo
dominated
kill on
the
this
regular season,
Cassante.
so much of it
That
was
could
from game
really,
states like
really
this,
punish
where they weren't
Dignitas.
necessarily blowing people out, but anytime a team fight would happen, they would just explode the game.
And also they had good target selection.
Whoa!
Oh, speaking of,
Jesus, Sniper!
Just solo kills Licorice. Welcome back.
What was
to the
that
league,
auto?
baby. We missed you.
The classic Trinity Force is done. Guess what? Camille's Q is now a Cho'Gath ultimate.
That was
Chopped
insane.
his
That
head
was so
off
much damage.
with the leg blades.
Luckily, Speak
Puts
was
him
up
in
there
the
to make
dirt.
sure that
Sniper
Sniper doesn't
back
just
into retirement
kill the
early.
turret.
He dodges
Never
out
mind.
on the Zyro
Speaker's just
ult
dead.
and gets another solo
And
kill.
Sniper survives.
And lives it.
All right.
Okay.
No, Sniper dies.
Alrighty,
Sniper dies. Okay,
Flash out over the
okay.
top
Close.
of the mid lane.
It was close.
Jensen almost goes down. Quid, not quite enough damage.
So Sniper was already the top lane solo kill king. He didn't get a chance to go at Licorice or Spica last split because they were both down. He gets them both within 2 minutes.
Can I introduce some like point multipliers for solo kills? If you do 2v1s,
under their
does it count as
if you do
multiple?
2v1s, you get a like 2.5 multiplier. And then under a turret,
so
if
Licorice
you're
knows
diving
that
them
River's
also,
here,
it's
and
like
he's gonna be
another
able to pull it off
multiplier.
if he wants to.
Yeah, all the multipliers, because we've had a couple solo kills this
It
year
looks
where
like
it's
he's
like
not
a
going
failed
to.
dive and
He's gonna let
people
River
die.
take
That
it.
was literally last game with
You get like a
Danitos.
negative
Maybe he feels like he can't,
multiplier.
though.
On the stat sheet,
Because
it's
he doesn't
going
know
to
where
be 2
anyone
solo
else
kills,
is.
but a solo kill isn't a solo kill. And the explanation is right in front of us.
Let's get another look at that. So
let's
Licorice just
see.
walks up to the wave.
Okay,
I
so
think
just
he's
watch this
disrespecting that
damage
Sniper
right
had
here.
that Trinity Force.
Yeah. And then Licorice,
Insane.
I mean, he goes for it
Oh,
because
that was
Spica's like
insane.
walking behind him. But as he goes all out,
Wow, that was
he
actually
gets
really good
chopped
poke by
down
Spica.
immediately on the
Just with the
Q.
plants.
And Sniper sees the second one. Really
Oh,
good
great
timing on
timing.
his ultimate to avoid the knockup from the Zyra ultimate, and then he flashes out the tower shot.
Did he get hit by
Barely
the
enough to burn
plant?
him down, but it doesn't matter because you already got your multipliers.
True.
But you know what? Importantly, he's taken down 2 of the returning members. He has not taken down Sven yet. Sven, you got to watch out. I think you're on Sniper's list here because that Camille will be looking at the Smolder going forward.
Oh, that unstoppable is kind of insane from
River
Licorice.
would be here to help. They're bringing
I can't even imagine doing it.
Wave. I think they're definitely looking to dive him. No
Oh, they're going to
teleport,
dive
no
Licorice,
ghost
and then
on
they're going to
Licorice.
take the turret. Let's see if they're
He's
able
got
to
one
succeed this
completed
time. They have
item, still
Ayla.
scary to
Come on,
dive
Ayla,
with
you just
the
need
Dante.
to...
He's gonna take
Come
it.
on,
Okay,
Ayla
Talon's
needs to engage.
Ooh,
Never mind,
all out.
Licorice just gives up the turret.
Safety.
He
Turret's
says
already down.
he's going to survive by grabbing Ayla and giving up the turret.
the
I think that's
objective.
smart.
Yeah, exactly. He's good. The tower is going down regardless. They do get this one.
That was actually big brain
Licorice
right there.
At least escaping with his life, though.
I don't
don't
think I would have thought like that. I would have been like, how do I survive?
Dignitas, they are praying
How do I
to Sven
kill them and
at
keep this
moment.
turret alive and do everything at
Please,
once?
Sven, scale and carry.
He got the ult!
I don't think Jensen's
dead.
going to be the one to
He's dead.
scale here,
Oops.
as he will unfortunately be on the
Oops.
receiving end of the
Actually,
Yone
I
plus
was like,
Karthus
oh,
combo.
Jensen,
Quit
oh,
doing the
Jensen
work.
made a
River getting the credit
mistake. No
either way. The
way.
1-2
Nah,
punch too
River
much.
was ready.
What a beautiful bit of teamwork there. It almost looked like, Crid, why did you exit early? I feel like you could have stuck around for the execute, and River was just waiting there. They get more total gold because the assist and kill gold gets shared there, and River picks up a kill with his
All
own.
right, so
This
Jensen
is why we
completed
were hyping
Infinity
up
Edge.
the split
Just so much
push of
poke
the
from
double
Meech.
melee solo laner.
Meech doesn't have a completed item
early
yet.
on,
What
just
is
when we
this?
first see the composition.
What is Senna,
and
bro?
now is the first
This
point
is
in the game where
insane.
you get to see it in action. And
need to start
it
getting
is
rid of this champion.
devastating for these
But it's gonna get bot side?
low-health
Nope, nope.
carries on the side of Dignitas. Sion gonna go in, Sion gonna pop right back out of
The
Shelly,
mites!
and the tower goes down for it.
And this is where the game gets really difficult for Dignitas because they're already scared of both of their side lanes. And then I was going to say, it's just
they're gonna
hard
lose this
break
mid
through
and they're
the
gonna have
Smolder,
all of their tier
but
ones
with
gone.
the use of the Rift
And
Herald,
they haven't gotten
cracked
any
that
yet.
tier 1 mid,
Like,
which
look
is
at the
just gonna push
turret
everyone
difference right now.
even further back and
Oh,
make
this
it
is
really
rough
difficult
for Dignitas.
to approach and have good entries into the subsequent dragons.
But again,
with
Sven
50
is
seconds on the next
hyper
mount.
scaling.
Yeah, should be pretty
Already
easy
at
for 100
193
Thieves to
stacks,
continually
2-0 with
keep up
Essence
their
Reaver.
side lane pressure. That way you keep growing your gold lead as the game advances. It allows your Karthus to speed
Ooh, and they got
clear
Spear.
and then just
So
pick
2
up
items
all
in
the
already.
objectives for you, amass this giant power difference. And then by the time you do get up to the point where you have to go through the enemy team, you have such a big advantage that you hopefully can kind of steamroll them. But we'll see it right now as they've got the Camille on top side splitting. The bottom side's outer turret is still barely standing, so that should be the next objective. It has
River's been doing a really good job of
about
just farming
30%
up, 'cause eventually this
HP left
Karthus
on
is
that
gonna
one
really,
here,
really
so
hurt.
Maybe Dignitas.
I mean, super
can
even with
try and
farm
get
with
some
Zyra.
comeback efforts and
Zyra's
like sometimes
dude, just
you
AP
use
just
dangling
farms
objectives
so
like that
well
as
right now.
bait. It doesn't look like they are currently, although Jensen is doing his best
the-
to keep those minions off.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Dragon Timer as well because it has now spawned and 100 Thieves are on it first.
I remember
Sven's
to
got
use
double
this.
items as the Dragon, 201 stacks, getting close to critical mass. But there's so many threats on the enemy
my
team
allies are
that
catching
that's
up to
not
me.
necessarily a guarantee you're going to win the team fight. So I actually don't mind that Dignitas is giving this up. Maybe a little unlucky. They would have liked to keep those stacking, but 100 Thieves are just scary right now.
Completely agree, especially with
100 Thieves
teleport
are only
being
up like
on
1.7
Sniper.
gold,
Any
but
type of
doesn't it
approach
feel like
can
more?
easily get locked down.
gonna lose
like just
another
Camille ulting
turret.
someone while Senna and Karthus ult are coming in over the top.
Yeah,
He's
it's
going to be
3
able to kill
turrets
pretty
to
much anyone,
not-
especially at this
not a
stage in the game
single
before
one
Sven
from
can have any
Dignitas.
defensive items on his Smolder.
And we'll see how quickly the Smolder's able to continue stacking to 18. We
No
are
way are they
close.
gonna- yeah,
As
yeah.
100 Thieves are actually starting to hit the tier 2 turrets. with 5 grubs picked up earlier in the game. They do have very
just
strong
be careful.
CG power.
Let's
but
not
they
get
don't
caught
wanna
out by
commit to it
another.
just yet.
They're gonna ult.
Happy to
I've been there though.
Get
I've
some
been
wards
there.
in
I've been
the
there
enemy
a
jungle. Their
multitude
pick
of times. I'd
potential
like to
with
not admit.
things specifically like the Yone ultimate, like the
Their win
Camille.
card really is Sven
If they
right
find somebody
here.
out of position, they can blow them
And
up
Sven,
fast, but so far Dignitas
with how
have been
Sven's
playing a
played
fairly
last week
patient
and
game.
then
They haven't
seen
been
it a
giving
little
them
bit
those
more this week,
opportunities to just pick them
he's
in
a
their
good
own
win
jungle.
con to have.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for them because your number one goal is to first keep up your defensive vision through your jungle, because those are the areas that 100 Thieves are going to try and overtake to really increase their gold lead. After all the outer towers are down, your next step in League is always
it's
move
hard though
up your
because
vision in the
this
enemy
Yone is
jungle.
no longer
so you can
really
start
in
taking
laning
away
phase,
these buffs,
and
taking
is
away
going
these
to
camps.
slowly
We're
but
almost to the
surely
20-minute mark, so the buffs are
hurts
team-wide
so bad.
and really worth that extra little bit of taking away. And so Dig, your
You
goal
know,
in trying
I
to
really
combat
like,
that is
I really like
keep up
100
our
Thieves'
defensive vision,
position
and we
here.
surprise.
Yeah,
But
We
it's
try
all
to
to
surprise
Sven.
stack.
I
While
believe in
the
Sven. I
enemy
really
team
do.
gets greedy and wants to take
I
the
think if
whole
100
map
Thieves
and
does not respect the
increase
amount of
their
damage
lead
that
so
this
much,
Smolder has now that he
we
has
have to try
235.
and overload somewhere that
Like, he's
is
gonna get the
hidden by
Elder Burn.
vision, and then
And
make
then
some
you just have
surprise
to be
attacks
careful.
here to blow the game back open.
And if they get a 5v5 now that Sven is at 235 stacks before 20 minutes, it would be a little bit of a power spike at the moment. 2 full items for him as well.
Yeah, look at that
Sven
poke on
is-
Isla.
He's the hope. Like, the more Dignitas can actually try and create 5v5s or 5v4s, the better. But their windows are going to be so tight. You saw they got to, like, very briefly push the mid lane, but now already Sniper threatening tier 2. Jensen has to respond, doesn't have teleport. Licorice recalling because he doesn't see people on the map. Dignitas just can't actually set up for 5v5s.
All right, and the question here is, how many stacks does Smolder need to survive a Camille ult on him with a Karthus ult and a Senna ult?
Ooh.
And it's a bit of a trick
There's
question.
no amount of stacks to
Yeah,
keep you
because
alive
those
in
aren't
that
that
one.
don't help you.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the problem is, if that happens to you, you die.
How many pairs of sunglasses do you need to buy?
Okay.
At least
Ult from the
30 packs.
Isles.
I will say, they
did it
do
grab
have other
him?
damage
Close.
threats, so if everything is used on
They
Sven,
had
I know
Spica,
he's
so
the
they
most
might have
fed
been able to
member,
get some
but
follow-up
there is
there.
still a world where Spica and Jensen
trading
are able
bot
to
side.
facilitate the damage necessary while everything's blown on Sven, but it's not a fun position for Sven to be in, because you know that you have that target on your back.
He certainly does. At least he's got his flash right now.
Yeah.
So
Wow, Licorice got poked
outplay
down by
potential.
Sniper.
Spica walking into his own jungle, has to
Ooh.
flash away. Now, how
Plans
thought out
from
of position on
Meech.
100 Thieves members. Does not look like there's any collapse happening here. Licorice had TP, but there's a very deep ward he could have looked for. Not going to be one that he wants.
Camille and Sante are just trading, huh?
Okay, Sieging continues.
Good run.
Sniper
Okay,
all out.
wait,
And
Sniper's
damage.
dead here.
Sniper's in trouble. Dodges out on a lot of it, but Licorice
Oh,
will
but they were able to
fall.
trade for
One
Licorice,
one
but
trade.
Sven
That's
is
that
just
exact
scaling,
1v2
guys.
late game split push we were
That's
talking about
dangerous.
with the Karthus ult coming through. He's up at tower pushing, applying the pressure, and
they
goes
didn't
one
get
for
the
one
turret either.
when they send multiple people down there, allowing, look at the rest of the map, by the
the
way.
engage!
The rest of
The
your
engage
team
by Gwyn!
to get
Oh,
even more
wasn't
off
quite
it.
enough
Even though
to
you don't
finish
get the kill
off
on Jensen,
Jensen.
your team is able to take
there's
over
no ult from
full
Karthus,
vision
I can
coverage
promise
of the
you
Baron.
that.
They got the Scuttle Crab vision right in front of it. Karthus
Oh, Sven's gonna
continues
pick up some
farming
extra
up.
gold here
Is
as
over
well.
2 items himself, plus the extra stacks on the Dark Seal. So Sven at least here getting the outer tower gold, putting some more money in the pockets of the Dignitas Hope.
Yeah, even that last
have
solo
his
kill
third
attempt he
item,
put on
right?
Jensen,
Yeah,
the
rapid fire
Karthus ult
cannon.
is what
All
got
right.
him low in the first place. And then if Jensen doesn't sidestep that Q, it actually would have been a Karthus ult contributing to both side lane solo kills. So the
Might have
plan is
gotten an
working
assist,
incredible
yeah.
for them. Do you think Sven, after that RFC, will go with defensive
Such a
item?
close game.
Because he's in this weird
So let's
position
see,
where
Jackson's be
everything
up
is
in
on
45
fire.
seconds.
And he's so strong.
100 Thieves
Like the number of games where
could
you're this
get on the
strong
soul
on Smolder
point
on
here, but
stage.
do you think they can
I
really
haven't
team
seen
fight
someone with
into
this many
this,
stacks this
Smolder?
early, I think, ever in LCS.
I think
let
if they
alone being
engage,
3-0, but then the
absolutely,
rest
but
of
they
his
have to
team
be
is so
careful
far
of,
behind. So
you know,
you
getting
almost need to build damage
Isles
to hope to
ulted or
carry.
something
You
like
could
that.
consider a
Wow, Dignitas to start
Back
Baron.
in the itemization because we're
You
setting
think
up
they're trying
the
to
Baron
turn?
right now. This is where Spica on the Zyra has a lot of power. If you can make them walk into
Good
you,
poke
but
by the Baron.
they're just taking damage from the Baron. It's very early to start this.
They're being
Licorice
split
can't
pushed
take
right
it.
now too. So going halfway
yeah.
does nothing
Okay,
here. They're
good
being
engagement
split pushed
by
by the Camille.
Oh, they have to go
Ayla's
in.
just being a
They're
nuisance right
forced
now.
because
Meech and
Sniper's
River trying to get
bot
damage,
side.
and their Licorice tanking it up right now.
Great
Ayla
engage
goes
by
for the big
Ayla.
engage. Quit over the side as well.
Oh, there's so much
Massive
going on.
combo. Zyra will use very
Oh.
defensively, but it's not going to be enough. They're
Great
in the
job
pit
by
still.
Dignitas
Licorice will
keeping
win
up.
his fight on the
White
side.
Sniper TP'd in, and Sniper finishes off Jensen.
Doing massive damage.
Wait, but Sniper's dead to Sven.
Thieves walking
Sniper's
away.
just dead to
It's pretty
Sven.
even
Wait,
so far,
Dignitas
but
just won the
Liquid
fight.
with a double kill around the side. They lost track of him. Sniper goes down.
Quinn was on the Baron trying to finish it instead of killing Sven. Like they lost complete focus on the Dragon. They lost complete focus on the Smolder. They tried to go for the Baron there in the back.
Wait, can I rewatch that? That was great. There was so much going on.
This is going to be a comical one.
I got lost. I was looking at Sven and seeing how none of his executes were actually getting low enough to execute. It looked like everyone was incredibly low.
Oh my.
So this was a great ult by Isla. Look at this.
Start for Dignitas,
Double knockup
by the time the
onto
fight starts with
Jensen.
his ultimate,
Great
they're
ult by
already all
Quid.
about 50% health.
Okay, so
Speed
Licorice
goes down
ults
right
back
away, so
River.
there's no
So that's why
smite,
River
but gets
is just getting
just
absolutely
knocked over the
punished.
wall and can't smite. So now no one is
So
secure about taking the Baron. So yes,
Quinn
Cody,
just now
Quinn in the
leaves
middle
here.
Probably should have gone on Sven instead of messing around with this 1,000 health Baron, but he's so low anyway.
He should have just
takes one
finished it,
step
right?
towards Sven. Sven
Oh,
auto-attacks
maybe
and
not,
dies.
though.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, the way he got in there, his soul unbound was at the back of the Baron pit.
Oh, just as
okay,
dead.
back to live.
Okay.
I don't know how. I'm guessing
So it
Quinn
wasn't as
poked him down and
comical
then River
as
finished
I thought
off.
the setup was going to be, but still ended up being
Wow, I'm actually
extremely
really. I
active
really.
here. We
Maybe
get right
I'm
back
wrong,
to
but should
our
have Quinn
normal
just
game
tried to
plan,
finish off that
though,
Baron?
of split pushing.
And also going
25
for the
minute
Dragons now for
Yone with
Dignitas. It feels like
Kraken
they're
Slayer
starting
and
to sweat,
Borg.
realizing our
I don't
competition
know.
needs to
Obviously,
go
I
for
don't
the
know,
objectives.
but-
We are losing the
Oh,
side
I
lanes.
feel like
Stop
that
fighting
would've
them
been
there. We need to group up and try and get these
right move
neutrals.
here.
But
Oh, he
they also
he
get just
just
pushed
gets
out
this,
of
huh?
here.
Gets the tier 2.
So it feels like they're
And
just
100
losing
Thieves
everyone on the
gets
map.
some more
Dignitas, despite how
Dragon
strong Sven is,
stacking.
they are still struggling. Now they make the play.
Oh, Ayla's on him.
The side lane.
Sven's there.
In trouble. Lockdown should
Oh,
fall
and the
down.
ult too.
As Sven
Quit
has a lot of
that.
damage. Honey Shadow will keep Quid alive for a little
really
bit
just what
longer.
he's able to
All
get
out
back.
into Sven does not have enough damage.
Nope,
mean,
that Elder killed him.
The shutdown going into Sven also,
Yeah.
like, this is a really
this
fed
dude.
Smolder.
It's all
As the
Sven or
entire rest
nothing.
of the game and the
Sven
entire
or
rest of the map
nothing.
is still going to 100 Thieves.
Let's see, Sven or nothing.
Continues
We're all
to
here.
get richer and richer and richer.
It's
Oh, hands
almost
on deck.
impossible that a Smolder can be this
Wow,
fed
that
while his
is-
team is 5,000 gold
A
down.
TP.
I don't think I've
Losing.
ever seen something this despairing.
And they're trying to rush it. They're going to burn down the Baron while they're getting
So they're gonna
splashed
let
again.
Sniper just.
Sven's got to do that
Get
DPS.
this.
Has purchased the Seeker's Arm Guards. We got
Let's
to keep
see.
that in
If
mind.
Sniper
The
wins this
Seeker-
1v1,
for more
he
speed.
lost.
Or Ayla just
Wait, he lost the
flashing.
1v1 to Licorice. Licorice is huge.
Against Sniper, that's huge for the side of Dignitas.
And then
Got
TP's
teleport
in. They
back
got
in.
it.
Michi
Wait,
trying to
way
get
to
that
go.
damage. That is Baron secure. Now Isles goes to the engage.
Isles
Onto
goes in the black-
River.
Whoa,
That
River,
should be
that
dead
was a
card that's
chunk.
on our screen. The
Okay,
ult
so he's gonna have to
there. It's
ult here,
actually
right?
Spica that picks
Wait, he
up
doesn't even ult,
Dignitas.
'cause it doesn't
They
matter.
finally get the Baron.
Dude, Licorice won the split push over
Yeah.
there versus Sniper and then teleports into the rest of the team.
That was
Sven
insane by
and
Licorice.
Dignitas get the Baron and they got the extra kill.
They got those crafty old tricks with tons of experience. It's not like Licorice has ever been down in gold early game.
Yeah.
He farmed up. I think he had 2.5 items. I need to see how he actually outplayed Sniper there. But then
I mean,
the
it wasn't
fact that
even- he
Sven
just
was
gotta
so
dodge some of
strong
the
gave
abilities.
them a lot of
And
Baron
Sniper was, like,
damage. They just
letting him
they
take
really
damage
just
while he
turned
was on the
game around,
turret.
I think in this
'Cause he
moment,
was
they were 5,000
focusing the
gold
turret,
down to
you know
get
what I
the
mean?
solo kill and the shutdowns,
Yeah, look at this.
as well as the Baron. How does Licorice pull this off? Does Sniper overgreed the turret maybe?
Yeah, I mean, so
He just
your
takes too
Q
much
is
damage
on
while
the
he's on the
and
turret.
So there was an early
And then
lead
he
there
misses
for
his
Licorice, but
comeback.
This is the
Actually,
moment where he just,
Licorice
he just dodged his stun
absolutely
right there
dodged
really
it. Licorice
nicely,
is filthy.
And Sniper goes down.
And it's just
But,
Kasata.
yeah, getting the early start there while Sniper's
Ooh,
trying to force
I don't know
down
how
the
Quid
turret.
died, but
Another
I'm guessing he
ping off
got
on the
jumped up
split.
by
That's
Isles.
huge. Dignitas is starting to get the side lane split pushers that were giving them so much trouble early in the game.
See, Dig is coming back.
I mean, just the fact that they've gotten all these shutdowns is shocking. I didn't get to see the actual setup, but now you can see, and this is with the
That was
defensive
one
items. So I actually
huge.
really love the Seekers from Sven because he finally had enough bonus gold to have enough damage while then being able to build
Ooh,
defensive.
Isles missing that.
A lot of this is going to come down to what they can get done with this Baron, and then if they can stop that mountain.
It really comes down to if 100
fully
Thieves
on
can
Team
kill
Dig
Sven.
now. With how fed Sven is, getting the luxury defensive items, the Seekers being able to stop one of the big all-ins, the attempts there from 100 Thieves on his life. This guy
Wow,
is massive.
just ulting in
Dignitas
on there,
just
huh?
need to pivot around him. And you can see both
They do,
Spica and
yeah, they
Isles
got
will be
2-2
attached
mid.
to Sven
Remember,
at the
they
hip,
had
making
no
sure that
turrets
the peel is
when
there
100
if
Thieves
100
had
Thieves
all of their
tried to
tier
go at
ones.
him. And Sven would for
And now
sure
they're
outplay
up in
with both a
turrets.
Leona and a Zyra there and a Seeker's Arm Guard and a Flash.
Oh, well, actually, they're technically
It
even.
is.
Right.
It is going to be Dignitas here keeping up
They're
the
not gonna
pressure.
be
They
surely,
got the
but
split
they
on
are
top
currently
side with
technically
Jensen.
even.
Jensen's Corki finishing that outer tower. They got the mid outer tower tower or secondary tower already, and they're looking for the secondary tower on
There
bottom
we
side
go.
here too.
A lot of value from that Red Bull Baron buff, and they're able to continue the siege. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes.
Sven just has so much poke. Great ult by Isles. Isles jumps on in. River's dead.
Barely alive for right now, but he will go down.
River has to ult here. Sniper's in on Jensen in the back.
Jensen trying to get the
great
flank.
poke by the Karthus.
Buy some time, buy some space, as Quid cannot find the
Quid is
execute
low.
damage on anybody.
Yeah, Sven just deals so much damage with his
everything that Quid
Qs.
threw at him there and nearly killed him with the Q follow after he snapped back.
That's insane.
Flashes also both up.
Really
for
great
both
engage by
carries.
Isles
Dig
as well.
in
And then Jensen just TP's in against the mid.
Broke the ankles of 100 Thieves in
Oh,
what
2
felt
inhibs
like such
down?
a dominant early game through the side lanes. It's all falling apart at the hinges. Dignitas, they're going to take 2 inhibitors. Quid looking for another big knockup.
That does look good,
just
but
does not have enough backup
doesn't
behind
matter.
it. They need River to spawn 10 seconds. I think that's the end of the siege from Dignitas. But this game is heavily
Well, okay, so
in
they
their
have
favor from
Draxel
now
as an
on.
option to come back.
Licorice with the critical
100 Thieves is not
1v1
out of
at
this
the
game.
tower. Sniper tried
Sven
to
is
finish
terrifying.
off
That is
split push
very
tower
true.
while the rest of the team was doing Baron. And when Dignitas burned down the Baron and get all this extra gold for themselves, using that Baron to take so many towers, the
Big energy. That's
slingshot
actually really clever. I
has
like that
been
a lot.
complete. Sven rewarded. This is one of those games where,
All right, Quid, what can you do
usually
here?
people like to complain, I won my lane so hard, but the rest of my team, the rest of my team was
Licorice
just
is
slacking
built
so much.
different.
So it's
Licorice
like, I
is
won my lane so hard, and the rest of the team
ahead of
was
everyone. He's
slacking,
2 steps
but
ahead,
then
3
we won
steps ahead.
anyways.
And I think most importantly, the 2 lanes they attacked are the 2 lanes that helped them the most with this next Dragon. So they've killed both mid and bot inhibitors. That helps them get push. They wouldn't have been able to get push with just standard minion lanes because I still think there would be a bit of threat from the Yone and the Camille, but now they have those super minions. They have first setup as this Drake spawns in 10
So
seconds.
River
And
does
they've
not
got
have
the
the same
Cassante
type of
locket
engage and
as well
stuff
for the
that like
Karthus
Maokai
ultimate.
would
You have so
for
many
trying to get a
answers
steal
for a
here.
lot of the 100 Thieves
Yes,
tools
it's just like
now
walk
because
up.
of all the extra gold
Or maybe try and
afforded to
blast cone.
Dignitas. They have their Zonias ready for Sven. It's a 3-item Jensen here on the Corki.
And Flash is still
Licorice.
up too, so 100 Thieves really don't have a way to engage right now. Instead,
they're
we
in
look
on
at
Isles.
the front line. Now it's Licorice
Oh, Dig just
stepping
gets it.
up, trying to buy that
Oh, yeah.
space for Jensen to walk forward with confidence. A lot of damage on
Quid
Quid.
is
Now the re-engage
so
on the Jensen.
damaged.
He's finally able to flash.
Oh, what a
to
great
safety.
ult by the
Here comes
Karthus.
Sven.
So much
Over the
damage. Let's see
top.
what
Gets the
Sniper's
kill
able to
onto
do with that
Quid.
follow-up.
Sniper's trying to make some action happen.
Great
Does get onto Sven
dodge
eventually,
from
but remember, he
Sniper
has
on
that
the-
stasis.
on the
He
Sven
is
ult,
just
but
fine. Isles will go down.
Sven
That's a
just
fine
hurts
trade
that
for
badly.
Dignitas. They
Doesn't
still
matter
get the
that
Dragon.
Sniper does the ult.
A pretty close fight, all things considered. Second locket being picked up by Dignitas here with Isles as well. Will be some diminishing
That
returns on
was
that one. But I think
crazy.
job generally done for Dig, even if they would have liked a
At
better
least-
result
at
out of
least
that
100
fight,
Thieves
because
didn't
they
just lose it
stopped
there. If
the
they
Mountain
lose that
Soul
fight, that
from
game is
100
over.
Thieves. Sven didn't have to
Baron's
burn
up in
any
what?
critical
Let's
cooldowns.
see,
It was
40
just
seconds?
he burned his flash.
They got Flash from Sniper, Quid, and Ayla before Baron spawning in under a minute.
Great
Now it's gonna
engage on
look good.
Isles. Able to
All
output
right,
some
so they
damage
started
here.
out on
Quid just gets poked
Isles
down
there,
so
getting a
heavy.
big chunk, and then try and chase them after taking the dragon. But look
Ayla
at the
going in
River
on
too.
Jensen?
Camille coming up and is going to
Yeah,
be able to
Quid
apply the
is
extra pressure. As
super,
everybody
super
went
dead
back
back
for
there.
the Quid kill there.
Really
Yeah,
close by
big
Sniper.
chunk of damage coming through.
Oh,
Dig really
yeah.
did have to move through a bit of an awkward angle there, so I think a
If
little
Sniper
bit
would have been able to
fortunate
get on
not
Sven, maybe?
lose that fight. But
But Sven
I just
also
wanna
has
gush
a,
about Sven for a second as Baron comes up
what
in
do you
10
call it?
seconds, because this guy played
The
support
Zonias,
for
so I
a
don't
couple
think
years and
Sven
then
would've
didn't
died
play
either way.
professionally for 6 months. And this
So
is
I
some
don't
of the
think I've
best
seen him
Smolder
use
I have
Zonias.
seen in the LCS, especially from
Oh, Isles is in on
and
River.
ability to keep his head.
And he's in on River.
Here they go.
With the ult with the
Top,
follow-up.
River's taking a lot of damage here. This could be a huge pick
Oh,
for
River's dead.
Dignitas.
River's
They
dead.
got
Sven
the
just
jungler.
melted him.
Requiem.
Meech does hurt, to be
Not gonna
fair,
go down. I think
but...
it's on cooldown there, so
Oh, they're just
huge
already-
pick,
oh, wait.
and they also
Baron's
are
dead.
just on the Baron regardless.
Wait,
Not
Baron's
take
just died.
anything away from Sven and the Smolder, but he also
perfect.
He did get to lane against the Scion.
Yeah.
That lane swap by himself while the enemy
Yeah,
center
and that
was
was-
in mid lane and top
again.
lane the entire time.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
Sometimes
was
that
pretty
happens.
free stacking and pretty free farming.
That was,
Truths,
I think
Kobe,
a
two
lot of
truths.
this
And
does
then
come
also
back
got
to
two
that,
really
that
early
final
kills,
pick
but
on Dignitas'
He's
side.
amazing.
Yeah.
Nope,
They
love
saw
him and
the
everything.
I've
the,
seen plenty of
draft,
2-0
they went with the
Smolders that
Smolder,
didn't
and
turn
Smolder's
into this.
bang off.
I just say that also Licorice in a harder position
Oh, great
has
TP.
done some really amazing work for the team.
Great
too. So
engage
props
by
to both of
Isles.
them.
And now they're looking for the final turret here, the final
Let's see.
inhibitor. Isles is just taking
Quid,
it up.
Quid just,
Finally, the
even when he
turret
goes
will
in,
go
he does
down.
damage, but just doesn't compare to the damage that's being dealt to
Sniper's in
him.
the side lane. He has teleport.
Yeah, this is
I think
risky though. It could
Sniper's
actually
gonna
be
be
the game.
able
They're
to
trying
get
to cut
an
himself to
inhib
hold him
here.
off.
Yeah, the
A lot of damage
down,
here
big
from
damage. One turret's
River,
already
but
fallen.
no.
and the front line is struggling.
Wow, wait, that was really good. Great job by Ayla.
Sniper is committing to the split
Hold
push.
on.
He wants to go for the back door. Hopefully the rest of the Thieves can hold the line and stop the backs from coming in. It's looking good. So far, Quid's going in. Speak into stasis. Backing happening from Jensen.
Okay, so Jensen got back.
There, Sniper. He gets one turn. Quid goes down. Almost got out of Speak Up.
Wait, Sniper.
Another ultimate from the Smolder. Double.
Wait, 7-9.
Sniper almost takes Jensen.
No, Sniper, he was so close to greatness.
Dignitas hold the line.
Oh, that was really, really well played by Dignitas, but also really well played by Sniper. Ooh, that was close. That was such a close game. Oh, that was beautiful done by both sides. Oh, what a beautiful game. I need like 100 more of these specifically.
That is the best news. Dignitas come out with another victory
That's game
in the
one.
first game of
That's
a
game
series.
one.
Yeah.
Now the question becomes, in the best of 3 world
Actually,
here,
this is second week
can
in a
they
row
keep
with
it together
Dignitas
this
won
time?
game
Can they
1. So let's
finish
see
out
how
this
game
series?
2 holds.
They're a crafty
Let's see what
team,
they got.
that's for sure, because they were...
And I'm
First 3
loving
picks from 100 Thieves. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be a threat, obviously. The ulti from Vi and Talia. So there's
Let's
going to be
see,
a
this
lot that
could-
100 Thieves have
Let's
to
see how
get
they're
to the
gonna
back
round
line.
out the rest of this draft.
I mean,
How that ends up working out for Speak
And
Up,
I'm
that's an
so
awesome
so I saw
there have
Ezreal
been
last
jungle
week.
metas out
It
there
was
that
Ezreal
had
mid.
Morgana
I'm excited
imprinted
to
in it.
see
I remember
Ezreal
with
ADC.
Brox's Morgana jungle
Yep.
a little bit there. But this one makes a lot
Most useful
right.
here in this one.
And it's a
Sven
value meter
on-
against like Morgana, Corki, Ezreal. So theoretically, it
on
should give a
Ezreal.
lot of value.
For me,
Let's
though,
see.
the
Played
best
amazing
pick
on Varus.
and the biggest
More
story here
jungle.
is Dignitas
Damn, why
saving
pick Vi? That
R5
shot's so bad.
for jungle
Focus up.
counter pick.
Yes.
And it being a real jungle counter pick.
Yeah.
Morgana is actually been
pick
played
more?
a decent amount right now because of the Faded
That's
Ashes
funny.
introduction and bringing back
No, I'm so
the
hyped to see
clear
how Sven
speed
does on
meta
this
with the
Ezreal.
extra experience
Played
in
really
jungle
good on
camps.
Varus last week.
Morgana's
Played
a
an
very
amazing
quick
Smolder
clearing
game.
jungle still, even after they tapped back down
And
some of the monster multipliers. And you get to the point here that you can queue the large, like large wolf or something like that, the large monster in the camp, and put your W down and walk away and clear extremely quickly. That way, once you get your Leandries done and stuff like that. So very, very, very pivotal counter pick here. It is always so good into specifically Vi, but also the Ashe is really, really going to help here. So Spica, biggest thing for him that we want to keep our eyes on is going to be the positioning,
Jensen
and
already
will he
being
be
half health
around
is
for the
so
counter
rough.
ganks, because you can really counter gank very effectively with this champion.
And we saw in the all chat at the beginning of the game, Dignitas also weren't too impressed with that Vi pick, despite the fact River has been very successful on it in the past. You're right that if Spica can predict where River is going to be going and set up those counter ganks, makes River's job very difficult. So watching the early jungle pathing, we see that they're starting on opposite sides. We'll be pathing opposite directions. Licorice getting that one
Licorice
little
is
ward
gonna
down
super
there
bully
to
Sniper
spot
early
if
on.
the Vi is going to be coming up top side at any point early.
Yeah, Morgana's a very relaxing jungle to clear with, because your W just gets reduction when it is on one of the large monsters, and you just get to keep spamming it while you're checking all of your lanes, looking for good counter gank angles, good binding angles to come in and really supplement them with. It's also kind of interesting because you can even lend a lot to some pushing lanes like the Renekton into the Cassante here,
but the Qs from
make the life even more
Ezreal are just rough to deal
painful
with.
there for the
Especially if
opponents.
you're landing all
So
of
we'll
them,
see
and I'm
how he
assuming
plays, because
Sven's
right
gonna
now
land the
playing
majority
with
of them.
pushing top, with pushing bottom feels really nice for a Morgana, but both junglers are just starting opposite sides and full clearing.
I mean, at this point, Spica's job, very chill. Just focus on power
Very
clearing.
chill.
I will say, though, these side lanes that are
good poke
both
there by
shoving
Quinn.
in, both need to be aware that they could be under threat if the Vi looks for an early gank here, because
missed
specifically topside Licorice does not
Assume
have the
not,
backup
right?
of Spica. It looks like
wait,
we're
maybe he
pinging
did.
there. So maybe River spotted on that ward that Licorice had
Guessing he
dropped
did,
down
actually, now
earlier,
that
which
I'm
will
looking
give
at it.
Licorice that information, try and get this wave in, and then back off to safety.
Happens to the
River
best of
is
us.
just going for a full clear, so no
Wow,
super
okay,
early
Licorice.
ganks yet.
Not quite
That was
yet,
spicy.
just
You were looking good
clearing
there.
out the opposite side. They'll split the Scuttle Crabs, no problem. And it's going to be an interesting one as we get later as well, because having Sven on the Ezreal along
So
with
Licorice should be
Jensen's
able to get
Corki
some
here,
vision down here
Dignitas
and
are
see
set
that,
up with pretty
River's
good
gonna be on the
backline
Scuttle.
carries
Ooh,
for
great
later, too,
engage
if they
by
have-
Isles!
Sending up Meech.
Oh,
Biggest flash
Spica
out
with the
of him.
Q was so
No
close.
cleanse necessary, though. Spica going for that early look bot side and might even look for more here. Slow down.
Ooh.
Needs to be careful and
Hit that Q.
respectful. Winter's by tags him, but no more autos.
Yeah, and
Oh,
you know,
Sven's
it's
just going to get a free
opposite
play
side
here.
so you don't have to even worry about the Vi, so you can get super aggressive.
Sven
and
is
piss them off
looking
the wave
strong,
too.
guys.
Getting a flash out of Meech is
Oh,
big,
that was
but
so
also
beautiful by Sniper.
getting them off the minions even for a little bit there, dropping a few more under the tower is going to be a lasting impact. Ezreal now scales really, really nicely. The buffs on the ultimate were super nice for him too. We'll see if Jensen also goes with the Muramana Corki style this time around. You do not have to go with the Muramana.
It's interesting. I don't know who wins between Talia
You
and
can't go with the
Corki.
Infinity Edge.
I don't actually see it a whole
if
bunch. I feel like these
Dignitas
champions
run
are banned a
double
lot.
tiers on their AD carries and have
Good
similar
poke
power
from
spikes
Talia,
once
though,
they start
right
to get
there.
those transforms coming in,
Yeah.
or if they go for the IE version.
And I know that the lounge is talking about it during pick and ban, but I want to get your thoughts on it, Kobe, because this is a very different
Ooh.
look for 100 Thieves. And while it doesn't seem
Let's
like we have
see.
a heavy
Ezreal
action
back
early game, I
got
want to
Tyr and
hear
Cole.
what you think about them as a team. Very young players, but they're willing to
Interesting.
pivot so much from that game
Back
one,
when
where
they
it's all
got
about the side lane
multiple
push, all
starter
about these
items.
solo laners. This time around, it seems like they're going to.
I'll remember that. Hold on.
I
I plan on
guess,
playing
but what
Ezreal
do you
pretty
read on
soon
that?
here.
Yeah, I mean, it was
So
a
I'll
really
have to
good game
remember to
plan
pick up
until the
start
Morgana
with Dorns?
counter
That's
pick comes in.
interesting.
I was one of the biggest fans as Isles
Isles!
is the most annoying
Isles, you wanted
support.
it that badly?
That's the biggest.
You wanted to
hater of
ignite
Meech
that
right there. Just
badly?
walks up and ignites to stop the
What was
back.
that? That
Might
was
regret
almost
decision
petty, bro.
here.
That was almost
Sven will
petty. You
have to use
cost
the
Sven
cleanse. They will
the
take a
cleanse
lot
and
of damage.
everything.
Sven
Wait,
will
but
get first blood.
Sven's
River over the
crazy.
wall
Sven's
will
actually
answer
crazy.
in kind.
You got a
and
kill
Flash
for
Sven
it.
gets him to safety.
Never
but
mind,
one-for-one
Isles.
trade.
I still think that was
Sven
petty, but
cashing
that
in.
it worked out.
And yeah, they go for the kill there. They turn it right back around, get it first.
It would have been
themselves.
great if River didn't
does
show
end
up.
up
If
going.
River didn't show up, it would have
Not
actually
gonna
it wouldn't
matter
have
too
been
much
petty
for
at
him,
that point. It would have
as
just
he
been
can go
a
back
well
up to
done
the
play.
other, opposite
I
side,
think
but
it was a little petty.
Sven investing both summoners there and flashing at the very end, right over the wall.
Got a kill though.
Might be something that they can punish. It's going to be a
Can you
little
even
bit
punish
difficult,
Ezreal
but
without
no
flash? 'Cause he
cleanse
just has
and
a
no
free
flash
flash.
now on the Ezreal.
You totally can.
Maybe River, if he can rush into the level 6,
Ooh,
I
really
think
close by Quid.
might be able to look bottom side again. But generally, when you're Vi Talia, you want to use your first
sneak,
ultimate
Isles is there
for the
just gonna get
Talia
grubs, huh?
to try and get your kill pretty early there. Sometimes it's dangerous on a Corki though.
Oh
because
wait, Vi doesn't know
it
they're there.
moves you very close to the tower.
They could get River here.
Not gonna
They could just
land
jump
right
on
there.
him.
We see a
And
lot
he has
of
no idea.
action from Dignitas up here in
Yeah.
the top
Right.
jungle. Point blank route plus the stun from Leona. They're trying to lock down River. Vault Breaker blocked
River had a Vault Breaker.
by Isles'
he have
body.
flash?
Flash forward, stunned up. River. Oh, he gets over the wall. Flashes a
Oh
safety
wait,
with the blast
River, that was
cone.
great.
Is he out of there?
No, it doesn't matter. You were
Jensen
dead.
with
It
a
wasn't
flash
great. You
commitment.
wasted
Spica
flash.
actually is the one that gets the kill credit. 100 Thieves could not get their
Oh,
jungler
that was
out of there.
insane.
Oh, Dignitas! They're
And
able
now
to chase
they
him
get
down,
grubs.
so their
That was
invade that
aggressive by
starts
Dignitas.
on Grom.
One of the reasons they could do is
eventually
'cause
does
Licorice
find
was
the kill,
bullying
getting the
Sniper with
flash
his
as
pick.
well, and Morgana absolutely melts Void Grubs here. Group them all up on the W and getting that reduction
just
that we
gonna kinda
talked
poke
about.
here a little
They
bit.
burned through them all just in time. Grom arriving and making it kind of scary.
Hey, yeah,
mean,
Winter's
Quid
Bite
does
on
do
speaking
damage.
again. Black Shield used very
Wait,
early.
that was
Now
beautiful.
Sniper jumps in.
Hold
Nice
on,
double
Sniper.
knockback, but Licorice gets right
I didn't
onto the
realize you
backline.
had that.
Sniper's in trouble. Quid's in trouble
Oh,
as well. Quid will get
beautiful.
one onto Isles and actually
Wait, that was
still
so beautiful.
survives. Sniper tanking up so much damage there from Licorice.
And it's because 100
Watch
Thieves have
that
sent
E
everybody.
again.
So they brought Meech, they brought Ayla. They
That
brought
was
the entire
beautifully
team after
done.
their jungler had
Really
gone
punished
down.
Dignitas
And they
for
got the
going for
kills,
those
but
grubs.
The objectives have already been taken, so a few more
Also,
kills
Ayla,
there, some extra money.
well done.
And
I
we're gonna
really
try
thought
and
you were a
make
little
them
bit
pay
too
with
far
some
forward there. That was
regular jungle camps here.
beautiful.
At least stealing away the Raptors, which does get them to the level 6.
Yeah,
That
has
was
the
great.
ultimate available now. Did not have it for that earlier play here, but
All
let's
right,
get
yes,
another
yes, yes,
look
let's
at
watch
that
that.
because, yeah,
Really,
you're right,
really
the
well done
numbers
by,
advantage did exist.
By Ayla.
And Spica
Quality
is
with it.
correct here.
Watch
He
this by
saves
Sniper.
Black Shield right
Just
for the
grabs
last tick of
both
the
of them
Braum,
into it, and then with
stun
the
to pop on
Talia.
him. So he's going to be the only
Oh,
one
that was just so
survives.
wonderfully
Everybody
done.
else tries to go all in. And
Spica
tries
should just
to
be
finish
happy they
off
got
Sniper,
out.
But they're unable to do it
That
because
was
the entire
insane.
100
And River showed up
squad
at the
had
end,
made
too,
their
just
way
in case
over.
something was
They
needed.
kept Ashe there. Meech was pushing mid lane. Grayson would have liked to
That
do
was
something
really well done.
about the earlier
Okay, so
death,
Ayla
but-
got hit, but it's also,
Hero
I
with
mean, it's
Winter's Bite
Leona.
means Isles with no flash is going to go
Ayla,
down here.
just
Nice
dead.
little pick. That's the advantage of the Ashe, the 80 carry that can have that go button.
This
Wow.
100 Thieves pain train, Genghis.
Yeah,
they
no
are
kidding.
moving as
Dignitas
a
still up
group,
1,000
and they are
gold,
getting
actually. That's kinda
rewards
crazy.
For it. When in doubt, just group up and force
Most
stuff
of
with
it's
your
on,
heart's
Sven.
They have loads and loads of hard CC, masses of it, and they just are able to get their kill again onto bottom side here, taking out Isles into the Dragon.
And I want to take an opportunity to talk about the AD carry that made that play happen there. Given the tool with the Ashe, we talked a lot about Sniper last game, but this time Meech, another rookie coming into the league that is playing against Sven. I mean, basically the same narrative for Sniper versus Licorice exists for Meech against Sven. Has never played against this guy. And Meech, I feel like he's just kept scaling throughout the year. Didn't have the biggest debut because
I've done that so many times where it's just like it survives at like 1 health and you're just like, oh, don't do this to me.
Spring, then a lot of Senna comps. I really want to see 100 Thieves lean more into this guy as a playmaker because that is something he showed the ability to do when he was in the NACL. And hopefully he's confident enough to do that here in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, I really like them in their series versus Energy as
good little poke there
towards mid lane. Just kind of
first
annoying.
Strike on Spica.
Cap you with the W, get the little burn on there, and allow Jensen to go for a very offensive trade. But yeah, their series versus Energy, I think here so far in summer, Meech has looked quite good for them.
Wow,
and a lot of
all right.
people kind of underestimate
River
that
on
bottom
Isles?
lane as Isles again.
Okay, flash committed from Ayla. Not necessarily
Isles
needed,
got
but
caught
it
out
will
again.
work. It sends a message. River gets the kill as Isles gets caught yet again.
Well, so Spica's able to grab this because they know where River is,
next
but then
time,
River's just grabbing the
River
rolls.
did just invest ultimate timer. But the pace that 100 Thieves have kept up with all of these picks here, just
actually Spica, by the way, is up
chasing
in form
around
now
the
by quite a
Dignitas
bit.
members that don't have flash, that cannot escape there, and grabbing up another kill. At least it cost them some jungle camps. Spica keeping up his speed clear, and Dignitas, of course, still over 1,000 the gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, Spica's clearing, but it's actually the solo lanes that are
really
having these massive CS advantages. It's surprising to see 5 versus 2 kills with the Dragon advantage to 100 Thieves, but the gold still being on Dignitas' side, even Sven being well ahead of Meech, so just the CS numbers keeping them in the game.
Yeah, Sven having got that turn for the kill on bottom side helped out a lot. He's got the Cull, of course, so once Cull pops as well, going to be a nice another bit of a payday. And he did buy the tier really early on first back, so he's going to have the transformation a little bit earlier than Jensen, but Jensen also is going to be Muramana plus 24 still as he is going to get a wide burst to River, but not quite wide enough as he wants to bait a little bit,
it wasn't even a trade, really, but
behind him.
Great engage by River, and that alone might be enough
to go back to that point of just the
grab them the grubs, especially, quick follow-up with
I think a big part of that is that it's just not something that we see the younger rookie players being as proficient as these more veteran players. They have more experience under their belt to actually, make sure that they're getting all that CS, something I wish that we maybe prioritize a little bit more in the developmental leagues as River gets away from Spica's.
That would have really hurt.
Yeah, that last play, it was kind of cool because Jensen is like talking with Spica. He's right behind him. He wants to bait River.
I was waiting to see if
Ezreal
was going to EM, but that'd also be really dangerous.
But the ult on his cooldown wasn't back up anyway. Yeah. So still ticking away, and now River.
Melt these,
I think it's a couple seconds away. It's
they might get pushed again.
But it's on right now. I can tell you that. But you are going to be engaging into that Morgana with the Black Shield. Licorice frontlining.
Wait, never mind. They just melt Quinn,
and there's no answer from River because it's a Black Shielded.
They just absolutely melted Quinn.
On top of your AP mid laner. Sniper's going to try
and
create some space.
Is Sniper going to be able to do something here?
Jensen.
To River ults into Jensen.
Big damage.
Oh, Jensen gets out.
Over the wall. He repositions.
Wait, River's dead.
The flash to
River's dead.
follow. Dignitas
Sniper's
huge in the play.
Crazy.
The big Dignitas Summer indeed. They are
River missed his flash
here in this game. Another
I wonder if it'll show us. River missed the flash. He tried to follow Jensen and then
massive
just
gold
missed.
Lead. And full 6 grubs means they will annihilate the towers. So whenever you have a big gold lead early on and you got the full 6 grubs, it makes it a lot easier to finish these games out. You've got double AD carries.
You've got the
so Morgana counter pick. And the Morgana has been the star. This one
great engage by River on the
other
Jensen.
early binding.
Ulted in.
Has been good with both the shields as well as
River
the bindings.
Just missed it. That's rough.
And Jensen escapes over the
Jensen survives, and then it's just a 3v1.
Getting the
3v2 technically, but yeah, Ayla makes the right play.
At this point, this is one of those points where, you can start to stretch out a little bit. You have such a massive
not that hard,
Yeah, really good stuff. But things like that where instantly flashing, turning around while the enemy is just like eyeing you on the objectives. It's a really good punish there.
Look at Jensen, he has 4
assists. Quickly flash, they turn around, and now 100 Thieves
Well,
are
that's
in a
3
very,
kills for
very
Licorice.
dangerous spot.
And I was talking about this last game a little bit, but Dignitas, they have more synergy than I would have expected for a roster that's essentially brand new coming into Summer, multiple returning players. You look at how they set up that grub fight.
Licorice is
Jensen's
up
in the
30
perfect spot.
farm,
Licorice and
38
Spica
farm.
clearly were on the
30
same
after,
page. This is
at
an
least
amount of
30
synergy that
after,
we haven't even seen
Seven
teams like
Cruises
Cloud9 and Spring be
Oh,
able to
Rivers is
achieve
chilling.
this early in a split. So very impressive that Dignitas has been
Are
able
they
to play
gonna-
the
oh, no,
game
Licorice
in
leaves.
this manner. 100 Thieves have yet to really find a way
That's
into
too
this
bad.
one. And now the
That
gold
would have been a good
is,
catch if
even
they could have got
more
that shutdown
in
on
favor of Dignitas.
Licorice.
Still 5 kills to 100 Thieves, but a couple more picked up by Dig. Plus, like you said, those grubs. 100 Thieves have a uphill battle ahead of them as the dragon to spawn.
I just love that
Okay,
in the
Dignitas
LCS
just
so
starts it.
far, we are seeing
Oh!
really, really embracing some of these picks that have not
Good
been
ult by-
heavily
or, good
utilized
engage by
across
Sniper.
the world.
He
that
did ult,
much.
though, so
Even though
if
in
he doesn't
solo
get anything
queue, there's a
else,
lot of things
might
that
be a little rough.
sometimes find success and don't make it
Great
on the
ult
stage.
by Isles
Forward,
onto
locking down
Quid,
Quid.
and
He
Quid's
flashed to
just
safety,
dead.
but there is no safety.
Quid is
Isles
just
with
dead.
the kill credit.
And Spica
Jensen
got
doing the
the
damage.
drag.
Nice little roam.
Kangas,
Yeah.
this one's
We're
going
about
to
to
be brutal.
leave, yeah.
To be honest, this one is going to be brutal.
I was really hoping we'd get a couple more like that last one, but I
Yeah.
think it's going to be more like the first series.
Yeah, that first game
Wow.
was so back and forth. We end with a base race even after a huge comeback that Dignitas had to make. But whenever you have a first game like that in a series where Dignitas
And
are the
then
team
Sven
that
is
make
just
this big
got a
comeback
plate
goal
or got a
deficit,
turn, is just
if you
still
go into
pushing.
game number
15 minutes
2
in.
and that team
Let's
that
see,
just made
Cole
the
should be
big
done, right?
comeback also is the team that now has a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes themselves.
Has Sven died yet?
Woo!
Yeah, it was just a great engage by Isles. I don't think Quid did anything wrong either.
Dignitas
This is
believers.
rough.
And a lot of people, when they saw this roster, there were a lot of skeptics because a lot of these players, have had quite a few years under their belts in pro play, and a lot of them not being in pro play the very previous
Let's
split
see, Sven.
gives some
has
question,
completed
people
full 1-0
are not
with
very
Trinity
trusting
Force.
nowadays of of veteran players keeping up their
Up
work ethic.
1,500
If you know
gold.
these
Licorice
specific
is up
players,
also
these
1,500.
specific players,
Great unstoppable
all
by
have
Sniper.
very strong work ethics and have been spamming the solo
Ooh,
queue.
they're
and
really going
trying
in
to
on
work it.
Isles.
The game for
Wow.
100 Thieves, though, has been this so far.
Rivers on
Catch
Sven.
Isles on rotation while he's going for these little ward pads.
They got
The big
Isles.
engage locks on 100 Thieves deep in the enemy jungle. Now
Spica's
Spica's walking
there, gotta be able
forward.
to
We'll
ult
just
in.
press Black Shield, press R button.
Oh,
Sven's
Sven
over
does
the
so much
wall.
damage, but doesn't
Perfect
have ult.
position here. Gets engaged.
Great
Still
buffer
flashes
by
safety.
Sven.
Breaker forward.
Wait,
River
River got him.
and
River
will
got
get
Sven.
his
That's
man.
his first
They
dubs
trade
of the
Ayla
series.
for it, but 100
Great
Thieves
job
walk
by
out with an
100
extra kill on
Thieves. Bringing it
Licorice.
back.
And they're not trying to be done, but they got or they got binded here.
Yeah.
Black Shield onto Spica, and then the binding right into Sniper. So
Ooh,
they
they
put a
needed
stop
that
to the
fight
play,
really badly, and they got the
there from
shutdown
side of
on
Dignitas,
Licorice,
but it's a
too.
huge thing here for 100
That's
Thieves.
unbelievable.
Nice to see them not rolling over, fighting back, and with objective bounties in the game.
So Spica does have burn,
want
so you have to
get
be kind
more
of
out of
careful.
it, but they just can't. Teleport up
Yeah.
top side here from Dig 2.
Oh, maybe they're going to
going
commit
in on
onto
Jensen.
Jensen now.
Nope,
It would be very
Jensen
dangerous
just
without
able
the
to walk
ultimate
out.
on the Vi.
Yeah, you could tell the plan, and I'm definitely down with that too, where like you get some sort of a window back into the game. You really want a gold bounty from one of these objective bounties because the ones on the neutral objectives like Rift Herald are bigger than the ones that start on turrets. The turret ones are only 250 at base, and the Rift Herald one is 500 at base, multiplied by how far you are behind. But
I didn't
it
know
also
that.
takes a long time to take that Rift
See,
Herald.
I don't pay attention. I just see it glows yellow.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
and
get
then you
that
get
one.
That's
you
me.
get the
I'm
noise when
with
you
him.
take it. The
I didn't know the
gold
exact
process.
numbers.
Satisfying. And unfortunately, in my solo queue games, I'm often in that position. But not going to be picked up by 100 Thieves.
The
'cause they-
self-report.
Yeah, it's all right. They get pushed off the objective. We're going to get another replay,
Wow,
though. 'cause it
I was really
a
surprised. I thought they were going to
committal
get really
on
punished
Isles,
for going in
which
on
is how
Isles
they haven't getting a lot
specifically,
of
but that
their
was a
kills
great engage
Yeah, I
by
like
River
that
on
he called that
Sven.
out the first time around. This has been the target that has been the easiest for them to pick off.
Yeah, they have
Obviously,
killed Isles a
Leona
lot,
is
actually.
kind of notorious for it, like the class of supports like
Great engage by
Nautilus, but,
Spica.
this is where it
Sven just
also
ended up
even
getting
kind of
poked by
ballooned
too
for
much.
them. And I thought this was a really good arcane shift
Hey,
from
it's
Sven
back
over
up.
into
That
the
was
rapid
great.
pit.
That was really
The
well
River
done by
says, I don't
River.
care.
Yeah.
I'm flashing after
And
you
then, yeah,
too.
the
I'm gonna
shutdown, they
make
got
sure.
off
You're not
Philly
getting out
River.
of that one.
Or, I'm sorry,
we're
off
getting
of
there.
Philly
Oh,
Licorice.
River flashing for
River
more in the mid
again!
lane as well.
Wait,
Pick
River
onto
again with the
Spica.
engage.
100 Thieves with the pincers
That's engage.
will
Or-
actually
or
get
that's
one
insane.
kill. They lose their mid turret outer for that though, and still a 5,000 lead for Dignitas.
Okay,
But
River
they're
on
showing,
Vi
like you
is
said, they're
is
fighting
looking
back.
good.
They're not just
Where's this
laying
alt chat?
down
What was that
and,
alt chat
giving
again?
up the game.
Yeah,
Why?
definitely, a bit of catharsis there as well as they're able to take down a Morgana, which has been such a difficult thing.
It's a little caught out. Let's
no
see what
ultimate
happens.
available,
Though.
no flash available. The only way out is to win the fight, and there's just no chance. Nice
River
little
and
find from
Sniper are there,
Jensen
though.
Isles. Is there a punish, though?
River-
River and Sniper are here.
No,
He does
okay.
have ult,
We're
but
just walking out.
yeah, not going to be enough damage around them.
Oh, wait, Sven!
Knocked up, and Licorice jumping in onto
Okay,
Meech,
so they're
which is
sacrificing
right.
Licorice here,
Strong
right?
passive will stun up Licorice.
Great ult
Gets
by
that stuff
Sven,
from Meech.
but
He's
yeah,
playing
there's
this
just
fight
nothing.
beautifully, as River will get the kill.
Actually,
but
I was Sven was going to
Meech
get caught out.
just
I thought
dodging
Sven was going to die after you got hit,
And full
knocked up from
credit
the
to
Braum
River
ult.
on the pivot here. River pivoted on going for a topside chase there to go mid lane and get this one, turn it around with the skirmish. They got both summoner spells out of Sven in addition to that pickup kill on
And didn't
Licorice.
even have to burn the cease and desist, so he still could look for a proactive play as
Yep.
Dragon's up in 20 seconds. He's the only one on the map. Everybody else is reset, but River will try and just, body ward, take away a blue buff here as well, so
Pika's
Dignitas
just
can't walk in.
farming
This could
really
be a Dragon
well.
picked up by 100 Thieves.
Yeah. The only
It's just-
thing
it
for
just
100
doesn't
Thieves
matter.
is,
I feel like
man,
River
we
is
keep
just
seeing these really good
doing
plays,
more on the
trying
map.
to fight back into the game. But then you check Sills,
Or maybe just lately
and
he's been
Dignitas
doing more.
have been pushing all of the other lanes. So
The
like
Isles
gold
needs to just be
lead
careful. I feel
is
like he's
really hard
got caught
to
out
budge.
quite a few
It's
times here.
barely budging up there. Still,
I don't think they're
almost
always
up
false.
at
Sometimes it's just a
5,000
really good punish
for
by the
themselves. But
by the
this is
100
what 100
Thieves.
Thieves have to do. They have to keep forcing.
Again on the Isles. They're
Yeah, I don't know, though. As I said it.
Ayla find a lot of space, but River
Oh,
still
but they
taking
punished
damage,
River!
then
Wait, they
dances
punished
around
River!
the
Oh, wait,
fight.
wait, they
2
also
kills
punished,
over to Dignitas as
Isles.
100 Thieves will try and hold
Or
the choke
Ayla,
point
Ayla,
at
Ayla.
their own entrance. They have Sniper looking for a potential
was able to
flank, but
survive.
does not commit through the River, so Dignitas, they win the fight, they'll get the
I
dragon.
thought that they had engaged on
that
Isles and
one,
killed him again.
River ulted onto Isles, which is like that's the target they're trying to kill. They're trying to pick him again. That has worked. But also, Spica got the counter Black Shield.
Nice.
The direct counter to Vi.
That looked actually really
popped it on
clean for a
just in
dragon
time,
from
so,
just one mage.
yeah.
Just like you said at the beginning of
Morgana
the game,
jungle
I
looking
mean,
strong.
the Vi can
Hold on.
make things
Solo
happen,
queuing
but if
tomorrow.
Morgana is there, way harder to have that big impact with the champion. So yeah, here we go. We see that social media is also pretty happy about this Morgana pick. This is 2 pretty unique picks from Spica in a row, and which, by the way, I don't think we gave him credit. The last game, his Zyra win rate went up. So good to him.
Yeah,
I mean, it's actually a really
Jack
close
was talking
game
about
again.
His solo queue,
I
Zyra win.
would
Even though
consider
Dig is
it
up like
global.
6k gold.
Okay,
So it
yeah,
doesn't
now
feel
his
close in
global
that
went up,
way.
and his pro play Zyra win rate is
It's
just
looking good.
Is insane.
Like, all the
Stats
carries
are
have over
high. And it's looking like
1,500
Morgana
gold
could be high
ahead.
too. I don't know if Stats could check this actually. How many Morgana games has Spica played? Because she's been in the meta before.
Yeah.
What's his Morgana jungle?
Yeah, do you remember when they first applied the jungle multiplier
I do,
to
yeah.
Morgana, and it was just insane? Yeah, that thing is ping-ponged a few times, but back
Licorice is still
on
really
top
far
here,
ahead of
as
Sniper.
most AP junglers have really good clear speeds, and that's why I really like it
Zante's just so
being
annoying
an
to deal
option
with.
where you can utilize it like this as an R5, like really, really good counter pick to an Ashe, to a Vi that are already showing. Like
Oh,
all of
Isles?
these things.
You're a little far forward, but
Another
so
engage
does
from
Meech.
Isles.
Had to use his
Looks like he was
exhaust.
getting picked off for a moment.
Then
but
does do a
instead
lot of
goes to
damage.
engage
Double
himself, knocked
TP.
up
Wow, this is going to turn
by the
into a
glacial
fight.
fissure,
Yep,
and
Isles does
will
get,
just get peppered
does get
down by
absolutely
Meech.
marked,
Teleport
unfortunately.
from Quid in the mid lane will push off Licorice, though. Just another find from 100 Thieves here, and I do have
Rivers is
confirmation
there,
from
though.
production. I believe our stats guy Leo checked. First Morgana
Great
hit for
on to
Spica, but another
Sven!
pick potentially.
Great on to Sven! He's dead! There's just so much CC. They hit him with 3 different CCs.
Does still get the kill.
Yep, they still get
Wait,
it.
he had
and they can
exhaust.
turn
I wonder
it
why.
into a
I
Baron
wonder why he chose
check.
not to do exhaust.
Let's see, all 500 Thieves
Unless it's
are
not quite up
alive
yet.
and well. Sniper trying to play bodyguard
Looks
here.
up, right?
Spica's got
Am I
flash.
missing?
The Morgana could work some more miracles.
Yeah,
Maybe there
Sniper
just
can
wasn't a
make
good-
space, but he's got to be careful.
good
Don't
situation
just
where he
give
thought he
free
had
health bar
the-
over the opponent.
The exhaust
Taking down the
working
Baron,
well?
but
I don't
it's
know.
still fairly slow. It's still an early Baron take. Jensen's
no,
getting a
100
lot of
Thieves
damage
grabs this.
onto Ayla. Meech is taking a lot of damage from the Baron. They need to
Nice
focus this up and
job,
then get out of
100
here because
Thieves.
Dignitas, if they can stop these
You
backs
killed
and
the
get a
enemy
big
carry
engage, they
and
have
you
health bar
punished
advantages.
Dignitas
Doesn't look like they're committing.
afterwards.
Spica
That's
is over the wall.
impressive.
Lands
Wait, Spica!
it.
Spica
That
the
is
Q!
huge! Quid goes
Wait,
down.
Isles
as
is
River
in?
tries
Jensen
to
is
get
there?
forward. Jumping onto Jensen.
River's dead.
Not enough in the tank to
All
get
right.
a kill.
And they're on the
Sniper
wrong side of the
in a
map.
bad
Let's see what
spot,
Spica's able to
too.
do.
Spica wants it. Oh,
All
Isles
right,
actually
Spica
walked a
respects
different
it.
direction. I think maybe they could have looked for more there. But either way,
Spica respects
Baron
it. I'm
picked up
surprised.
only on 3 members.
I
see.
don't have
Spica.
that kind of
like
patience. I would have
sometimes
been in it.
The Z-axis
I'd have
in
been
League of Legends
trying.
is really weird.
Yeah.
I'd
So
have
when
thrown out
someone
that
is
Q.
blast cone,
Oh. Okay, goes pop by
Oh.
Sniper.
Oh!
Jensen's looking for it, has the black shield. Spica trying to keep him alive.
Oh,
Sniper's
Sniper,
dodging everything
Sniper.
right now.
Wait,
The
Sniper, what are you gonna
rookie
do here?
top laner.
Nothing.
Not Not enough,
Yeah,
and will still
that makes
fall,
sense.
but I liked the look.
Sniper was almost able to
Black
punish Jensen,
Shield
and then maybe
doing
Spica.
wonders again. It means that the Corki is not moved with the Cassante during the all-out, so Jensen got to live and then come back through for the Q as well.
I mean, 100 Thieves still has Baron, though.
Really making some magic here for Dignitas, despite all of these good plays. We keep going over for 100 Thieves. We're like, look, another pick. Kangas, another pick. Look,
they got Baron.
This is really good play by both
and
teams.
Look at the goal lead, and it's still 5K. It's still 5K.
How are you doing today?
Yeah, that's, you know what that is?
Or tonight, I
Kobe,
guess.
they call that a
Technically
big
night.
dig summer. As well, let's get another look here. Sniper really looking.
Oh, that was a really
for
good
that
Black
side
Shield.
lane
Oh, that
play.
is kind of
Dodge
insane.
Jensen was alone.
Yeah, he dodged the
Oh,
binding
you can't even
there
say Morgana's
quite
stupid
nicely,
after watching
but,
Cassante, though.
Unfortunately for him, 3v1 as the rest of the Dignitas members come
I'm glad
to
Jensen's doing
protect
good, though.
Jensen.
Jensen's been having a great start to the split as well. Sidestepping, positioning so well in these fights. I'm still thinking back to that avoid
have
grub
Baron.
fight earlier in this game. So props to these
They have Baron, but they don't have
veteran
a
players
single
coming back
tier 1 turret.
to play for Dignitas. And Jensen
That's
on
kinda
his
crazy to
return,
think
Licorice
about.
and Sven on the return to pro play. Not skipping a beat.
Yeah, Jensen
See,
returning to Dignitas after
5K up.
trash talking the
I
Aura
can't
a little
believe
bit
100
after
Thieves are
leaving.
winning any of these
And then
fights.
I like it though.
No,
'cause
he's
Dig-
catching strays from other players.
But Dignitas were
They
like,
do have a
you know,
lot
no
of-
hard
lot of
feelings.
CC
yeah,
going in
come
there,
on
though.
back.
Happy to have
Great
you,
ult
man.
by Isles.
Doing great.
Let's see what they're able
Isles
to
goes
do.
for an engage here. Licorice on the flank.
Almost
but
everyone's
answered
there.
By Sniper.
Oh, wait.
Huge
Somehow-
team fight
somehow
from
Spica's the
100
one that
Thieves.
dies.
They got Spica down. Now attention onto Licorice. The
And then
Crocodile's
Isles is
in
about to
trouble,
die
taking a
here,
lot
too.
of
This is
damage up front.
insane.
Gets Seismic shoved back, but look at Jensen just free
Oh,
firing
great job
in
by
the fight.
Jensen.
They forgot
Corgi's
about
looking
the
powerful.
Corgi. Double kill to Jensen.
And they're not
Ooh.
okay. That ultimate does a lot of damage nowadays,
Ooh,
but
Sven,
does
you were
not actually
close.
touch either of the 100 Thieves members. So it's
That was
okay. It's
a
done
closer
well
fight
with
than
the
it should
action,
be.
but
Diggs
man,
up 5K
what
gold.
a close one, and they finally make a sizable dent there. Dragon has respawned though. How quickly can they
Sounds-
reset after this one? Our timers are desynced, and 100 Thieves are not going to have their bottom
told I'm
lane.
very loud
Even though
right now.
Spica has 5 seconds left on his death
a
timer.
game. It's a really good
because
game.
Dignitas have their AD carries resetting first and get back
So
out
great
onto the
engage
map.
here by
They should be
Isles.
able to set up
I
priority
cannot
on-
believe
on
100
River.
Thieves
But
turned this around and
look
killed
at how they
Spica.
started up. Isles went
Let's see, what was it that-
headlong into
oh,
and
oh,
then
it was just a
Ayla's
knockback
able
to
to do
Talia.
so much
That
work
was
on the
beautiful.
Braum. He put up the Unbreakable,
Licorice
and
almost
then he
dies
lays down
here.
the ultimate as his Unbreakable is about to
Great
time
job
out.
by Isles.
And he created a lot of space, but
It really
Jensen
was. It was
still
just
on the
Jensen was
front
able to get
lines.
there on
And he was
time.
the last one alive
That's
with a full health
insane.
bar.
Yeah.
So he was happy to be on the front line.
If you
What
watch
a
that
good
fight,
game.
I think in hindsight,
And
Ayla
great job
they
from
bought
100
a
Thieves,
space, but
despite being
Isles
down in
also
so much
bought a lot
gold,
of
just
space because him and
really
Licorice
doing
were kind of
great in
like
all these
tag
fights.
teaming in. It was like a
It helps that
tag
all
team
their
wrestle
champions
match.
have
You
really
know,
strong
all right, I'll
CC
front
and
line now, you
team
front
fight
line now, I'll
capability.
front line, and they were just able to buy so much space. Meech was putting the damage there that Jensen could
Let's
walk
see,
up, and now
Dignitas is the three
Dignitas, they
Drakes
get
now.
the
They're on
dragon
Soul Point.
during the replay. They're just gonna walk in to 100 Thieves'
They could just wait
jungle.
and just wait
Like
for
you had
Dragon to be
said,
back
it
up,
doesn't matter. The 100
not
Thieves
take
have
any
found a
super
couple of
dangerous
nice
fights.
plays. What matters is the big 5,000
Blitz
gold
coming on
lead
down.
that Dignitas currently has.
And they've got double buffs on the team right now.
Ooh.
They avoid the Ash Arrow without having to use the cooldown of the Black Shield from
This feels-
Morgana
this
either.
feels
So
way
Sven can stay up
closer
in their
than it should
faces
be.
here. This tower is literally one auto
The mites-
away
the mites.
from
Oh,
dying. They
oh,
use
I
the
hope.
Void
I
Mites, but they can't
hope.
even get it with the Void Mites.
There
Now
you
they
go,
just
there you go,
up.
there you go. Okay,
That
okay.
that doesn't matter. One turret shot's nothing. Drop in the pan.
To be fair,
That's not going to be enough.
100 Thieves finally got a
to take
turret
them
up in
down,
that top
so
side.
They finish off their
We
tower,
love to see it. We are
and
proud of them.
That's going to be the recall here. Reset for Dignitas. Go spend
right.
that extra money, then get back
So
up
let's
to the
see.
opposite side of
Baron's
the map.
up in
You have
about
plenty of
a
time
minute,
for this
a little
Baron,
more than a
so
merit.
a
Drag's
full
up at
minute and a
4.
half, basically. They go reset, get their wards, try and
Oh.
push their lanes back out. To
So
be able
100
to
Thieves
get
is definitely
in
not out of this
position.
game,
And
especially if they're able to
Dignitas,
get,
not only the
get
gold
another
lead,
Baron.
but also they have Dragon
That would
Soul
be pretty
looming
spicy.
in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And
They've
really,
got
if they're
Baron
able to
coming
just
up
catch
even
Jensen,
quicker. So
Jensen has a
they can
700
play it however they
700
want. If
bounty
they
right
want
now.
to try and bait a
Let's say
little bit
dollars.
around with Baron Vision and see if they can fish for any kills, then maybe they could do something there. Or they could play it safe and just wait and save all of their control wards and all of their Vision resources for the Dragon setup.
And right now they're fighting for mid lane priority.
Spica's
here
able to
before
get
that
a good
Baron
Black
spawns.
Shield
But I
on
want
one
to go
of these
back to
engages,
the kind
that
of
could also
power
turn
level
the
of the
fight.
teams coming into the day, because obviously only 1 weekend of LCS so far. It's impossible to know where everybody stacks up, but just how quickly 100 Thieves were able to dismantle their weak 1 opponents
Jensen has TP,
to
even though
how
he's kinda
much
pushing top.
Dignitas made Cloud9 work for
And
their
then,
win.
Sniper
It
got the
felt
bot
like,
side.
okay, I
They're
don't know
slowly
who's going to
getting
be
the
favored here, but
turrets.
Dignitas are just kind of smacking around 100 Thieves in this game too. Yeah, they were behind game 1, but they made that comeback, and it looks like it could be a 2-0, which
close.
really really,
If
I
Meech
think
would have hit
changes
that,
the
Isles
narrative
probably
of the
would have
league
been
pretty
dead.
drastically already in week
Right
2.
next
as
to
Dignitas
Baron,
will fight for
too.
vision priority. Baron is now spawning.
Yeah, and even
Oh, do you
in
think
this
Dignitas just
game
rushes
where
it
Dignitas have had
and
a
tries to fight with their
pretty
wallets,
sizable
those
lead the
6K
whole
up?
time around, 100 Thieves have still kept it interesting.
Yes.
Kept on forcing fights. They have a pick comp.
Lakers
They have to
has,
keep looking for
TP.
picks. So that is what they have done.
Just push
Pick
out
after
mid.
pick after pick. It's not like they've got
Jensen's
a
gonna
lot
go push
else
out
to
top.
do with this set of champions.
They're
They're
preparing.
kind of locked into
Slowly
it.
but
So
Which
surely.
is exactly what I want to see from a team with so many rookies, so many young players.
Oh,
is
and no,
that
they're just
a
gonna leave.
willingness
All right.
to scrap, the willingness to try and make plays happen.
Ooh.
And maybe they're able to make something happen here. Licorice.
Rivers on Licorice.
caught out
Oh,
way
and
far away
Licorice
from
caught
the rest
out.
of the
Licorice
team.
is dead,
Rivers
right?
Wall will lock him down. It's actually stopped. Quid will try and get damage
Yeah,
instead.
Licorice
Huge
is dead.
seismic shove. Guarantees the kill. Nice
Didn't have any
pick from
vision,
100
just walked
Thieves.
in.
and
Bounced
they
in.
instantly teleport up to the top side there.
Are they just gonna
See
start
what
Baron?
we can do
That would
with
be
it.
insane.
Baron gonna get started out while they clear the control
I mean,
ward.
Licorice is dead,
Dignitas,
but-
now it is 35 seconds on Licorice, but the rest of the team has a lot of poke.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
So
Yeah,
it can be
Sven
very
and Jensen
dangerous
are up.
against Ezreal, Corki, and
And that's
Bi-
unbreakable down.
Bindings.
That's the
Wait,
bomb shield
wait,
to
they are
blame
kinda
the
melting it.
Ezreal
Let's see what
ult, but They will not
happens.
have that
Great ult
anymore.
by
Nice
Isles.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow here.
Sniper
sneaking the
super
target,
chunked out
flashes
here.
to safety.
Onto
Isles
River,
goes
River's
back
dead.
in.
Wait, River's
Sven
dead.
with the damage. Dignitas playing this fight beautifully. Quid.
All right, Spiegel wasn't able to
almost
hit
in
that
trouble
Q,
there.
but Sven
Gets out, but
got some
100
damage
Thieves had
in there.
no business on that
Let's
Baron.
see.
The way Dignitas are playing this, but they still
Jensen
want more.
with a
They're
good
gonna corral
Valkyrie
them,
could also
just
kinda
like
end
they
this.
did before. This time, the whole team.
Wait, Isles kinda gets caught out with that
so much
knockback.
damage without Leona.
Jensen, wait, Jensen didn't come in.
Over the wall says you got no escape.
Oh, and Sven just
baby.
finishes
You
it up.
gotta get
Oh,
the
this
read.
game's over.
Sniper says bet. Maybe has it. Double kill to
Ooh,
Jensen.
that is
But that
insane.
is
Jensen's just going
Dignitas
crazy.
with the
They end up shutting him
They
down, which is
chased
really
them
good. They were able to
all
get that 700
down.
bounty, but
Everyone on
it might not
100
matter.
Thieves
Licorice is
in
up
the
too, so they have a
dirt,
tank
and
going over
Dignitas
there for
will
Baron.
claim Baron as their reward. You understand 100 Thieves' point of view. They just got a pick and they want to make the most of it.
I don't know.
They're like,
I
this
do see their
is
point
our
of view.
comeback
I still think
opportunity.
that maybe
it's just that they did expend a lot getting the pick, and so it's really hard for them
They
to
were rushing
do
it
their
maybe a
turn
little bit.
onto the rest
To be
of
fair, they've been
Dignitas.
down like
Dignitas, as we
5K or
mentioned, have
so
much
gold
poke
forever.
in the
Maybe that's
surviving
what you have to do
members,
down
and
5K
they still
gold.
have the black shield.
Yeah.
So you're like, man, it's so hard to win
Really,
this, even though
really
it's a
good ult there by
5v4.
Isles.
The Dignitas side is
Sniper got
is
super poked
pretty strong
down.
here. So really good ultimate there from Isles at the very beginning, and then you saw
Oh,
immediately
yeah.
as River
Speaking of
tries to
Mr.
go
Q,
in,
just
gets annihilated.
great loop here by
Sven
Jensen.
and
Great
Jensen
pathing.
do so much damage right now that all they need are the
Again,
two extra
Isles
supports,
almost got caught out there. That was a
basically,
great
and Isles and
knockback
Spiga, creating
by
the space
Quid,
for
but
them.
it just
They're
it
going
didn't
getting
matter.
jumped so low that Jensen says, "You shall not
Sven and
pass."
Jensen just do
Even
so
though
much
I
damage.
might go down here. You're
they were
definitely
so
going to die
low after
to
that
the
Baron-
other
Baron
AD
attempt.
carry.
Yep.
And they get the Baron as a reward.
And for as many times as I was getting picked early in the game, has had a fantastic
Isles did get
second
picked
half
a
stretch
lot.
here. Finds so much space, finding big engages. Now they have the Red
It's
Bull
looking a lot
Baron
better. You look at like
power
1-6
play
and
for
12, like that's
Dignitas.
not bad.
That's
Looks
what
a lot
kept
better
100
than when it
Thieves
was
kind
like
of in this game,
0-4
but now that
2.
5K lead is
Wow,
an
engaged by
8.5K
Quid with the ult.
lead.
Getting on
At the
in there.
Dragon.
This
100
is so
Thieves
point for
trying
Dignitas.
to push Dignitas off of it. This feels like it could be the desperation play. Maybe their last-ditch effort
Let's
to
see,
salvage
some
the
ults
game, but they
traded
are
right
just
there.
taking
Sniper's
poke
so
after
low
poke here.
already.
Nobody
Still
can get
has
on
ult, though.
Jensen.
And
Nobody can
Licorice
answer
is back
Jensen.
on the River?
And now they're trying to get onto Sven. Instead,
Wait!
it's stolen.
Wait, he got
River
it!
will get
River
the
stole
Dragon.
it!
It's a big cash prize right there, and
All right,
also
now 100 Thieves
delays
just has
the
to
soul
leave,
for
bro.
Dignitas, but can they get out afterwards? Jensen's in the wall. It looks like
Oh,
Sniper's
Meech is
just gonna
low.
trade his
Isles
life
dead.
for it. Ayla and Meech had to
Oh,
run
doesn't-
through
no,
the
no, no, no,
turret.
no,
Oh,
it's not enough.
disaster
Meech is
for the
alive, but
Thieves. Yeah,
100
they
Thieves
deny
just
the
gonna- or
Dragon's
100
soul,
Thieves
but they
just
lose
kinda
almost
ends it, or
everyone for it.
loses.
And I think they might lose everything for it
I
with
think
the
so.
game.
Yeah, I think this is game.
Because the Baron buff, wow, we've got a sneaky survival of Meech here, but I think the Baron buff is going to do it, Kangas.
That is insane.
And what a performance from
What
Dignitas.
a great
Game
series.
1, it was a comeback. Game
So
2,
last week,
it was
Saturday,
domination.
we had
the Thieves
no
fought hard. They
two-game
fought
series.
well. But at the end
This
of the day,
Saturday, we had
Dignitas
2.
will dig their
Ooh,
graves.
great job by
That's a
Sven.
2-0
And
today.
Jensen, you know, just overall really well played by Dignitas.
Let's
I mean, they
go.
played
Sven
well
is
last week,
hyped up
but this week they are
after
looking
two
even
very,
better.
very
I'm
good
super
games
excited to
from
see how they
Dignitas
continue to
AD
grow throughout the
carries.
series.
switches back to the role that he truly loves.
They really did. Early game was really good for 100
team
Thieves in both games. It was close all the way around.
Yeah, he only left that because of, I believe, Berserker coming into the league.
That was really, really impressive. Let's hear from the man games overall.
Because we do have Jat down there for our post-game interview.
Sven is filthy.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Dignitas. You're just discussing the game, whether or not...
All right. Those were some great games. So we have tomorrow. So it's going to be FlyQuest and NRG and the Team Liquid and Shopify. FlyQuest Energy might be close. I'm kind of expecting a stomp down here. Similar to the the C9 and Immortals games, but we'll see. I mean, maybe I'll be surprised. I would love an upset anywhere, though. NRG may be able to grab FlyQuest or something like that. That would be awesome. Oh, that was really fun, though. All right, I'll be back all day tomorrow. We are back. Let's go. Hold on, let me drink some water first. Hydration is important. All right. All right. Ooh, who played first? I believe it was full. So, Immortals played first here. Hold on. These played first. These played first. Okay, so Energy and FlyQuest played first. So we will be watching them first.
Thank you, Lord. Hello and welcome, my brethren. Hear ye, hear ye. It is I,
starting game 1.
And welcome to the special extended broadcast, the LCS. Hot off the presses, we've got Team Liquid and NR.
Was a huge part of the game that
away we go.
won in that 1-2 loss that
Even
they had
though
against TL in week number 1.
Was really
I talked to Whippo a little bit about the Skarner later on that day in Twitter DMs, just talking about like his thoughts on the champion.
I mean, we're seeing Skarner, so right off the bat, it's going to be a great game.
If the champion goes through, the game's going to go about as you would expect, and then it's not going to go through for the rest of the series. Energy are saying, hey, we've got an answer, but I don't really believe most teams when they say that, because
all right, Pala Faker, what's he got? The genius midfielder for Energy. It's time to bring it back.
Pala Faker is
what
the highest
they do?
praise
The final surprise here on the last
hold on,
pick.
let's see what this is.
You can't really get too crazy because you're already versus Tristana, and there's not like too many interesting things
my mind,
that you can
Ziggs
do.
is a mid laner.
My personal favorite into the Tristana, I really do think that Cassiopeia, more people should play it than just like the Cassiopeia mains. But it's going to be the Yone here. That's kind of spicy, and that's one of the things we talked about.
I think Yone is strong in general, but I feel like
I mean,
maybe that'll be rough into Tristana early.
Especially when it's
even more so than usual.
It's going to lose lane a little bit. And if like Palafox can do a good job of like,
I honestly love NRG's draft
early game, then when
it
he
looks
gets
more fun.
He has the Karthus.
It looks like there's more late game potential
for Tristana to do anything.
We'll
Plus,
see, though.
if he joins 2 higher tempo junglers on either side here, the Karthus and Zyra are both going to be farming at the speed of light. And we'll see which one of them can manage to find the advantage over the other. Zyra, of course, is going to have some stronger gank potential early, considering she does have that hard lockdown. When you look at the lanes themselves, Busio also having a lot of setup if they want to try to make a play down there in the bottom lane. But the same can be said when you're looking at an Ornn and a Senna on the other side. Obviously, both top laners have a lot of potential to incredibly powerfully punish any sort of a wave push. These guys are not going to allow you to get close to the turret.
Yep.
Way to go, FBI.
Yeah, no, totally.
I love the glasses.
I don't know. I'm just really excited.
I think that's exactly what we needed.
It's really exciting to see that.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I really
in draft is what it feels like.
I think Yone is going to be a little rough into this.
Like get the power
early on,
like play the game their way.
Congrats to FBI on the 300 games.
Those top lane matchups interesting. They're both kind of like tanky. They don't do a lot of damage. Well, they deceptively do a lot of damage.
Energy, there's been so much talk.
You don't think of either of them
damage-wise, but like Energy Summer once again. Even though they had a pretty rough opening to this 2024 summer.
I love that term.
If you remember back to last summer, which is kind of the origins and what they want to channel, the success story of how they got to Worlds and then found success at Worlds. They also did have a slow start in that summer. So the coping mechanism is here.
They're hoping to grab FBI,
to be able to use for Energy. Slow start in summer into
wow, already getting some pop shots on that turret off.
3-lane view right now. Whippo with control over that top side was able to trade the 3rd hit of the Q into Dokla. That is the one.
They were talking about it a little bit earlier, but yeah, FlyQuest is just super focusing grubs, right?
Very difficult to trade back into that one, even for a as powerful as
Great trade on Quad's part.
Whippo's got that control maintained, that priority here over the top
lane. Knew that Palafox was
going
to be queuing in and then got a really great trade.
While the opposite can be said of Inspired and that jungle Zyra. As Quad just trying to
get
away
really
from Palafox as he uses the Soul Unbound for those snappy trades. And Whippo can use the East
Wow, no, they did go in on Huey. And they're killing it! Wait, Huey's so low!
And Huey And FBI forced back underneath that turret. Who he down to 300 HP here already. Going to use the
what are they building?
Himself
What are
a
they
little
building?
Bit of extra firepower.
Ruby Crystal. All right.
These guys are just waiting for the wave to crash.
Building more health.
I think Inspired's waiting for the same thing. There was a couple of spells there over the wall. Doesn't get a whole lot of value.
Ward support does sound good. Besides the whole kit.
Yeah,
problem.
I think they're gonna.
Just the passive sounds kind of
probably
spicy
try to
at
trade
times.
1-for-1, if not 1-for-0.
All right, let's see it. Busio's going to lead the way.
Got the cleanse. Oh, wait, they're just dead.
Blood already. 2.
Wait, they're just dead. What?
Beautifully done from the fly.
Who did that much damage with a Ziggs?
Combo.
Yeah, that was super clean. Immediately getting the first kill.
I mean, they got the flash
from out afterwards too.
and Ignite from Busio, I guess, but they got nothing else.
Stop the farming.
They traded 2 summoners for
Zyra can get back
FBI
to another
and
full clear.
Huhi.
This recall, can't get the recall off.
That was beautiful.
Contracts at least delays it a little bit, but
I really hope they show that again. That just was so clean. I want to see just how it started.
If I get a double kill on the enemy bottom lane while they're stuck under turret with their minions dying there, I'm fine with losing my recall tempo. I think that's a fair trade.
Is that worth?
Yeah, I mean, there was a while where people talked
that
about
was
the
just really
7th
well
camp
played.
on the map.
We'll see how much that's able to cascade into
That's
more.
the 7th camp.
Because, Ornn and Senna, they're kind of okay dynasty because they scale so well.
This time he got
they don't need to be ahead to be impactful.
That's as good as it gets.
Feels great.
It's a double camp.
Well, it's actually not because you got the Scuttle Crab down
Look
there
at
at the
those
same
trades,
time.
though.
He's just absolutely loving his life in this early jungle for Inspired.
They both have Dorans. They both
gold.
popped pots.
Whippo back up here in top lane. Does have the tier purchase now. Still holding on to the teleport because he got the wave crashed all the way in, so he's able to cheat that recall.
Kasante's a little bit ahead in farm.
Stacking that tier towards the Fimbulwinter that all of the top lane Skarners generally go for right now. Licorice, I know you and I were talking backstage before the series about
the trading looking really rough. Palafox is
building the Fimbulwinter entirely
like right there in farm
versus delaying it.
Down like 2
Tell
or
chat
3
your
farms
thoughts on just
at a
general
time.
Skarner lane
That's
itemization.
insane. That's really well played by
I personally
Palafox.
don't like it. I know Whippo is someone who went for it his last Skarner game, so I do expect him to just be rushing the completed tier item, the Fimbulwinter, this game. I find that having just like more stats in armor or MR, like this game it would be armor, is just more effective, but I know it's something a lot of players go for, and it does have a really high win rate. So, yeah, we'll just see how it goes this game.
Yeah, and it's so easy for Skarner to proc it, and the extra mana definitely helping so. We'll see how Whippo is able to do it. I mean, honestly,
I'm trying to always look at the
itemizations on bottom side.
I'm trying to
I think
improve
it
on my
greatly
personal
accelerates
building
how
as
this
well.
team wants to play with them.
Oh, wait, that
so
was such a good knockback by the
power. I mean,
Ziggs.
getting an early lead and then having Inspired's
back. Are they? Oh wait, they're gonna run it back.
And end up on the bottom side.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
To reassert their pressure.
I thought they were gonna go for tower tap number 2.
Deep wards here with Busio to support him is right
Ooh,
on
what a
track
chunk.
with the FlyQuest game plan.
Yeah, I mean,
Kasante
they have
has
a lot
TP,
of pressure
so it won't be
here. Like,
losing
Zyra's in the
anything,
bot side, Energy's scared of getting
leaving.
dove, so
And it
Karthus
looks
is coming
like Whippo
down.
already TP'd
And
back.
instead, they're just going to push out the wave. They're going to go to grubs and start stacking those 6 grubs for the Ziggs Tristana later in the game.
Ooh, flash out from Palafox here in mid lane, immediately losing that summoner spell after he had also just used his teleport to return to lane after doing his first purchase. So FlyQuest making sure that he's not feeling great about his current state.
Yone getting
one of the
upgraded
biggest
boots
things about
early is
getting
always
your
crazy
bot
to
lane
me. It
ahead,
makes a
that's
lot of
great.
sense.
You unlock your support to get free time to
it always
roam
surprises
as
me.
well.
Yes!
And then your support like
Yes!
tanks for you like a little
Go
Pokemon. Going
Show
towards
his boss!
mid and getting the extra flash there. You mentioned it earlier as well,
Proxying
Licorice, but the
in a
grubs
pro
were going
game,
to be
we
a
love
priority
this.
for this team, FlyQuest. They're very happy
Zyra
to
just
trade
melts
this
stuff.
dragon for grubs.
And then, yeah, so
Inspired
FlyQuest
was
got
on grubs first.
3 grubs.
They're the ones that chose
And I'm
to
not
go
surprised.
topside,
I mean,
grab
with
that.
Tristana
so
and
the turret
Ziggs,
destruction
that
becomes
would hurt
turret
really, really bad.
evaporation.
First Drake is also just a Chemtech Drake, not generally going to be considered one of those super high priority ones. So FlyQuest loving the way things are going here. 1.7 thousand gold lead 7 minutes into the game.
Wow, yeah. I mean, they got the double kill bot.
Situation
it's not overly
for Energy to
surprising.
find themselves in. You can see some very slight farm advantages pretty much across the board for the FlyQuest side here. Not even a full wave anywhere in particular. So it's not like
I'm really excited to see how
this. It
this
is showing that everything's perfectly fine here in the state of
how
the
this
lanes.
kind of
as
Tristana
Palafox tries to get a little bit of value here out of the soul
mid
unbound
goes
as
up
he gets
against
the
this
wave
Yone
to
mid
crash
late.
into the turret.
I actually think I'd
Quad.
rather.
Contracts trying to make
Oh,
sure that
wait,
he
what a
doesn't
great
get caught
engage.
here, but he might be in some trouble. Has to
Oh,
flash away.
Contracts
The Ignite is
barely
on him,
makes
but
it out.
Shouldn't kill him.
Won't
I
be
don't
enough.
think. Yep. Okay.
The Wolves might, but
the Wolves will not kill him.
Finish what Ignite started.
What I was gonna say is I think Palafox is really favored late game. I'm curious at what point it's going to hit that moment where Palafox is just that much more impactful
in the top side,
than
taking away
Quad.
his camps. This is gonna feel
Quad's
really bad.
I mean, Tristana's really strong late game as
He'll probably also
well.
get chunked on the way in here.
What an engage!
Meanwhile, Palafox versus
Quad timed the jump in correctly.
Not going the way of FlyQuest. Karthus ulti coming down. The Requiem sounds off, and it's gonna be Huhi's Orn.
Jeez, Huhi, that was so much damage.
6 feet deep in the river.
We already finally get to see some of the power of the ultimates and the super long range coming through. Quad just gets run over by the train there. The
Quad just timed that jump a little bit early and that owl stop, but that was really well done by Palafox, Contracts, and
that was the whole goal.
Timing into all those ults, that was really well done.
This team composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power of their team comp in action. Although if I'm Contracts here, I'm going to be a little upset because I didn't even get an assist on that one.
Oh, we didn't get an assist. Dude, Hui's ult did so much damage.
It didn't get there. The Ornhorn ran him over, and now Inspired's about to get
Wow, Inspired. Inspired, what was that? Wait, so they're going to trade back. Contracts is obviously dead here, yeah.
As both junglers drop dead.
That seemed a little aggressive.
That always really hurts because if
I
you're running Dark
I wonder if I
Harvest
can see that
too,
again.
Yeah, no, you really want the ultimate stacks and the Dark Harvest stacks, but honestly, this game is not looking too bad for NRG here. I know like their bot lane is behind, but
I'm loving the proxies.
He's gonna wave clear the wave no matter what, and their win condition is definitely online. Palafox looks like he's doing really well in this lane, and it's only gonna get harder for Quad as the game goes on.
Palafox with his double buffs as well. Yone can be such a difficult champion to deal with in so many situations, and that's just going to make it even more of a problem.
Now this feels really rough for Quad. So it's around level 8 where it really looks like Quad isn't going to be able to compete with Palafox
level
here.
Level 6 still doesn't have
just like champion-wise, Yone really is going to start hurting here. And I'm not saying Tristana doesn't, but there's like slightly different levels.
For this pick during the draft, and I'm liking
the
way they
used it here
so far. He has 100% co-participation.
Yeah, no, I think the next thing that's going to be like really interesting to see is the grubs are coming up in a minute, and there's a lot of pressure on energy because giving 6 grubs to this team comp is really hard. But I don't know if the Ziggs and Leona are there, it's going to be really, really hard for them to fight. So this might be where the game either breaks open or
it's really surprising to see just the farm lead from Zyra.
Flash from the
Zyra farms. He missed again
on him. And Huhi there, no flash as well.
Right?
So looks
right, I'm not
like
the only one who saw that. I'm pretty sure he missed a Ganon there. That's heartbreaking.
Okay. Oh.
Chillin'.
Oh, that's really heartbreaking.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to move up.
But I mean, Karthus farms really fast. Seeing Zyra 14 far ahead.
So I'm expecting them to at least poke around and see what they can do. But Busio's already found a really nice flank angle in the enemy jungle. And lots of vision, so they'll see them coming for sure.
Feeling good about that one. The other big thing that I'm looking at here, Huhi has the first fully completed major item of the game in the Hollow Radiance that just got purchased for his Ornn. Could be a difference.
Oh, but it looks like NRG's bringing everyone.
Really chaotic.
They're leaving Ziggs alone. They said, you get some plates. They really don't feel comfortable giving up these grubs.
Both having the flash, both having the ulti. Dokla doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but it really doesn't matter once he goes all out. Energy going to start up the grubs, and it looks like FlyQuest is nowhere nearby to challenge for him.
Yeah, they were pinging pretty early on there for a bottom lane for Masu to just go for
so
tower.
Ziggs should not be able to get the
they decided to pay just with turret plates
It's kind of close, though.
See how many turret plates they can get.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get the whole tower here. His W is going to be online in a second, so that's a full bot tower for grubs.
Oh, wait.
I think.
Wait, actually, that's insane.
I'd be happy with on either side of this team.
Ooh. Maybe not. Teleport
from
Huhi.
Wait,
okay, the turret will
I thought it only did one plate of damage.
There's not really anything in the tank for
That's
Masu.
interesting.
The out-of-mana Ziggs isn't a whole lot of a threat. Gonna get clapped around a little bit here.
He's gonna die.
The Requiem summoned up.
I think they're okay with that, though. They got bot side turret already.
Yeah,
and they also got the first turret
gold. If Huhi took that one, he would have been really upset. So Huhi looked like he was being really careful there with the spells and the autos. But yeah, no, I mean, this game state actually looks really good for NRG.
having
the top lane is going well. Dokla actually has a bit of a CS lead, even though he's down a little bit of gold.
both teams have 3 TPs, but
and like once
just
they
the amount of
transition
TPs
into like the
going around,
lane,
being able to punish anyone who steps a little bit too far forward,
in like being able to run this game.
Helps when you also have Karthus.
Might be hard to defend a dragon with their tower gone here, though. So maybe FlyQuest, as they try and take over the jungle, can get a better setup. But looks like we have the full reset coming from Energy. Heading right back down mid lane, so the choice is theirs.
I like the decision there from
Little bit
Masu. He knows
there,
he's
but he
not
got
going to
the
be able to
plate.
hit the Yone because he's so fast and so unbalanced, so just immediately blast the wave and force him to recall back to his corporeal form anyway, as Dokla wanted to go for a
Bwipo
recall
has
there.
been
One of the nice things about Skarner,
really keeping up with this.
There's a lot of
this
nice
K'Sante.
things, but one of them is the amount of game states and situations that you can interact with compared to the old one. Old
honestly
Skarner doesn't really get to stop people's
K'Sante's going to be a lot
recalls or do
scarier late
anything
game,
out of
though.
control.
So,
Good Skarner could throw a rock at you. He could use his W.
That was so
There's
quick.
so many ways that you can just
I know he was
be
expecting it, but
obnoxious
still,
with
that was
this
really
champion
quick
now.
movement.
And we'll see Bwipo trying to take a
All
recall
right,
there, but
this
now
could
it's
be a dive
FBI.
on Skarner.
The 3v1
I've not seen one of these go well so
Bwipo does
far.
not have a lot of mana to work with.
Busio's on the way. So
Oh,
they
they
can't
just
stay
didn't have
too
the
long
wave
here
state.
for the energy side. Yeah, it looks like they're going to back
And
up.
Bwipo has TP.
Yeah, no, they were just trying to get something in exchange for the dragon that they're giving up here, and
Ooh,
Skarner just
actually,
took
this
an
kind
auto,
of
took no
dangerous
damage,
TP
and
back
now
in for
TP's back,
Bwipo.
So we got our answer to the question that we were asking earlier, which is how is Bwipo going to play this in terms of the itemization? And it looks like it's just the early tier, then into the Sunfire Cape for the extra laning power.
I will have to play some Skarner top and try the
same
Witch's
tier
Perch.
that it might have used to have been.
I haven't
but
played
it's still
it, so I don't know how good it
hopefully
is.
effective for him to be able to continue
And
to
what
trade
it
into this
feels
K'Sante, who
different
does have
compared
his
to like
Iceborne
going Witch's
gauntlet now.
Approach to going just like Sunfire.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this build from Bwipo. It just gives him a lot more early power where like when you finish the tier item and it's not even fully stacked and you don't have the passive, it just feels like you have this really weak period of the game where even though you're playing this like really strong S tier, S stands for Skarner champion.
Yes, I like that. I like that.
That you're not actually that strong when your tier item isn't finished. So really like this build, and it looks like FlyQuest might be looking for a pick on Palafox bot lane.
Yeah, Palafox really wanting to shove this wave all the way up.
Unit can get out of
Quad's
here,
gonna show
though.
here first. Palafox is level 11,
Let's
Quad
see what
only level
Palafox
10.
does.
Oh, Fate Sealed is not going to get him over the wall because
Nope.
Quad jumps in the way to cut the distance short. Now Busio's ready for the lockup, and Palafox is ready for the beatdown.
Really
it's
well
Quad
played
getting
by,
his second kill of the
Energy there.
game.
Yeah, nice interception there from Quad. He knows
sorry,
exactly
my
what
FlyQuest.
Palafox is going for on the escape route. Jumps in, gets the kill. Is going to be at the cost of topside objective in Rift Herald here. But honestly, to keep that Tristana split pushing on bottom side, just shove all the way up to secondary tower here. And FlyQuest also getting access to the Ziggs in mid lane. This tower's
Wait.
going down quickly too. That one's
Is
going to
Masu just
explode.
about to get...
The
Wow,
double
he is!
demolitionists are doing their jobs.
FlyQuest
That's
is
so
still up
dirty,
2K
man. With
gold.
Ziggs and Tristana on the same team, the turrets are just absolute paper.
Where's my all
nice
Yordle
for
comp?
FlyQuest getting themselves up to a 2,000
We're seeing the
gold lead
Ziggs,
now.
we're seeing
And the
Tristana,
early
we
neutral
have the
objectives,
Poppy, we
I
know
feel like
Poppy's
in
good.
a lot of games of League of Legends, you see one side prioritize
What do we
one side
need?
prioritizes the other. This time around, it is the perfect handshake. One Drake for one Drake,
Beaker
three
going
grubs
mid,
for three
maybe?
grubs. No real discernible advantages to be found there. FlyQuest with the +1 on the kills.
And they
but
kinda
a
go
lot of that
top.
gold that they have in terms of the advantages
jungle.
is just exactly those two
Where's my
turrets, right?
all Yordle
and I
comp?
do actually really like how FlyQuest is playing this game out. Like, it feels like their answer to the Karthus Senna side lane pressure is that they have Ziggs, and he just wave clears mid alone, and then the rest of the team just plays around the side laner. So it's like, yeah, you have Karthus and Senna ult coming in, but Leona's there, and so is Zyra.
Okay.
Bwipo using the Ishtal impact to bring Dokla a little bit closer to his
Let's
side of the
see.
rift.
Quad's
As
wait!
Quad shows up here with a TP.
Wait,
Dokla's
Quad
ready
might
to
be
stand and
punished
fight. He goes
really,
all
really
out.
bad here.
The Skarner ult, he's not going to work.
Wow,
Dokla
Quad got
stopped
really,
the
really
contract,
punished.
Taking the kill, and Dokla's still fighting. Bwipo
Like,
needs
yeah,
a little
they're
bit
gonna-
more. Dokla tries to get away. The rock will not connect. Bwipo tries to catch up. He needs a little bit more damage. He finds the slow here with a W.
Dokla!
One more rock will get it done, and there it is. Bwipo.
I waited
Makes
until
it
I was like,
1-1.
oh wait, this might actually happen.
Yeah, I mean, a really good play from Dokla to call for the ult and to turn that around.
Little
jump scare there.
I didn't know he still had that.
We've always got our
That was
little
really
pocket
well played by
flowers.
Dokla. Quad
Ready to
really
go
got
for any
punished there.
Skarner play.
I think
Rift gets its
either
second
Dokla
charge
played it really
off
well
of
and
the
knew
tier 2
that he
turret
didn't
down
have to
here
respect
in bottom
Tristana,
lane as
or
Energy
I mean,
tries
Quad
to
just
continue
didn't
pushing,
respect
make up
the
some of his gold
damage coming out from
difference. Same time,
K'Sante.
Whippo's going to grab the tier 1 up in top.
Because that
and
is
the
so
presence
unfortunate to
of
have pretty much a
Busio down here to
guaranteed
be the
kill. It feels like
frontliner.
topside
Makes it enough so they can't
with that
get the tier 2
TP
on
and then
Energy's
just
side here as the trade.
making it a
I
one
do
for
want to
one.
see like a locket at some point come out for the side for FlyQuest here to try and help with so much of this, long range damage.
By the way,
from
Zyra's
Energy
still up in
with
farm,
Karthus
and it's
Senna
currently 20.
And
It's gonna go
even
down
Ornn
when they get
super
these
long
wolves,
range
but
on the ultimate becoming
it's-
so popular, like
it's
locket
noticeable.
really does go a pretty long way, and especially dealing with the Karthus ult.
Oh, I'm loving this Dark
talking
Seal
about items that are
actually
gonna go a long
on
way,
the
worth
Zyra.
pointing out that tier is
You think
now
Quad's
fully
gonna,
stacked
not
on
Quad, you think
Whippos.
Karthus
Fimbulwinter
eventually gonna buy
completed.
the Dark Seal?
This thing is going to provide so much shielding in fights. Like the spammable nature of that shield is going to give him a lot of extra durability. For a champion that's already difficult to burst down, things just went from difficult to even more difficult for Energy in any of these fights that Bwipo was able to be a part of. And you can see both of our top laners and one additional player on each side. There's so many teleports in this game, I had to take an extra second to check.
Palafox, right?
Palafox, Masu, and both top laners having those ultis ready to go.
Wow, what a
goes
flash.
In for flash! Locks him up, beats him down. Impact.
Yeah, Palafox is
to go back
dead.
in. Tried to say Ishtal's Impact. I said Impact instead. He's not in this game. Sorry about that. We got,
wow. It didn't even look close.
Palafox taken out. Bwipo's the one taking him down.
It was a great ult by Masu, though.
1v1. FBI flashing
the range that they have on that ult
has inspired.
That was really well done.
A lethal situation for him, too.
Also, it didn't look close. Why did it look like even one-on-one, Bwipo was just going to absolutely dominate Palafox on Yone?
Yeah, Bwipo's still pushing up
Skarner
there,
just
so
that
they're
strong?
getting wins all over the place here with setting up on Dragon. Bwipo takes half of the tower by himself and cruises on out through the mountains there. Looks like we got a little bit of a check, though. Energy teleporting in.
All right. Energy's not willing to let this one go.
All right,
One flies out. Not really going to find a whole lot. Inspire gets knocked up, but there's nobody there to follow it up with anything else.
Energy.
Dokla's there, though. It looks like they're just going to let it go because they're going to get topside.
Here for Energy, they will successfully push FlyQuest away from this third Drake of the game, but the trade at the same time is the tier 2 turret.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, what do you think of that call to use both teleports to go for Dragon number 2 here and give up that secondary tower? Because those things, it's 800 gold for your team.
It's a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm personally
really
not a fan. I mean,
look at this. So FlyQuest now at 4K gold.
Really strong right now.
And, you know, it hasn't been.
And I think, like, if I'm him, I'm
there
just
wasn't
saying,
like one or two crazy plays that just put FlyQuest
win
ahead.
every fight. And
but FlyQuest
has
consistently been able to.
Hold up a sec. We got to fight the bot lane.
Yeah, Dokla going in for the all-out. Quad jumping back away. The Requiem. They wanted to hit him with a Dawning Shadow there. I think
actually,
the Dawning Shadow hits
if there was no
Quad
TP there by
Bwipo,
Quad's just dead. That's a great engage by Dokla.
But if that would have connected,
also
I think
really quick response by Bwipo.
Bwipo shows up at least to try to protect him. Contracts level 12 here on the Karthus. The same situation as Inspired Zyra. You can see the EXP bars actually at the exact same spot, too. I was talking about the high-tempo jungling from both of these picks. And it seems that that's what we're getting here. 19.5 minutes into the game. Only 30 seconds until Baron's live on the map. Dokla jumping in, stunning Bwipo up underneath this turret a little bit.
Wow!
So much damage.
Bwipo took a lot of those turret shots.
Both these guys pretty low. But
Dokla doesn't have an ult. He's just used it. So Bwipo probably...
But yeah, going back to what I was
probably
saying,
knew that and was able to,
tower. I think, like,
kind of play a little bit.
If it was third dragon, like you're threatening Soul, or if it's Soul, obviously, then I think it's a good trade. But it's just investing a lot of resources, and the other, like, FlyQuest is going to come up tempo. They did end up getting Bwipo's TP right after, which is going to make the game feel a lot better with that.
It really is in that situation where you have to be really careful not to give something else.
Yeah, it's just the investment of both teleports when you're a team that like, wants to be able to split push and play the map and use these
Zyra Tristana. Actually, Zyra can almost do it on her own.
But we also saw
I don't know about this early.
Ziggs and Skarner combo.
Only one item,
we
but
didn't, talk about that one.
Zyra can definitely just solo parry if you're not careful.
Ultimate also that enabled Bwipo to get that kill. Like holding him in place with the Skarner ultimate for the Ziggs bomb travel time was pretty sick too.
Yeah, normally I don't think about Ziggs as like the same level as Karthus ult, where it just like falls on top of you. But when you Skarner ult and just drag him into the middle, then there's not much you can do about it. So I'm really enjoying and liking the Ziggs pick a lot more as the game goes on.
Yeah, it was the alley-oop dunk there. Bwipo set up Masu for the easy one. We'll take another look, though, too, because they have an easy time pushing out all waves. Bwipo on bottom side already was able to push out and then move up through the jungle. So I like this collapse from FlyQuest. They send all their resources now towards Baron. They even invested an ult for an attempt at a pick.
Yeah, that ulti was
that was not even close.
A little aspirational for the distance that he was from his opponent.
Yeah, aspirational is the better word.
Of an angle or maybe some setup for that one.
Great job by Inspired.
You miss some of the ones you do.
And they grab contracts too.
Not really what they wanted. Energy's going to be happy with it though, but they do have to commit the flash from the Karthus.
That's actually really good damage on FBI as well.
Inferno bomb, and Energy have lost.
I don't think that was quite enough to be able to grab Baron, but that was a great job
getting some cooldown. They know that they're in control, and as long as there's not a turret or something to have to fight under, they're ready and confident to take these fights against Energy in open ground. So I guess the question I have for you guys is, what's the play of your Energy? 4,000 gold at 21 minutes is a pretty serious problem.
So NOG has that
they really just have to try to find some kind of pick in the side lane here. Like, it's going to be a play from Dokla or Palafox where they find an angle on
Wait, they're just going for it!
Or
they just start the Baron.
They should try me.
Baron instead.
I mean, they don't have Whippo, and Whippo is one of the scarier members. As long as they can kill Inspired.
And that's the name of the game. Who he's summoning up the Ornhorn. Shoots it back,
oh, wait.
Ain't gonna find much. Inspired with the flash away from the Fate Seal, giving himself
no, this is so rough. This is so rough for Energy's part.
Quad. First kill of the fight. It's 1-0 for Fly.
They just gave, they might have just given over the Baron.
Moving right back into the Baron pit. Baron reset, but only partially.
You know, I don't dislike Fly just letting this go.
Away. Remember, there is no smite for Energy. Contract's dead for the next 25 seconds.
Oh, wait, yeah, Contract's is dead. Yeah, just grab it. Never mind. I'm totally wrong. I didn't see that Contract's died.
Got the E-stall impact to push
well, I saw somebody die. I didn't realize it was Contracts.
Lucio continuing to just try to zone Palafox away from
Douglas so low.
participation in this conflict.
All right, I think Inspired just grabs it.
Dawning Shadow
Who he has the smite in the pit.
Trying to go in. Who he wants to try to steal it away, but it ain't going to work because Inspired
I'm not overly surprised about that.
The Baron for FlyQuest.
Energy tried to rush it. I think that was a little aggressive.
It was risky, and the risk gets
I thought that they were going to try and turn. I thought that they were going to like try and rush it. Somebody was going to come in and they were going to like really focus on Inspired or something like that. And that is not what happened.
Ooh, he goes all out between two turrets.
Wow. That was probably not what he meant to do.
Spot for Cassante.
That was right in between both, so you get both turret shots the whole time, dude.
Yeah, he took 4 turret shots in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, that looks really cool. Like,
actually, he pinpointed that sucker.
Like it would be hard to do that on purpose, you know?
Right in the middle.
That's actually
honestly,
that is really funny.
I was thinking, as you were
that would have
talking
been a
about
perfect ult if it was the other way. You know, if those were Douglas turrets, and suddenly Quad's getting hit by multiple turret shots, would have been beautiful.
And so if you watch the replay,
yeah, FlyQuest is going to grab so many
like
turrets
2 more
here.
Qs on the Baron, and then he's actually out of mana
Tristana and Quad,
when the enemy team comes,
yeah,
and so he just kind of goes up to the front to die there, and they lose out another one. But it has been rough as far as the Barons go so far this summer for Energy. In the first series that they had,
yeah, I don't think they were in the position where they should have started that Baron, though.
This one,
or they should have started the Baron with the intent, I think, to turn
very
around.
high-pressured situation where it, did not look that great.
And now with the Baron being taken, they've lost
perfect. We'll be able to see it.
Rift, so that earlier play that they made on the Drake just doesn't pay out at all. Here's another look.
Oh, no. So this is too late to even see.
Back in live, we got another fight breaking out as the Fate
wait.
Inspired Strangle Thorns on himself to try to
Inspired's dead.
Through the dive. Palafox gets back away. And
great ult by Contracts.
Completes what they were looking for.
Oh, so much damage with Stunna.
Goes after
great engage. Zigzal. Oh, Zigzal does so much damage on FBI.
FBI with just the damage. 3-man pull.
Wait, Whippo!
There's your impact.
Whippo's flash was crazy.
A triple kill over to Masu on the Ziggs.
All right, FlyQuest are coming for the rest of the base. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, no,
there's
nothing Energy can do to stop
this. Don't even
this.
scratch him.
He's just here to protect the minion waves. He's the bodyguard. The minion waves are the VIP.
He has TP, so he's going to back
now he's going to be able to
TP onto whatever
to
minion
rejoin
walks
the
up.
team. Remember that Masu on this Zig still has the satchel charge for pushing towards these Nexus turrets. It's still another 10 seconds before anybody else on Energy respawns.
You know, they might not be able to end
keep
here.
The push alive. As soon as this wave arrives to the turret,
I assumed they would. I assumed that, the TP is going to come in. Oh, wait. No, I lied.
More on to the
wow, that's a crazy amount of damage on turrets.
Taking it out. Now FlyQuest trying to get themselves back away. Whippo here on the front line. Might get caught
they're engaging here? They were kind of backing off anyway.
Damn. Tanky. 2-man solar flare as Palafox tries to find some damage.
I guess I don't love that engage.
Already gone on a killing spree.
You know what I mean? Like, just slowly push them back.
Just got knocked out.
Of course I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure Energy did exactly what they were supposed to do.
As Dokla will not kill anybody in the back line. Palafox,
funnily enough,
doing everything
I was totally wrong. Tristana eventually just ended up doing more than Yone.
16-5.
FlyQuest really took over that game. They were ahead all game. You know, it was kind of slow and steady, and they were just kind of maintaining their lead.
Yep.
But especially after the Baron, there's nothing
the next game.
They may not be undefeated in series, but they are undefeated with Skarner. That is for sure.
And what?
I'm not surprised. Skarner looks strong.
It's so weird to have this opinion. If you say it publicly, you're blaming your teammates. They can't take it.
To Cassante, how do you like that matchup, Licorice, as a Poppy enjoyer yourself?
I think it's really good. I actually did play
let's see here.
Game 1 versus C9.
Banned. Makes sense. Even though FlyQuest is the one that's banning them.
I think Pubble just stuff some of the engages from Leona and Cassante is really good.
Yeah.
So I would definitely favor the FlyQuest comp in this one.
But when I
good
do
to me.
see
I want
Poppy,
to hear from the casters as we send this one straight towards Flowers. Go for it, Flowers.
Time. Even though it is a full best of 3,
we'll see what happens.
You
but
have
I think Energy's comp is really annoying. They have a lot of CC.
And you only get one match.
It's going to be really annoying to match
it sticks with you here
anyone that
with
they
playoff
have.
seeding being this important.
They're
Ash
definitely going to have to
so
bring things
annoying.
together
Let's
quickly.
reiterate how
what the
annoying
was talking
Ash
about,
is.
right? A 0-2 start in summer 2024
He's gonna hit
feels
one
like
ult, and I'm just gonna
0-4
complain
in
about it
any
the whole
other
time.
previous split, and nobody likes starting 0-4. Usually that's where you start to see the light switch from green to yellow, and you got to be like, hold on, boys, hold on. We don't want that to turn red. And Energy is not feeling good about the way that first game went. Hopefully they can bounce back here, find a little bit more coordinated gameplay in game number 2.
The moment someone says,
no
"Oh, this
slowing
team's
down
favorite
at
to
a
win,"
yellow light now.
I want them to win a little bit less.
Don't listen to us. This is not life advice.
I really love the
not
underdog
traffic
story.
advice.
Don't do that.
But Energy might want to be able to beat the red light. Let's see here, though, about game number 2, because already the Poppy here, Bwipo getting in their faces, going in. He has Q start Poppy.
What?
Went in for the auto attack, picked up his shield, and trying to be as annoying as possible. But Bwipo here does get a couple of procs on him.
Wait, not just the auto attack.
How is Bwipo winning the fight
His
now?
His job is just to slow down this ridiculous clear from contracts.
Gardner.
Yeah. Bwipo and
Clearing out the weeds.
Bwipo walks into the enemy jungle.
Here. We already have a landscaping
Bumps
guy.
everyone a couple of times, and then is winning the fight on
doing a
Dopa.
good job of being a nuisance, and his delay on Contracts' early jungle start allows Inspire to start his own blue and then just go in to Contracts' red side quad.
What is happening?
That is brutal. It's like 2v1 jungle flowers.
It's a nightmare.
That is painful, and it's in one of the race car.
Wow,
matchups
Poppy's
of
looking
of Zyra versus
unbelievably
Karthus.
strong.
So now Inspired.
I don't
here,
even know what to say.
The race car is all tuned up. He's got a
Oh,
very
and
big
Contracts!
early lead versus
Oh, and
Contracts.
Contracts got his red and
Stealing
Raptor
away his
stolen.
red buff as well. See if
Poor Contracts.
how angry he is and what he's able to do, because after Krugs,
Wow.
he's going to have a lot of
Low
extra
life.
time. So in
Both
that
sides.
situation, if you're the
trading
jungler,
from,
if you're
the two-
Inspired,
Actually,
especially if there's a solo queue, you're
they're
trying
both-
to
they're both
notify
Yordles.
both of your lanes towards bottom side.
My
like
all
bottom
Euro
lane
comp
and
could
mid
come
lane.
with
You're like,
Corki.
please, don't
Hold
give
on,
this
hold
guy
on.
any
Corki,
freebie
Poppy,
opportunities.
Tristana,
because I just
Ziggs.
took away, all the options for him.
And then we
he's
have
going
so
to
we have
be
so many,
angry,
like
and
it
he's
could
going
be
to
the
be looking
cannon,
for
it
something
could
to
be.
do. Contracts walks
Oh wait,
over
this
a
is so
ward
plausible.
to
Who's
go
trying to run
contest
out all
Brawl, but that's
Euro
right
comp?
into
We gotta
FlyQuest
test
hands
it.
here.
Yeah, Contracts trying
God.
to do what Inspired
Contract's
did
dead.
in the previous game,
No,
but it
no,
ain't
good flash,
looking
good flash.
nearly as good. Going over top of the ward, showing where he's at, gets
Wow,
caught
really
out by
aggressive by
Busio, and so
Contracts.
has to use his flash very early.
And that is really well done. That is avoiding the situation I was talking about where you have taken away
Quad
all
even has
options
cryo.
from
That's
this
kinda
enemy
surprising.
jungler.
Yes.
And so they have the vision ward there too to
guessing
see
there's some kind of
if
item
he comes over
difference that I'm
for
missing?
the kind of angry play where
Okay, so Dirk is now allowed back into the game.
One
He's allowed to
other
farm a
area
little
to
bit.
go for, and so that ward they're preparing for it, and Inspired the entire time is thinking, all right, this guy's only got
Yeah, I
one
don't know if
play.
I would be
I'm
able
gonna
to
circle
Zyra
back
jungle, because
around
I don't know if I'd
after
be able
my
to proc all
wolves. I
those,
left my Gromp up there on purpose,
plants correctly.
and then they're rewarded with the flash.
Great,
But now,
great. Oh my,
Busio doing a
what?
good job knocking Huhi around down here. A lot of
Oh,
damage back to
Huhi.
both supports, but it's going to be Busio that drops first because Contracts
So, I mean,
still
Huhi
gets his
clearly played it
first
better 'cause he
blood.
survived.
It took him an extra couple of
But that
minutes
looks like
to
a
get there,
beautiful
but he gets the
buffer.
punish he was looking for. Masu down to
From
100
the
HP.
Alistair,
He's got to be careful
right?
now,
Because
too.
Huhi jumped
if you're
in, and
Inspired,
Alistair was
you're
able to kind of
looking at your
buffer
farm
it. I actually thought that they might be able to turn it around.
He had to still be there. He had to still be there. That was his only option. And FlyQuest actually went back in for that trade themselves, investing their flash from Busio to go for it. And
Huhi's different, bro!
Huhi hangs out for an extra 30 seconds in bottom
Huhi
lane.
was not okay with
Masu
just one
not
kill.
paying
He
enough
needed
attention
to get that
FlyQuest
second.
bot lane
He
gets
wanted that
punished
double
twice.
kill.
I think I know where the review for game number 2 is going to start on the FlyQuest Swag Flowers. Bottom lane here for
That's
FlyQuest,
so rough.
giving
Energy needed
some
that
hope.
too. They lost
Huhi
game 1.
there, out of the brush.
Right, now they're
gets
in
one
game
for
2.
himself.
They're
Let's
looking
see
at
what
where's
can,
anything
what
going to
can they
happen. They're
do
kind of
with
getting
this
bully
early
top.
start, because
All right,
it
it's
is
a little even,
still
but
a
they
very
get
meager
ahead
gold lead.
bot
This
side.
is,
That's
this is
beautiful.
not like absolutely game changing.
Okay, so let's watch this.
Especially considering
it's so good by Busio.
Still
I
was
think
painful for
everything that he
Contracts,
did
even though
there was
comes in and gets
beautifully
this
played.
first
They just
blood
didn't
money,
quite have the
which
damage
is
on
very
Huhi.
much needed.
And Ignite
for
would have
him.
finished it
He's
right
still
there.
going to be a bit behind in experience.
And I think this is just
because
a
of
little
the 2
aggressive
camps
by
that were stolen
Masu.
away from his
Just
side.
maybe didn't
and
respect
he's still
it.
not going to have flash, but Huhi did such a good job sticking around as the Leona.
Yeah,
just
I don't know.
knowing that the
I'd love
Varus
to
is gonna
ask him.
wanna,
I'd love to ask him
stick
like if
around
he
here.
thought they
So
backed
is
or if he
able
didn't
to
think that he
punish
would die.
Masu.
You know what I mean?
Very good stuff there from Huhi.
So Ult's coming up
want that
online.
one back, but no takesy-backsies here in the bottom lane. 5 minutes in, it's a 1.2 thousand gold lead for Energy. This is a very similar lead to what we saw for FlyQuest in game number 1. Granted, both of their kills happened at the exact same time with the tower dive that got foiled this time around.
Huhi
but it
Giga
still
Chad
ends up being the
indeed.
same sort of story being told.
Making
and
Leona look
Contracts
good, and
is
I
down
love him for
here
it.
once more. Masu only level 3. Huhi and FBI
Solo
levels
bolo,
4
that's
and
true.
5. Masu's got some catching up to do. Inspired is going to be around.
Yeah, they had no ward this time around, so Contracts is in there. There's an extra
So,
plant.
I don't think
there's
they know Inspired's there.
in this jungle, and there's an
Oh,
extra
wait, Inspired
mobile
would
plant.
have gotten absolutely
Okay,
jumped.
Palafox now flashing away from Quad. Does
So
not
gonna
want to
swap
end
Quad
up
out.
getting yeeted
But
backwards
Contracts and
there.
Hui's coming up.
As they'll stay
Oh,
safe.
this
Contracts
could be
and Huhi
dangerous.
joining up with him just to make sure that their mid laner's going to be all right.
Yeah, you like to see this. You know, Huhi.
So Masu and Busio
this
know
was the
that
change on
FBI's by
Energy.
himself?
Yeah.
You know, the big change that everybody was talking about.
FBI's
And
back and it
there
doesn't
was
matter.
a lot of talk from Energy themselves about really incorporating him effectively into the team, as far as both gameplay as well as shot calling. But
wait,
him and
so after whatever
really
happened
trying to
level 1,
take
right?
the
Blue's
early
just absolutely
advantages from the
demolishing
first
that
couple of
level 1.
plays
They're even
and
on
turn
farm
those
right now. Look,
early
they're both
advantages
45 to
into
45.
an actual game
How
plan
did that
to
happen?
win. So taking
what
that
happened,
and
Whippo?
moving up through mid lane over to the grubs to grab the grubs for themselves this time around. A very good start here
Maybe
for
Poppy's
Energy.
just more of an early
Starting
game
to
champ than I even
see,
realized.
You know, the
and
at
just
least
really
the
gets
sparks
outscaled by
of that turnaround that the analyst
by
desk was
Cassante.
looking for.
Exactly, right? They're trending in the positive direction, and that's what they need after how rough week 1 was, after how rough game 1 was here today in week 2. And the nice part is for them, with that grub take, FlyQuest wasn't able to
Alright, so they
trade
have vision
immediately
on
back
him.
for the Drake at the same time. So that's also still up and available if Energy gets control back over the bottom lane again.
Yeah, those are the benefits of, I love this play where you always try and like steamroll through mid up to your objective, because they're able to just chase out
the
enemy
cannon.
mid up through the top side.
I
and
see
then
what he
kinda
was
chain it
looking
into
at.
A very quick take. By the way,
Oh,
you know, so many of these AP
so
junglers
low
love
on mana
taking
from
grubs, but
Masu.
it's all
That's
we're saying. Zyra
crazy.
is
very good at it.
extremely good at collecting all of them, especially when you get your Faded Ashes rush off of the first blood.
Well, the grubs like summoning a bunch
Because
of
of,
little
like, the,
garbage to fight you. And
slight split
Zyra also
difference
loves
in
summoning
the,
some garbage of
back.
her own. So she's
I really was thinking,
she's
like,
able to
no
turn it
way
into like a
Hui's
game
going
of
to just
StarCraft.
jump
They're
in on
both
this
spamming trash at
Masu
each
by
other.
himself.
It's a good
Busio is just
old-fashioned
back.
trash fight.
But there's no vision there.
Feels good, man.
Up in the Baron pit.
Trash plants versus trash grubs. The battle.
I feel like lore, you know, the grubs, they're
All
kind
right,
of
so
like, you know,
Contracts got the
maggots,
grubs
and they
already.
just- they
Like, those
eat
have been gone.
garbage, so they
Nobody
have
has
compost
got the
advantage.
dragon.
Compost
So they have the
battle.
It should
ability
be
to get
compost
both
advantage
objectives
to the grubs,
if they
I feel like.
really
Yeah,
want to
it's a
try and
compost championship in the
aggressively
Rift Herald
posture
pit
like that.
in the early minutes of the game.
Yeah, and Zyra does win those.
Yeah, she's undefeated right
the
now.
plants actually beat the grubs.
She's holding the belt. I'll put. she's the champ. The grubs have yet to win the
world
matchup.
champion trash belt.
Yeah. She's the queen of the dumpster. As Energy is now going into
Okay,
the play here from the bottom.
I said I was
Busio
going to
not
say
level 6 here on the
stupid
Alistar
Agile.
means
That's
he's
crazy.
not
It's
as
so
tanky as he'd
strong.
like
Oh,
to
but it
be,
doesn't matter.
he's
It got
tanky
turned
enough
around
to
on them.
get
That's
away.
actually insane.
FlyQuest had Inspired down here in bottom.
Wait, then
and was
so say
enough to
Busio,
get the
you
first kill of the
wonderful cow,
fight.
you.
Contract still looking to follow up and see if he can get anything back, but it ain't gonna work. FlyQuest out.
I'm really surprised. I was so ready. I was like, oh, of course the Agile just leads to something crazy. What a crazy strong ult.
He was thinking about it. If FBI moved up a little bit too much, then maybe they mess around. But
Contracts is
kind of covering here in case Contracts.
I couldn't tell if Contracts was
trying
in vision or not.
To try something as well, but
FBI's
their ultimate goes
really
wide,
high health,
so
though. He might be able to
FBI's
punish
gonna be fine to
Busio
finish
and
the push
Masu.
here.
They don't have enough
Just
respect
wants
here.
to push it back in so it can bounce off.
You know one thing I've noticed about modern League of Legends compared to, like back in the day League of Legends? So many more Varuses hit their ults these days. I remember back in the day, Chains of Corruption was like the XD ability because every Varus missed it every time he threw it out. But that time I was like, oh, wow, he actually missed that one. It's not a surprise. Most of the time the Varuses hit these.
Look at the aura from Huhi.
That was
get on your turret.
An interesting roundabout flame. Roundabout way to flame.
It wasn't flame. It's just a matter of fact. It's like back in the day, I was surprised if the Varuses hit him. Now I'm surprised if they miss him.
Right.
Yeah. See. Okay. So Contracts is just doing drag.
Positive.
So they're going to be able to get both
except for the last one that we just
objectives.
saw.
They're going to get objectives. They get the first grubs. They're going to get the first drag.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Dragon
So
control.
unfortunately, they gave up a kill. Well, maybe gave up's not the right way to put
Inspired's
it.
going to show up,
But Busio has a
he's going
kill
to be here in
currently.
time. I mean, he has his spike to try to challenge for this if he wants,
So
but it's already already
they're
secured
not
by
quite up in
contracts.
as much gold, so it's not
making
quite
his way
such a
over as
perfect
well.
game.
Inspired's going to take a lot more
Wow,
damage than he wanted
Inspired,
to
you
there.
got
He gets into the way
poked.
of the Strangle Thorns before the knockup would have connected.
Ooh,
Flashing
good flash, good
away
reaction time.
from
I don't know if I would
rocket.
have been able to do
I'm
that in
not
time.
actually sure if that
That
would
was
have hit him or
crazy.
not, but it
That
would
was
have been
crazy.
so close that I respect doing the flash to not get the kill out.
Oh yeah, I think that big one would have exploded and Inspired would be dead, but survives.
Oh, do you think FBI is just going to chase him down?
Karthus does survive this time around.
Do you think, can you just...
Whippo
You dodge
knocking
that?
FBI back away from him, and then just returns back to the wave to keep on farming.
I
He
haven't
knows
used
how
Pop in a
far
long time,
away
but I think you
that's
have
going
to
to knock
aim it.
the Ash. He can go back, finish off this wave. It's not
Oh,
an
Moss is gonna
absolute
pick up some
domination
plates,
in the
though.
top lane for this Poppy counter pick thus far.
I do like the swap there because they can just have Dokla teleport down to bottom side and pick up this wave while they
Alright,
secure
Dokla.
themselves the full 6 grubs.
You know, every time I see
Zyra should be able
Dokla,
to
I think
take
of
care
Kim
that.
Dokja,
No
who's
problem.
from Omniscient
He
Muta's
still
viewpoint.
holds the
I know,
trash
it's
belt,
no relation, but...
that's not going to change hands here because they've rotated
time.
Ash up topside, as you already saw, and are going to be
Contracts,
able
you
to finish it
monster!
off.
Yeah,
6 grubs,
easy peasy
too?
for contracts. All 6
You have to
grubs
let
for
other
energy
people
just feels
around the
great
objectives.
with your
You
turret
can't just do
taking
all of them.
potential. Unfortunately, they don't have like the Tristana
insane.
and the Ziggs from the previous game for that ultimate turret destruction of annihilation type of comp. But hey, 6 grubs feels good no matter what.
It certainly does. Retains his title.
Not just that, but the Dragon's been up for
now
another
get a
3
little bit of
minutes,
free
and we
time.
got
It's
2
kinda
minutes off
interesting where
rip.
we've got support timer for Huhi.
So all
and
of the
Flash is
objectives
ready on
early
Leona,
have gone to
although
energy.
he needs to soak experience somewhere to get 6. So I was thinking
needs a little.
Yeah, I was
Just a
thinking he
little.
was going to go soak it off of mid lane, but now he's just kind of looking around the jungle for some wards. Maybe you can even just get it off wards.
Well, you know how those mid laners are, man. You show up to a mid laner's lane, you try to just soak a couple of
Blackboy's hoping to
minions.
catch up a little
He's going
bit,
to
and
ping
Energy
till the
able to
ping is
push
broke.
whatever
Even
fire
if
they
you
have.
use those minions to get level 6 and give him a gank.
Yup. He's going to be, what are you doing?
Wow,
What are you doing?
look
Chickens
at
over
how
there.
much farm
You should have
Palafox
thought of that
has.
before you came mid. Got your level
Actually,
6
just
somewhere
mid
else.
laners as a whole is just so
He's
much more
trying.
farm than everyone else. They've
Couldn't
kind of
even
just
get
been
it off
sitting
of
there
those.
farming all game.
Unlucky, man. Unlucky. We got about a minute and a half until the Rift Herald spawns, so we'll see if we get a big old team
That's
fight
kind
out
of
of that
insane.
one. Mossy going to grab an extra plate up here in the top lane.
I mean,
Still
top
about a
laners
1,000
are
gold
at
lead
least
for
above 100
energy.
currently.
You can see those slight
But,
advantages
I
just
mean,
across the board
hits.
there on the scoreboard for the individual gold differences. The only one
20,
favoring
30
FlyQuest
gold
is a
difference
single
between
melee
mid and
minion's
top
worth
lane?
of gold for the Poppy that now also disappears.
Yes,
So
count it.
that's a counter pick. That's a counter pick right there. Single melee minion.
All right, we got to jump in.
Oh, and
Yeah,
engage by
Quad going
Quad
in
does
for it.
output quite a bit of
Jumps down
damage,
Palafox,
but
now he's got to be careful.
wasn't able to finish it.
Trying to lock Quad up, but he jumps back away with that reset
Palafox
rocket
doesn't have
jump.
TP, though.
Whippo now jumping in for FBI,
Okay, Whippo.
but FBI's pretty all right with this. I mean, he knows that as soon as Poppy tackles after him, there's not really any more gap closed to deal with the slow. So FBI's perfectly
So it's funny watching that because it looked like there's no way that FBI was killing Whippo. But it didn't look like Whippo was necessarily going to be able to kill FBI
see if he
either.
can find any sort of a lockdown. Nope. Not going to happen. Whippo was
There gonna be a
not able to
3v3
keep
down
FBI
here?
there for long enough. Poppy doesn't have like that hard CC other than just the snap knockup from the ulti, so was hoping maybe FBI would stick around and fight him a little bit more, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, and just going to
All right, looks like Masu's
very
back
slight
in
health trade
top
over here.
right now.
Meanwhile, on
Gonna
the
be able to
top
stay.
side, we have the opposite mismatch where the Cassante is
I think-
pushing in on the Varus.
You know,
trying to
funnily
get up
enough,
there,
I
but
think
Whippo
Dokla's
attacks
okay with
into a
this.
minion again.
Yeah, and there once more you have
Great
that
knockup
snap
by
knockup from the
Gucio. Too bad
ulti.
they didn't
But
really
when
have
FBI
anything
is in the
to
middle of the
follow
lane,
up
you
there.
don't have the wall bang. It's harder to get what you need.
Ooh,
in terms
FBI
of
is
locking
low
him
from
up.
that, but
The
it wasn't
referee is not
enough.
near strong enough to kill off FBI, and now it's
That's
a lot of problems for
insane,
Whippo. He's going to be killed by the
Whippo!
arrow from downtown.
All right, we're back on
FBI
how
gets his
stupid
first kill.
Ashel
Good
is.
calculations here
Unbelievable.
on the side of energy. And FlyQuest trying to squeeze
Super
out extra
busted.
damage there, but the extra barrier from FBI, they don't have
Oh, that
enough
is
damage
insane.
that
I
then
can't
the Karthus
believe.
ultimate would
I thought it was
actually
such a
be
great
a
engage
kill
by Bucio as well.
ultimate. And so
he got
he
super
survives.
punished.
Plus, Huhi once again setting up contracts. Huhi sets up contracts for the easy combo on the Zyra. They get the kill onto the Zyra. That is Leandri's completed here
Good damage.
for the grub fight.
You know, his contract's just going
world.
to fight for this one as
Yes,
well.
sir. So
Are they
let's
just going
see.
for
Nobody's-
every
nobody's gonna
objective
take
is
his belt
Zyra's?
anytime soon.
No way, man. This is such a better look for energy than game number one
Oh,
was.
so much better.
I like the
Not-
draft
it's not even
situation better.
comparable.
I like the fact that
They're actually winning this game,
coordinating
like
as a team so much more coherently than we saw.
Yeah,
in
wow,
any of the
Contracts is
previous
just
games
there.
so far this
Fight
split.
him if you
Now,
can.
They're the ones going after the Herald. FlyQuest has a
That
couple
is
of dudes
insane,
nearby, but those
actually.
dudes are not making their way over to the pit. Quad.
Oh,
Palafox!
Palafox
here goes for the Tristana insect, but instead has to flash away himself. Nearly dies to the final Corky
Oh,
rocket.
that was
Bucio makes his
crazy.
way up, but it's not like he can
Fox. That was crazy.
Just yet goes for the flash. Pulverize wanted to get the headbutt
Oh,
back into the
Busio,
turret, but it ain't gonna
Busio,
work out. Now
no.
Huhi coming in to cut off that escape route.
Oh, is the cow dead again?
Used the ultimate. The unbreakable will might get broke after all. Who he wants to jump in here with the Zenith Blade and the shield of Daybreak. Give the kill over to Palafox. The boys eating burgers. And the cow is down. Rift Herald takes out that first turret. They're going to get the charge here onto the tier 2. Energy loving these first 15 minutes.
I thought it was a really good ult by Quad back in the turret range. At first I thought something spicy was happening.
Non-Lee Sin champions.
And
first
Inspired finally got an objective. I'm sure he's relieved right now.
Tries to get the knockback on him into the tower,
the
but he
on the
getting
rocket jump
Cassante pushed back, and then he's the one who dies. Plus the tower. NRG here, really strong comeback in game number 2.
Yeah, they're 3K gold right now.
Pushing that lead is the key part too. They did not stall out after just the play onto bottom.
All right, so objectives aren't going to be up for about 4 minutes.
They took that lead.
Baron,
they ran
that's
through
going to be really
mid.
hard.
They turned it into the objectives of getting
Again,
the
Zyra
6
can
void
solo
grubs,
it,
so you can do really strong pushes like
really
we
hard
just
to do
saw.
at 20 minutes.
Plus the Herald, poof. Towers are all gone on top side.
I respect the fact that FlyQuest is
Great
trying
ult.
to make some
That was
plays
a
happen
beautiful
when they're
ult by
behind.
Ashe.
But at the same time, you're going to have to clean them up a little bit more than what you're doing, because a lot of what we're getting this game from FlyQuest is just it's a little bit of slop. You know,
I would be heartbroken.
I would see this be a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter.
I'm okay with a little slop. every now and then, you know.
I don't know if I would have said it like that.
Sometimes the League of Legends
I would be so heartbroken about Busio right now. You're in your own jungle too. It wasn't even like you were deep or nothing. You just get hit by Axel and you just die. And you're sitting there like,
I'll tell you what, Energy's pretty entertained right now. They are loving the current state of this.
They want to get to that final game. It's a best of 3. They want to make use of the full series.
That's the most entertaining game every time. Best of 3. You need that third game.
Little slop.
Yeah,
never hurt anybody.
A little game 2 slop for a game 3 bop. Let's do it. FlyQuest are once again going to invest some manpower up here in the top lane. Palafox is saying, all right, I don't care, dude.
Palafox has not died yet, even though
my favorite place
there
to be
have been
anyway.
some pretty good engages by Quad.
Try to play
this one though, no, we got the TP.
Has Huhi off to the side with a nice solar flare over the wall.
Busio, are you dead again?
He's just so far away
no,
from
my beautiful Alistair, how does that keep happening?
Done. Whippo gets
Energy is just cleaning up.
He's gone too.
Oh, this is not looking close. And the engages by Huey, by the way. I'm not giving him enough respect.
He's going to force the flash over the wall from the enemy carry at the same time. He'll trade his own flash for it. You call that worth Energy 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, instant collapse
Energy has just been able to
Dokla teleports in. Everybody comes to defend Palafox, and there is no
actually also Palafox on Busio did so much damage
of the
by
FlyQuest
himself.
members because Busio here goes
think
back
Busio
in for
did
the
anything wrong here. That's the worst part. You're the engage.
So deep for
you have to try and keep Quad and Inspired and all these people alive. So sometimes you're just the one who dies.
Receiving the Zyra
but it is
ultimate, but it's also going to take
to
Masu's flash here. You'll
trade
a
really good cleanse by Masu, by the way.
Chasing Masu for the Varus
good arrow.
flash every day of the
nice
week.
little poke on Quad.
Ooh, Quad getting hit by a good chunk of damage there, down to 1/3. Inspired.
Busio,
trying to stay here and protect. Oh,
Busio, please.
Every time the camera goes on Busio, he is getting his butt kicked this game. It is a tough game to be an Alistar that's behind the curve of things.
Yeah.
It seems like not much
of
one.
A lot of damage. A lot of it at the hands of Palafox, too. How you liking this reworked Corki? Captain Flower says that rocket would have also been death.
Rework Corki. He might not have the package. He might not have those XD Ludens Hydra builds that made no damn sense, but just destroyed everybody anyway.
Come on, let me see Busio's atomization because he is getting
absolutely tears through people.
I know he's level 7, but still shredded. He does have at least one completed item, right?
That he had some really weak
performances. 20 minutes in, he has
that for his own standards. He's just like, I expect better of myself. I need to step up. And so you want to see him be able to do that.
That was a great steadfast presence by Whippo. That might get him out.
And Busio just
Busio's dead.
way too
and
much
Busio's dead.
Palafox
Whippo survived. Whippo did not even survive.
Get some revenge on Whippo from that first game.
Inspired's also dead.
Inspired's going to die again now to a double kill back over to the Corki. The Requiem comes through, but FBI barriers through it. Palafox dies beforehand anyway. So the value of this Karthus is just invisible in this second game.
Poor Busio. Let me see. Okay, hold on.
Here.
Busio, wait. Busio doesn't have an item. What is it? It's 19.5 minutes, almost 20 minutes, and Busio doesn't have an item.
He ended up dying. So critical for them to have
That's kind of insane.
A strong performance from him.
This poor cow is getting slaughtered.
From game number 1 of this series,
Oh, this
a
is
little bit
unbelievable.
rough. So
I mean,
nice
really well done by
stuff here
Energy.
from
Right, up
Energy.
6K gold. It's really
If
their
they're
game
able
to
finish
lose.
this one out.
But okay, so let's see this.
This could be something that really kind of revitalizes them. Let's take
Great
another
job
look,
by
though.
Hui,
You can
just
tell they're
lots of
thinking,
CC.
we want to be as aggressive as
Again,
possible.
I don't think Busio did anything
as
there
possible.
wrong.
Hui
He
immediately
went
had
in,
gone
he
for the
knocked
engage,
up Contracts and
once again,
Palafox.
they're able to
I mean, there's just
punish
no
the
follow
cow
through.
on
It
the
was
way
maybe a
out.
little
Meanwhile,
aggressive.
Dokka's also
Maybe he
feeling
should have
it
focused on
between
just getting
towers,
Hui away
goes all
from.
out, and they're able to get the kill here.
Whatchamacall,
But there you go. Every time a Varus
Hui away
ult
from
hits
the
now, I'm going to think of what you said earlier in
Poppy?
the game where you,
Right, like
you're
maybe
only
that's
surprised when
the
they
play
miss
there.
Now, like it's a point and click or something, but that was a good snipe.
Yeah, that's
there,
crazy.
One. A critical one that earned the only kill. For
I totally agree with this. I think Energy could just rush it and say, try and stop me.
Game state as a whole.
They have the Zyra.
More and more.
I mean, Busio clearly can't go in without just absolutely getting shredded.
But they got to be careful
No,
here.
okay, so they do respect it.
The
Assault is crazy! Right into the Leona CC, but okay, they didn't quite have the damage. The poke to kill Inspired.
Nice arrow there,
they were able to bait out Masu's ult, though.
As Energy walks back away, Masu, he had it there in case they were going to keep
chasing.
Honestly,
I think they could just start Baron again.
I'm not going to put the XD in chat on that one.
Yeah, zoning, right?
Yeah, that's understandable. He's creating space.
Okay, so Poppy is just down there wailing on the bot side turret.
They might not have been able to get the Baron, but I think for Energy fans, they're probably still feeling relief more than anything that it wasn't a Baron throw.
Yeah, and when you put it that way, I have to wholeheartedly agree.
No, I believe in Energy to be able to get this Baron taken care of.
What we just saw
I would be shocked if FlyQuest was able to turn a Baron fire around right here.
Had kept up
down
split
6K
pushing. So
gold.
Bwipo was bottom side using his teleport.
Busio still
his
doesn't have an
unused
item built.
teleport, kind of looming there,
right,
ominously.
Look at this cow get shredded by these plants.
And he was just pushing up the minion wave so that if the engage actually
he should be
occurred,
completing item. It's going to be like 22 minutes and he's going to have an item.
Because they were able to zone off.
No, we didn't even back.
From Energy there. They actually got
what
value
a
out
deep
of it.
TP.
Okay, we got a TP coming in. FlyQuest looking to make a move, but the move is already done.
Masu's already dead.
With a critical
and Busio's obviously dead. I guess I don't hate it.
Here.
I don't love it.
Not quite enough damage, but it looks like the Requiem should get it done.
They're going to be able to get Palafox.
FBI dies. FlyQuest might have just
that could have been a worse fight. Palafox and FBI are dead.
Dokka and Contracts just trying to walk away from this one. FlyQuest finally getting a little bit of momentum. I was worried as Masu died at the very start that any sort of a chance they might have
Masu died super early. I'm really surprised that Energy didn't just
end up getting punished.
Very important to note, those
are black and white portraits for both of these ranged carries, and they both spent their flashes to still die.
Thank you,
FlyQuest is going to be able to grab the drag here.
Nice R button there. Honestly, though, Quad. How many times is that going to happen? Quad to me.
Happen a lot.
Quad to me has been quite good.
He said quid quad.
Tristana, so
I wasn't the only one who messed up there. Because I messed up on that yesterday.
Your Kraken plus your Navori, you actually really start to feel the synergy here. You start to feel the extra power of the champion. And if they're able to open up some spots like this where they get the
you do have Warmogs now. 23 minutes into the game, you have your item, but let's not tempt it.
Then they can look for these repeat plays, but looks like Energy want to take
advantage I like this a lot less than I did 2 minutes ago.
Since it was just used and should be around 50% at the moment, they force.
Okay. Busio has a little bit of engage there, but Hui's engage was just a little better, it looks like. Okay, Busio gets out alive! That's what matters!
Away now. Busio's still alive.
All right.
About 100 HP. FBI.
Great engage by Hui.
But Hui's going to be tackled
but it wasn't enough.
From Bwipo.
It was a good disengage by Bwipo. That was beautifully played by Bwipo.
Dearest Karthus has made his way onto the rift, sir. It might have taken him a while, but
there we go. Okay, FlyQuest has showing signs of life.
Oh yeah, this time around.
This is probably this is sweat-inducing for Energy though. You're starting to realize like, hey, we're losing
and
these
they
fights
further
now.
separate them. The Alistar here, pretty annoying to deal with when you're going for those as like the solo re-engage. So FlyQuest are able to get the kill. I would say, biggest credit though, that Poppy ultimate got both carries. Poppy ultimate ejecting both
great job by
Palafox
Bwipo.
and FBI is what allowed FlyQuest to even be in that position.
I mean, Poppy Ultimate is such a game-changing ulti, right? It's something similar to like Lamb's Respite or Tempered Fate. The ability to just remove something that should happen and say, no, it's actually not happening now. You just get to rewrite the script.
You certainly do. Rewrite it in your favor. Meanwhile, Quad continues to get richer.
He
got solo power gold in the post-play.
2-0-3
even though he wasn't able to get the kill credit on that Hui kill, getting the solo tower gold afterwards, very, very beneficial here. Gets the full BF sword,
Energy
and they're
still
right
just
back
up
out
quite
to
a bit of
reset here
gold. It's
towards
still
Baron
really
Vision.
just dangerous
Now,
for
still a
Fly.
4,000 gold lead for Energy overall. But
At this point, though, I don't think Energy
is the fact
can
that now
really
is
threaten
a
a Baron
400 gold
Rush.
individual lead for
And
Inspired.
FlyQuest is up on drag, so that could be kind of their win con. They're able to
FlyQuest
get
have
this
secured
third
for
one.
themselves so far. Yes, they are still significantly
Nice poke
behind.
onto the FBI
but if this
from Masu.
Karthus can die in the right spot and find a lot of value with this ulti after
yeah,
it,
Energy
you
should
could
be able
really
to get
change
this.
a fight with that.
Wait, Masu stunned up in the back.
By the solar flare into the
Oh,
arrow,
but
there's
so
no
much
follow-up
engage on a Pal Fox. He was just too far forward.
Are
Too far forward and FlyQuest. Oh, FlyQuest is not able to punish anymore, but they got. I mean, they got the mid laner, right? They got Corki.
Yeah, and Narnia's behind the tower too.
Yeah,
I don't know if they can grab Baron here, honestly.
They were unable to break the
Wait,
ward, so
maybe.
there's still like an
They
auto
just pushed
or
them
two
all
left
back.
on mid lane tower. And so FlyQuest now, after that
Energy
they're
had
gonna
to show
move on
so much
over.
respect for that.
Let's see, it's a little bit risky.
Of
No
engage
Karthus
from
ultimate,
Quad
so they
and
don't want to
Busio
start
and
it up.
Whippo.
But another one there for FlyQuest. Energy, though, this
FlyQuest,
tower,
this
just
is
get in
crappy.
there.
Yeah, just smack the stupid
There
thing.
we go.
There you go.
There you go, Dopa.
Use those grubbies. The grubbies
mice.
changed their fandom from the Void Grubs to Zyra. They were a fan of Zyra in the World Wrestling Championship of the topside grub duel arena now.
And Contracts has yet to be killed, so we need to track this belt because currently he still holds it. But now, with the way the game is looking, FlyQuest might end up with it.
Oh yeah, I want to see if Inspired delivers the Stone Cold Stunner to the Zyra in the middle of one of these team fights with a big ulti from the top rope.
Give me that trash belt.
Yeah, what we got still a 3,500 gold lead for Energy, which sounds impressive, but it has shrank down from that. What was it, about a 6,000 gold peak 10 minutes ago?
I'm trying to think of like what I would be trying to do here, besides just farm.
Continuing their scaling.
Right, I mean, Drag's up in a minute, Baron's up, but neither team's able to just melt Baron without the threat of the other one. There's good engage options on both sides with the Alistair from Busio and Huki's Leona.
Has not had a difficult time.
And not even counting the top lane.
Push, even though he's down
great
1.5
buffer by Quad.
1,000 gold here.
Again, I can't imagine doing that timely.
He's got his Fimbulwinter. It's kind of tank matchup where you focus on the minions.
Ashes Ult is still really annoying,
still
though.
able to do their job. So FlyQuest, let's see if they can keep it up because Energy returned to one of the most cursed areas of the map for them so far in Summer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Which has been the Baron
They've lost
area,
both fights right here, and they haven't gotten a Baron, it sounds like, all
some of the vision first. It's difficult for them because you mentioned it last time, but I mean, they invested all their engaged resources on the Varus, but the Varus was so deep back in enemy territory and behind the tower that they had no follow-up during their stuns and just kind of got annihilated.
Stunning the dude is great. Being able to kill him afterwards is better.
Top side
by a lot.
Backing.
Yeah,
he has TP.
Yeah, definitely want to stun someone that is within range of your DPS. So
and this should just be melted from FBI contracts.
Dragon number 2 here.
Okay.
Yep.
So FlyQuest no longer has that out of just
a whole bunch of dragons so far this game. It's not like this is going to be any sort of immediate win condition. The fastest they would be able to secure a soul is 10 minutes from now. And 10 minutes from now, even if the gold stays exactly as it is, 4,000 doesn't mean that much close to 40 minutes in.
Also, beyond gold, range is such a strong scaling factor. And
actually,
Tristana
the fact that the majority of the gold on FlyQuest is on Karthus is so good for them.
Over halfway now to level 16.
Because if you're able to get like one real strong Karthus ult before an engage or something, that could change the fight. And it looks like he's rushing Cap.
But Tristana continually adding to that range does make it more and more scary here for Energy, despite their gold lead. They're probably starting to feel the pressure here.
All the damage dealers on Energy side
that
is
EXP bar on Karthus that you pointed out over halfway there, now about 80% of the way. He's also got the 2 large rods in the inventory. Right about the time he hits level 16, he's also going to buy his
This will be a lot easier if Pal Fox doesn't get caught, I think. If Pal Fox gets caught out again, I don't know what
this could be a serious issue. And I think
Energy's just
looking at exactly that. They're
saying
going in, they're starting up the Baron. They already used the Strangle Thorns to enchant the plants to make sure they can rush this down.
They got it. Now they just have to get out alive. Wait, so Pal Fox got alive for free.
Already got Pal Fox into the picture, and FBI
so FBI's dead. FBI's dead, it doesn't matter. Because somebody already has the Baron buff.
Contracts goes over the wall and rides the Hex Gate back out, but the Requiem is summoned. Energy have disengaged in time. It's not going to be that meaningful. So it is a Baron take.
That is a really good Baron take.
FBI through both summoner spells.
Yeah, they sacrifice FBI, but you know what? It's Ash. Who cares? Ash can be 0 and 10. It doesn't matter. They're just going to ult you. It's going to be annoying.
Despite them having the gold lead, they were feeling so much pressure.
Might be a little salt there.
scaling factors, and so they
Might be a little
make
salt.
the call. I think correct choice.
Fed Axe
Just
is a
burn
lot
the
better
Baron,
than not Fed
try
Axe.
and rush it down, and then everybody scramble for the escape.
That is
FBI does
crazy.
go down, but a single person
let's see, what are they gonna be able to do
payment
here?
for this Baron, which will allow them to try and push,
They got
and,
tier 1s
and actually
everywhere.
end this game before
The only tier 2 they don't have
it
is
gets
mid.
too out of
Like, they
hand.
are
As I say
killing
that,
it
though, the death cap
turret-wise.
is completed for Inspired. So
Yep.
next ultimate is truly going to pack a wallop here. But Energy, they really need to make the most of this Baron time that they have now.
Yeah, and I think if you're
Let's see,
FlyQuest, what
2
you're looking at is,
minutes right now, a
okay,
little bit less.
it wasn't a great trade killing off FBI just for the Baron, but
So
now
do they wanna
Contracts
do,
and FBI, two
like, a
champions with
4-1
absolutely zero
Dokla, or do
inbuilt
they wanna do a
mobility or
1-3-1
escape
with
mechanisms,
Dokla and Palafox
are now
both split
entirely
pushing?
vulnerable. If you can hit them with a flash engage from the Alistar, if you can get Poppy to find some kind of an angle there for a wallbang, it's a whole lot of potential to start a fight off in a very explosive way. So while Energy
I
has
guess
this
they could
Baron,
all
why
man
this should
mid.
now be an opportunity for
But I
them
feel like with
to
the amount
push
of
the lead
TPs
forward
they have,
to
they could do
expand
something
that gold
spicy like a
lead back up
1-3-1.
towards that 6K
Try and be a little
because
greedy with
yeah,
their wallets
they need
and
to be
see
careful.
what
They need
they're
to
able
be
to make
warding their
FlyQuest
flanks,
do.
and they need to be working together.
They certainly do. Especially FBI and Huki here, those are the means for picking someone
Or
off.
2-1-2?
A late game pick like this, while
I don't
FlyQuest
know.
are trying to keep control of their minion waves.
Now that I'm
and
thinking
push-
about it,
push
1-3-1
them
might be
out.
just too greedy.
That's the way that you can win
Depending
this
on
game.
a,
And
like a good
Asher,
rotation from
Leona ultimate,
FlyQuest and like
if
Lucio or
Huki
something
and
like
FBI
that.
can just pin one member down as they're transitioning
So they're just
between
kinda doing
defending
a
these
4-1
towers,
to get this
between
tier 2.
cleaning up these minion waves. Right now, though, they
Ooh,
4-1
lots of
split
Pokemon
push. They actually
inspired.
invest the Zyra ultimate early.
Oh, wait,
They wanted
Huhi's
to go
getting
for that
melted
one, and
by
now with the
quad.
Requiem coming down, Huhi might be the guy in some
What an
trouble.
ult by
Whippo
Inspired.
approaching from the angle, but he's not going to find
And
it in
Dokla
time.
TP'd
Instead,
in,
Dokla
so
shows
that
up
was
here
what
with
I
a
was kinda
TP.
talking about with the 1-4.
Whippo charging up the Keeper's Verdict, goes for the knockback
Okay.
on Contracts and Palafox, but just
Ult
shy
from
of the
Whippo
range
is
that he would have
gone.
needed to knock them both away. No dead
Okay,
bodies either
so
side.
actually
And that's
ult from
very good for
Whippo's gone,
FlyQuest.
but
That's
ult
great
from
news for them
Inspired is
because they
also
are
gone.
just trying to defend against the Baron siege at the moment, and they were going to get split push pressure because Dokla had just gotten
but
there
Baron's gone.
up on the top side.
Wow,
but
they-
Dokla
nothing
immediately
happened with
teleports in
Baron.
because of the engage for FlyQuest. So that was a very successful
Beautifully played by
defense
FlyQuest.
for FlyQuest to buy themselves a lot more time.
And you can see up in the top left, the amount of gold gained for the Baron, it's only at plus 400 right now with 10 seconds left on the buff for energy. That's not great. Just killing the thing gives you 1,500 across the whole team. So FlyQuest, when the dust is all settled, they ended up losing a total of 500 gold to the enemy Baron pickup. You'll take that, I think, any day of the week.
No kidding.
Yeah, oh
heartbreaking.
no. 500 gold. What will I ever do without my Doran's Blade? But
Meanwhile, Lord Dom's completed as well for
Yeah, I don't think
quad.
Douglas
This
in any
Tristana
danger.
is truly threatening, and they
Oh,
found
wait,
the pick.
maybe.
yeah, it
Wow,
looks
they're
like they're
going all in
after
here.
Dokla here. Cassante is not normally a champion you would look at and say, yeah, let's pick
Wow,
that guy.
Dokla's
but when you got
dead.
this much firepower, you might as
Dokla's
well
dead.
just unload.
Do they have
Quad
TP?
ends
Do
up
they have
getting
TP
his
to stop
second kill.
Palafox?
All right, how much damage? Is there a minion wave up at that tower? It looks like Palafox pushes in topside, and they're going to rotate over towards mid. Energy
Oh, that's a
wanna get
lot
the
of respect from
secondary tower
Palafox.
here, the guaranteed
So they
gold,
finally
the
got
payment
this,
for Dokla's
turret.
life.
Yep. And they will indeed do
You know,
that.
I think
so
that's
although
worth
the pick
it.
comes in for FlyQuest, the money goes
No
over the
offense,
quad.
Dokla.
Those tier 2s you already
Oh,
talked
wait,
about
Dokla
earlier in
gave
the
up a
series.
shutdown.
It's worth 800 gold. That's a good bonus, but we're also 33 minutes into the game.
And the
I
only
don't
thing
know.
is that the mid one, funnily
As long
enough,
as
they
nothing
made
weird
worth
happens,
less than the
it
side
might be
lane
worth
ones
it.
because
yeah, true.
they were trying to incentivize split push as a strategy, and so that's why the side lane secondary ones are worth a little extra. But top laners, Flowers.
Top laners is the 7th camp, and Palafox is looking.
Okay, so let's see.
Palafox is
So
looking
much
to go
damage. I'm
home.
surprised
He does not
Whippo
want to go
didn't
camping.
do
He has
something there.
allergies. He is not looking to spend time in the great outdoors. He is gone. And it looks like all
Oh,
of Energy
drags up, that's
now
why.
resetting their positions here, recognizing that the play they wanted to make on Whippo's Poppy is not going to happen. In the meantime,
That was really,
FlyQuest
really well done.
acquired their
FlyQuest
third drag
grabbed
of the
that
game. They
third
are
drag,
on
and they
soul
have that
points.
opportunity of
5
soul.
minutes from now, that could be Hex Soul.
Yeah,
And Hex so
Energy knew.
strong,
They're like,
bro.
all right, well, Dokla still had, I believe it was like 26 seconds or something on his death timer, so they're like, you know what, we'll get the payment in the secondary
You
tower
know,
in mid lane,
late
but we're not going to
game,
be able
I
to do
really
anything about
favor
this dragon,
FlyQuest
so
just
that is
because
yours,
the
FlyQuest.
Ult from
Congratulations.
Arthas just melting everyone.
And they are going to be pretty happy because level 18
Baron's up in a
achieved
minute,
for
and
quad
again,
on
at this point, I think
Tristana
Contracts
with the
might just
dreamed
melt Baron by
4-item
herself.
power spike.
Do you really
This
have to
is
always maintain
when
vision
it
up there
is
if you're FlyQuest?
truly peaking. You get your cooldown reduction from your Flicker Blade. You have your big crits from your Infinity Edge, and you have your armor penetration from your Lord Doms.
If he's not careful.
This is fully operational, fully maxed out passive range.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see what happens.
Wanted to go for the recall, but he gets stopped instead.
Wait! Palafox, you're insane!
A 1v1. Beautifully done from the Energy mid laner. That was
now Busio has to just hopefully turn it into something.
The genius midfielder Palafox.
Oh, Masu uses the cleanse there. Nice job from FBI.
I'm assuming Busio is going to get it.
Busio is still looking for Palafox down here.
No, wait, Busio doesn't get him.
Palafox gets away.
That's a lot of wasted time, but it was kind of wasted time for both sides. And Baron's up.
That's a tough matchup.
Is he going to get to the fountain in time? He doesn't
Wait, Inspired! You're crazy! He's built different. That's what I'm talking about. The Karthus ult.
Fountain steps. Palafox died almost at the fountain steps. He was so close to getting back. Where's that plane? Oh, it disappeared. It was right there.
He crashed right before he made the
No
return
way did Energy start bearing up right
now
away.
FlyQuest looking for their 4v4.
Great!
The target here
Great ult by Huhi. Odoka going in. If he's able to kill Inspired, then they might just get buried. Okay, that is beautiful. There's no ult from Inspired, so he's pretty much worthless for the rest of this fight. So now they just need to survive.
A TP from Quad ready to reinforce the lines.
If they could just all run away, wait for Palafox to rotate over,
they're the only team that lost.
They might be able to get Baron.
They reinforced with Quad, so it's not like Energy can push it
I can't believe that Dokla was actually able to grab Inspired there.
Still looking maybe for a recall. Quad's just going to push up this mid lane wave. Look to take out that tier 2 as the cost. Energy still looking.
Okay, well, actually that was so well done by Quad. Still got that buffer step. But really, really good engage by Huhi. Oh, Whipple's low, but so is Dokla. Are they going to just trade top laners? No! Wait, FlyQuest is winning the fight! FlyQuest is winning the fight! Because he's dead. There's nothing Huhi can do. Contracts was able to. Okay, Contracts was able to get a kill.
But the damage from FlyQuest is
Ooh, Busio's dead. Busio's dead. And Palafox is there to clean up. So let's see. If Palafox plays correctly, he should speed it up here.
A triple kill over the Contract.
Also, insane play by Contracts. I can't believe he got a triple kill there. Great movement by Whippo.
Finish off this team by
Whippo, you are such a monster.
Whippo lives through it.
What are you doing?
And just like that, Karthus is back alive as revived after getting picked off and separated from the team with Dokla.
What is going on?
Inspired's back out to farming. We are about to get the respawn. Let's take a look at how it all started out, though.
Okay, I think this was. I can't believe they grabbed really Inspired here with the ult. Dokla able to finish up. This was huge right there.
Away from the rest of the team, so he
great engage by
him out away.
Oh, Whippo just kills FBI on the back.
This is amazing.
Oh wait, no, he doesn't.
We have such an upper hand.
So what happens to FBI here?
Our way out of it, even though Corki just died to Karthus ultimate. They now have the power, and so FlyQuest.
So they're starting Baron up in real time.
Quad's gonna go for this tower, as you know. But
look at all those plants.
The Zyra ulti.
Nothing you can do, dude.
Look at how fast they burn this. This was Zyra and Corki. That was mostly just a two-man Baron attempt because Zyra's power of the Stranglethorns
that is insane. Hold on, I need to play this.
Big swing
I need to play
in
this
favor of
Zyra
Energy.
jungle thing.
Let me ask you one thing. Are you having fun, Flowers?
Oh, I'm having a good old time.
See, a little slop never
Look at the 10,000 damage.
It's a banger.
It got to the top and then it had to keep cycling through more numbers.
That's like as much as all the rest of them dudes put together. Like that's 44 plus 44 is 8. Yeah, it's actually almost exactly the same as all 4 other players on Energy put together. Insane DPS from Contracts here. This Zyra 4-0 and 6. He still hasn't died.
You know, it's really jungler versus jungler at this point. That's what it's turned into. Is Contract going to carry E or is Inspire going to bring it back with his ults?
And now with Dragon spawning, this is a possible Dragon Soul for FlyQuest, but Energy have the control of all vision leading up to the Dragon, and they're the ones controlling the choke points. So I think that FlyQuest should probably
and make her look like a fool.
Knowing them, though, maybe they won't do it. Let's see. Busio does have Flash, but he's only level 12 on the Alistar, so you're still pretty squishy.
Yep.
You know, if Energy loses here, it's a beautiful game by FlyQuest coming back. And they kind of sold the lead.
Yeah, you can still give this one away. They're not on 3 Drakes as well. You're not giving away the soul.
So they want it.
Looks like they want to fight.
Really just have to keep Inspired out of the pit.
To be the first one
oh, he got hit by the ult.
Leading the charge.
You just ulted Dokla. Dokla just ulted.
Down as Inspired has to try to flash
Damn, he got there. Wait, he actually ended up ulting someone totally different, but it works out the same.
Masu getting back over the wall here with the glance.
Wait, Busio with an insane engage, 4-man engage. Oh, he just dies anyway. Oh, poor cow.
They're just stronger. Who he finally dies in the back
so
end
Quad's
of
able to get out at the very least, so they might not lose the game here.
The perma slows of the Ash. He will not take FBI with them. It's a 4 for 2 for Energy.
Great
How much
Ash
can they
ult,
get?
even
Because
though
they
I
still
hate
have
to say
Baron
that.
buff
It
for
was a really
another
good
minute,
Ash
so
ult
they
from
can
FBI.
immediately push afterwards. They've got a wave on bottom
They got
side.
inspired, and
They're
then
gonna
from
push
that
as hard
point,
as
it was
they
just a
can.
matter of how
Quad
quickly they were
will
able
be
to
the
kill
one
him.
to defend, but I think this inhibitor tower is
That's
for
rush
sure
for
going
FlyQuest.
down. Palfox
Maybe they shouldn't have had. Maybe they should have forced that.
Yeah, this inhibitor tower, this inhibitor, they are both cooked, my friend. Quad is going to set up and try to defend here at the 2 Nexus turrets, but it's still 10 seconds on Busio. It's 15 on
again,
Inspired.
I don't know for sure,
and
but
the
yeah,
first
maybe
Nexus
not
turret
forcing there was
is
a
not
move.
looking too strong. Turret destroyed by Contract. The arrow ain't going to hit
huge.
Quad. Quad
No,
just trying to stop him in time. 1 second left in the Alistar. Energy going for the end of the game. Energy, they're taking us to game 3.
Game 3, let's go.
Well,
It was actually such a good game.
Energy
looked a
showing up.
little
They are alive.
less than
Fighting
perfect.
back here in game
Let me
number 2,
say it like
starting
that.
out with.
To be fair, FlyQuest is heavily favored in this matchup.
Winning it.
Studio. Just love competing, honestly. I think that's probably my.
All right, so let me just take a quick look at the
another.
draft.
It is much more
Diana,
in
Ezreal,
speed clearing, but is much more.
Okay, there's
a
some
in
spice going on
the
here.
hard engage for all these squishy
I think
champions. Like
Kai'Sa's
Diana
really good.
getting in here
And
for the big
Kai'Sa's
combos. You have a Kai'Sa that follows up.
Kai'Sa's
you
done
have
all right
a
in the
very
LCS.
good dive
I'm
composition
loving
here to be able to follow up with
Ezreal. I think
Tristana and
Ezreal's
Kai'Sa
really
being
strong.
those
I love
mobile
playing
carries
him,
from
even
the
though I'm
back
not
line, and then having
good with
other
him.
dive partners.
But I love
in
seeing
Tasaka
higher
and
level players
Alistar
play
for
Ezreal
the
because he
Diana.
has so
I
many
actually
options
quite
available
like
to
it.
him.
I know this is a pick that's a little
And then Diana's just
controversial.
surprising. I don't see a lot of Diana.
Yeah, I know some
It is an
Diana was
AP
played in the
jungler, but it's a
LPL by
little bit
Milky Way,
different than,
and
like,
it
the
is seen
Karthus
as
or
like
the
kind of a
Zyra.
counterpick into these really
And then
squishy mage
don't look at
junglers where it's
counterpicks.
like if you
Whippo's
find
on
the
the
Zyra
TF.
in the
Let's see if
river,
Whippo's
like
able
Diana
to
is going to win
Whippo
that every
things.
time, pretty much.
Neither one of them wants to have that abysmal start when you're only playing a grand total
I'm
of
having
7
dark, angry
BO3s
thoughts
for the
and
regular
actually won.
season. So let's see who's got it. Here in game number 3, you're going to see FlyQuest
Montrix
immediately
played
5-man
so-
squad to
so
control
well
the
with
bottom side
Zyra.
river.
I'm surprised they didn't just try.
Yeah, looks like they're going to get a little aggressive
grab
level
the
1.
Zyra,
The
actually.
Leona Ezreal is going to be a lot stronger than the Kai'Sa Nautilus, so FlyQuest can choose to do whatever they want to do on this bot side. I would be surprised if they went for a full like split map here, just because they have the TF top lane. And generally, you don't want to like split them
That
out
is
away
such
from the
deep
TF, but he
ward
is staying
from
down here,
Dokla.
so it looks like they're
Like, that is
doing
deep.
something.
Yeah, and that's kind of why Energy invested so many wards here. They lost the ward that was up in the top side of the river, but the second one
Oh, they're all
seized
kind
a little
just
bit of
chilling
a
in this
trap.
top river.
And let's see, how deep are they going to get? Because Hui's still sticking around. We're 1 minute 20 seconds, so
14.28,
they are
that's
committed
so
to this.
specific.
Yeah, it looks like Energy's actually opting in for the full lane swap here. They're sending their duo lane top, and Dokla's just going to jungle with contracts here. So
That's
they're just
crazy.
completely opting out of that TF Cassante matchup and the early bot lane matchup, which makes sense because they lose both of them so hard.
Yep, really
That's-
good
so they
investment in the
drafted
wards
in such a
here,
way
kind
that
of
they
pulling
lose
the
the lane
strategy
so
out.
bad, and then they
Even
just-
though we will go over the
Switching.
kind of
Interesting.
nerfs, the very soft nerfs, I would say, to the strategy. The damage reduction for the first 5 minutes on top tower has been increased to 75%. From the 50%, and then of course your first tower going
This will be
down, the
interesting.
bonus gold got
FlyQuest
doubled
was able to pull
from
off some
150 to
decent lane
300.
swaps in MSI with
But
Grupa
looks
playing
like
Urgot.
it will just be the slow push here, while you have the classic Twisted Fate just hanging around mid
I haven't
lane, trying to
seen
be as
actually
annoying
MG lane swap.
as possible. The top laners, it's basically choose the least annoying job for yourself. Are you a fan of helping the jungler, Licorice, or trying to harass the enemy mid laner? I guess it depends on your pick.
I mean, it definitely depends on the pick. I mean, TF, you're definitely looking for like those angles
This will
into
be
mid lane. If you can ghost in and burn the flash, that's really valuable
So
in
these
this kind of
games are
game
a lot
state,
harder
'cause
for me.
You
because
just don't really
I
get
never
to
played a
play
game
the game
like
for the
this
first like 5 minutes or
with
so.
any lane
And I
swaps.
think like
So it's harder for me
it
to
was
tell
soft
who's
nerf, but I think what
actually
Energy's kind of
ahead.
going for here is they're saying like we're going to go down maybe
Right.
like 2 or 3 plates.
It
It's like
matters
about
a lot of
500
like
gold.
the picks.
They think they'll go down more than that if they just play the lanes out properly with all these
Has
losing
the
matchups.
gold.
So they're just taking the gamble.
Yeah, I like it. They're willing to pay that price. And I think it is a good call. We'll see about the bit of snowball, though.
Wow.
As
Look
for
how
you,
much quicker they're
were
melting
you
this bot
very
side
happy
turret.
to see that there were some nerfs at the very least after coming,
Like, look,
watching
they're
MSI
already
and
2
seeing,
plates in on this bot side
seeing
turret.
a decent amount of lane swaps
And they haven't
come
got a
back.
single plate in this
Or
top side.
do you find it interesting? I mean, some top laners are like, you know what? Yeah, maybe there's some little interesting here where you get to get real creative even though you are very poor and underleveled.
Yeah, I haven't met any of those top laners.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think those guys are real, man.
They're going to get one plate, I think, out of this. Maybe a plate.
Personally, I don't really enjoy being the weakest person on the map the whole game, but like, you know.
You're like being level 1, 3.5 minutes in.
They do not get a single play topside for this lane swap.
Yeah. Lots of top laners like this.
Douglas level 1.
Actually, you're kind of weird for not
and did not get any goal from that
you just get
play
to
and has 0 farm.
But yeah, it looks like FlyQuest, they're opting into sending the Corki top because he has TP.
And this is almost the third play at bot side.
TF
for,
running all the way to top lane with no TP is really hard.
So super
they send Corki
Ezreal?
top, and now TF's laning against Tristana. So it'll probably be like more mid prio for energy and more top prio for FlyQuest here.
So after we got done with the initial
I'm not sure how much I like that
swap
for
and the massive waves crashing,
energy.
it was 2.5, almost 3 full plates
You
taken by
love it for
FlyQuest here in the
FlyQuest.
bottom lane. Meanwhile, up in the top
For
side,
FlyQuest,
energy
this
didn't
is, like,
even get
ideal.
the first plate. There's still just a little sliver of HP remaining on it, and that's kind of those damage reduction nerfs that you were talking about, making it more difficult for this strategy to work for the team who sends their bot lane towards the top side. Just one more auto attack from like one champion. Probably would have taken that. But unfortunately for energy, they don't get it. So now they're a couple of plates behind.
Ooh, Contracts comes in, able to get the smite and the Q there for a couple of the small ones as well, making use of the bottom lane push. When you have the Alistar coming with you again, it's so scary for the other side.
The upside,
hold on, Casante's about to get his first farm.
For this Casante right here is like, he doesn't mind being behind.
1 minute and 47 seconds into the game. That's top
You know what I mean? Casante is always just
good.
good.
If you talk to Doug after this one, he'll be like, yeah, I love
let's get his cam up here. Huh? Where's the cam? Oh, that is the picture.
Douglas enjoying this deeply.
Just living his best life up here.
I think it's, the shoulder positioning there really looks relaxed.
Lean and everything.
He's kicking back, man. He's along for the ride.
So they ended up kind of sweeping. So Whipple's actually playing just mid.
Palafox versus Whippo back in the mid lane. Obviously, the
that is really interesting how these lanes have kind of,
considering he's actually been playing the lane the whole time as opposed to the first 4 minutes.
It's not even like a lane swap where top just goes top again and bot just goes bot again.
The game still belongs to
FlyQuest,
those two mid laners on either side.
Mid went top,
and then the bot went back to bot. And we have seen a couple of unfortunate cannon minion misses from quads Tristana in both previous games. A couple of -1s.
I did call out a few of those cannons because I notice every time I miss a cannon. It is so heartbreaking for me when I see a cannon.
Where he's actually 1v2ing bot lane and crashing the wave while Leona's topside getting the grubs. So while they did swap out of the early worst time of the lane is like that 1, 2, 3 levels, it still is really hard for them to play the game because Alistar is kind of stuck bottom and he's really not able to do very much.
So FlyQuest, I mean, they're kind of happy actually with it, even though they didn't abuse the very beginning of the early levels. They still get to move on up for grubs on grub spawn. Pre-6 minutes, already heading up there, annihilate those things.
Shredded.
As you're saying,
these grubs always gone so
here
quickly to Zyra.
He's got barrier, he's got flash, he's got arcane shift. So actual 1v2 is like, don't worry, I got bot lane under control.
Proud. I want to see more of him.
You can go up there to the grubs to guarantee
he's so spicy and has so much spice
that
in
we're
his
able
kit.
to get those grubs.
The outplay potential is insane.
And then
what are you doing,
Huhi? Party waiting for him though.
What are you doing?
The other support is getting a little sneaky.
Yeah, Contracts knows the timer on these chickens because he stole the last one away, and it just means that it's so easy for Huhi to wrap around, make the punish. They know that
you had the spice in mind
for chicken, and they're ready to give him a vegan menu.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, really good setup by Energy. Just like
I think
really
Energy actually really needed that.
It's
despite
only going to get
first blood, they're still behind in goals. Like, they are
every
behind.
time Contracts finds him anywhere.
But getting Contracts a little bit ahead there, I think is really, really important.
I think like the game
Way
is
to
in
go,
a really
Masu.
good
I
state
see
for
you hit that
Energy.
cannon. That was beautiful.
Considering the state of the draft and how hard they would have lost early had they played normally.
Yeah, I mean, all of the setup for that play was so good. Then you're inspired.
So this might not be correct,
brush, like,
if they have to lane swap, doesn't mean you lost the draft.
Cal pops out from behind.
Right, like if you're looking at it like, hey, if I don't lane swap, I am losing this game.
While Contracts
you kind of lost the
right
draft
in the face.
Unless you originally came into that wanting to do lane swaps.
That's a little taste of what they're looking to do.
I don't know. That's
later
interesting.
With the push. Meanwhile, that Kai'Sa also then able to push in this wave, get the reset off. So FBI here now level 6 as well, so can join some of these plays that do break out when you're looking for your skirmishes around the river. Again, the river between mid lane and bottom lane, I feel like just should be packed with action in this game.
Yeah, and also, while Ezreal is a really strong pick early into these champs, it's only going to get scarier for him as the game goes on. Like at a certain point, once Kai'Sa gets some items, she can just ult on him and kill him instantly.
I don't really see anyone
and it's only
moving
going to
down
be like
to it.
harder with the Diana also
Both of the
going in there
junglers are
with the flash
topside.
ult.
Oh yeah.
Just all the dive from energy.
Yep, the dive very scary. So what FlyQuest want to do? Try
All
and
right,
spread
so
the map
now
a little bit.
Dokkan-
Whippo here on the
Whippo
top
6.
side.
Ooh,
Does have his
Contracts,
ult.
though.
Not going to pop it quite yet, and Contracts
For a
waiting.
game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Contracts
okay.
is
He
just gonna
decided
back
against
away
it.
now, though. Let me ask you guys,
They
how
had
do
a
you
ward,
want to
so it
see
wouldn't have mattered, but-
Whippo use these ultis here early on with the Twisted Fate? What's going to be the biggest value play to get out of them?
I mean, I don't think it actually matters who his target is. I just think he has to kill somebody. Like, I think like the
knows
longer the
that
game
it's
state
there.
goes on and all he's doing is
Oh, he
farming
got
top
all of
and
it.
Casante's farming top, it's
He
going to
got
be
all
worse
of
for
it.
him. Although he does have a sizable CS lead. I'm not sure
That
how
was a
much
really
it is
early,
actually from laning Casante,
smite from
but it does
Inspired.
seem like he's beating him really hard right now.
And
Why
wow,
did
that was so
Inspired
much
early
damage
smite that Raptor?
onto
So,
Dokkan
I don't-
from
he
Whippo.
didn't-
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Look, from a jungler to jungler, I don't know.
Yeah, Licorice was giving his good explanation, and I'm like, my jungle brain,
Why did he smite the chicken?
it was so early.
That's why I was just saying that, yes. I'm so glad somebody else noticed
Burn
it.
him down.
It was something about what happened last time, but yeah, then so Contracts there from the brush, still able to secure. Not only is Contracts
It's
king
actually
of
it's actually
the
so
grub
wonderful to
fight
hear the
from
announcer
last
say
game
something
where
that I
he didn't
bring up
die
later on.
and,
So I'm like,
remained
am I just
the
seeing weird things?
champion, but he's also king
Where's
of
my
the
mind
Raptor
at?
fights here.
Wow, Quad really won that fight.
Quad, not afraid to get aggro here on Palafox. Does miss that last rocket, which would have made the trade feel really good, but it is still enough to force Palafox back. For
Dokka,
now,
poor
Whippo
Dokka.
continuing to just put some damage into this top lane turret. By the way, you can
Dokka's
still
still
see
on
the
that
number
plate.
on the map for that top lane tier 1 on FlyQuest's side. That one little sliver of HP
Yeah.
has still
It's still-
not
yeah,
been
it's just
shaved
show you. Look at
off.
this.
It is in the exact
Look at
same
this.
condition
This is actually
it was
heartbreaking.
after the massive wave collision 3 minutes into the
If
game.
they don't get that by the
Yeah,
time
I will
14
say
minutes is up,
it's
that's
really
going to
hard
feel
to get
the worst.
to hit TF's tower when you're playing Casante. That one generally doesn't happen unless TF has made some pretty big mistakes, but definitely does feel bad to just keep looking at that plate.
All right, well,
So,
we're on
yeah,
the
of
timer
course,
for
Quad
our
knows that
second
this is
spawn of
happening right
grubs onto the map, and Contracts wants to make his visit mid first.
Okay, Huhi.
Go for a little
Okay, so
mid-trial
Huhi, your
gank
first
and then
one was
transition up there. Meanwhile,
filled with spice.
Huhi actually took the long
Let's see,
route
is
and wrapped
the
all
goal
the
here
way
for
around top
Dokka
side.
to
So
get
they're
the ult
eyeballing
through
both
this, or
solo
you-
lanes.
Oh,
This
wait,
could be an
Hex
alpha
flash in.
Hex flash over.
Yeah,
Good flash
Huhi
by
wanted
Whippo.
to make the play there. Whippo recognizing
Even though it
that
kinda
if he
feels
gets
bad to
headbutted
lose your
back
flash
to
there,
the
you
Yokel,
survived.
he's in some trouble, but now FlyQuest is making a move
Okay,
on
Palafox. Palafox is
They
melted.
lock him up.
Palafox is just
Palafox
melted.
can't get away from that one, and Quad takes the kill. FlyQuest tie the kills up 1-1, but it's energy starting up the grubs.
All right, so they
They've
already stole
taken the
one, so
first
now
one in
at
this second
most,
trio.
they can get his
as soon as he
5.
wants to hex flash over the wall, he might just
He's gonna get there. He's gonna get there. With a knockout. With a knockback. Oh, he's dead. He's just dead. Okay, Whippo's dead.
These guys doors in.
That's the downside of playing
Contracts
TF.
kill
You're just
Whippo, and Quad flies
squishy.
away back underneath
Great.
the tier
Huhi.
1 turret.
MVP so
Energy get a
far.
single kill,
Going
and
around
they
making
secure
things happen.
control
This is
over
what
the
support
river
should look
to
like.
get the rest of these grubs.
Yeah, I mean, a few really cool things happened there. I mean, it was a really good
Oh,
heads-up
actually,
play.
that would have been a
Whippo knew he was
heartbreak if
getting
Palafox
ganked. He
wasn't
instantly
able
pops
to.
his ulti and then looks for the target that is going to be isolated because energy
Oh,
set numbers top.
Whoa, Masu with the barrier staying alive, trying to get away from Palafox.
Masu!
Palafox wanted to show up to defend that turret. They still lose it.
What
and he
a
misses
wonderful
out on the
play
kill on Masu.
by
the
Masu.
barrier was the
Ezreal
X
is
factor
looking
to keep the Ezreal
insane.
alive.
Yep, and the flash at the end.
Looking
too. I was
insane.
watching that bot lane story during the whole setup on top side. So I'm like, the Kai'Sa's walking from base. They are trying to
Thank
force
you.
this.
I'm
Energy is
glad-
trying to
I'm
force
glad-
this
I'm
'cause they
so
know
glad
they've got
that
their
Ezreal's
AD
doing
carry.
well.
Meanwhile, Masu was pushing down the remnants of that tower the whole time. Everyone was walking around grub. So I
doubted it. When he
was
missed that Q, I really thought it was.
expecting
Even with the
Energy
barrier, I
to
thought he was
get
going
more
to
on the
lose. So
top side, since they
that
were
was
gonna,
wonderful.
commit Kai'Sa roaming over there and ulting in and stuff. But because of that early
We see it
Twisted
again.
Fate ult,
So honestly, I thought that this tower was going to go down.
Palafox
It was
first.
really close.
They actually got quite a good start.
And then right
So here's
here, I just
2-2.
assumed Palafox won the
Yeah.
fight. I can't believe Masu
See,
did
the,
so well as is. Yeah,
one
missed that
Mystic
Q,
Shock misses,
even with
but
the
it doesn't
barrier.
matter because Masu
And then the W here,
is
because
able to
Palafox
flash away.
has
And then that
vision.
distance, Palafox actually tries to jump through the air. And because Quad is there with the damage, before the damage of your rocket jump landing, he's like,
Everyone's doing the same thing.
Just one little bit more damage. Don't jump. Like the time that it takes to buffer and jump through the air.
Yeah.
And then he goes down. Yeah. So close.
Yeah. No, it looks like all coaching staffs were upset
Yeah,
about that.
everyone's
I'm not totally sure what happened there, but
Nobody was really happy about it. It was just a mess.
Yeah, Nuke Duck. I don't know what the Nuke Duck yelling was about, but Yeah, that was a.
Something was playing wrong for both teams. So I don't know what. I would have been pretty happy if I was on.
Yeah, Bwippo made a really good play there. And then it looks like Energy or FlyQuest, their response to
Sour
they
just
had
melts
3
everything
already,
always.
So they're like, Masu, just get
it.
it.
They're going to grab another one of these.
You got a free.
What an engage by Contracts. This is aggressive. With the ult and everything, they want it bad.
Huhi ready to flash forward.
Good knockouts by Huhi. Wow.
Fate is not long for this world.
My bad, Contracts. I didn't realize that's who you were.
Escape with enough HP to not be threatened himself, but with energy.
And now they're finally getting some of these plates.
It's making room for Halifax to knock
finally
down
getting some of these top plates.
on this top lane.
So they do end up trading it because Inspire does get bot side.
I don't know if there's enough time left to be able to secure
objective with the drag. The first drag of the game at 13 minutes, by the way.
But I don't think he's going to get that last one just quite yet.
Good job.
Still attacking it all the way to the
good luck trying
end.
to kill
Maybe
Doku out there.
That's a lot of resistances on it. Hold on, 10 seconds. 9, 8. Doku's in some trouble, but I'm focused more on this turret. 5, 4, 3. Nope. No,
Alphax
just barely missed out on it.
This is the same tower that triggered your OCD with the turret.
Wait, look at how much health
Wait,
by the way.
Huhi!
It's the exact
You're just always where you need to be. Wait, Inspired. Wait, Inspired. That's crazy.
This story has lasted the whole early game. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's problems for Energy. I was distracted by the damn turret. Dokla and Huhi are both dead. FlyQuest 4-3.
I actually like plays like that where you let the tower local gold kind of go into the dirt after if it's so close to going down, and then you like deny a little bit, even though the enemy team gets the gold now that for the global gold.
But that was they're not talking enough about it. That was an amazing ult by Inspire, just absolutely melting Huhi and Dokla
in the bot lane. Huhi came behind him. They tried to force the fight, and it turned out terribly for them. So they're going to be on the back foot a little bit.
That was
here.
insane.
And I think FlyQuest will
and I was so rooting for Huhi for another one of those engages.
FlyQuest, I gotta say, having Quad and Masu be the recipients of some of these early kills
what a chunk.
is exactly the state of the game that they want again. Much more similar to game number 1 here, but Ezreal on Trinity Force and Corki on Trinity Force. So
Masu always looks low in mana.
He's done here.
Always.
They're able to take over vision control of the enemy jungle as well.
But
Notice all of these blue wards
really,
that have been
bad.
put so deep into the energy jungle.
And he went Trinity
FlyQuest already know that this move towards bottom's happening.
Okay,
Contracts.
that was aggressive by Contracts. But he's also really fed with Blitzbane.
Solar Flare, accurate enough to get the full stun. Huhi's trying to get away,
Huhi's dead.
but he cannot survive the damage from FlyQuest.
Maybe it's just a cow thing.
with a rocket jump for the escape. Dokla wanted the
flank,
flank, but
was
now he
dead.
has to flash back over. He put himself in the wrong spot.
Doku is dead.
Dokla,
Doku's
one more
dead.
rocket will take him down, but it's Mystic's shot to get the kill credit.
FlyQuest is looking strong right here. They're up 3K
Energy
gold.
again, trying to make some kind of a move, but it's FlyQuest who respond
The
better.
misadventures of
FlyQuest
Alistair,
have
bro.
full info to respond. That's the reason. Like these super deep wards, they see them walking down to the bottom side, and they're like, Bwippo. Oh yeah, they're walking right to us. Get ready, buddy. Pop the Twisted Fate ultimate. Huge counter there from FlyQuest. Nice use of information.
Yeah, and just watching Energy here, it feels like they're doing all the right things when they're setting up the plays, and then it just feels like something goes wrong. Like they were hitting the top tower with Tristana, trading it for the dragon, and then they die ball lane.
They do get the chunk
They're setting
on
up the
FBI,
vision so
but I don't know if
Alpha's able
that
to push out, and then they just like go in
maybe
too far in
maybe
the
the thought
jungle.
process is they knew they planned on doing the
they
rift,
just feel
and
a little
FBI's
like
chunked for it.
over eager.
You know, like, do you think that's
trying
the
to
thought
force a little bit
process?
too
That's
hard,
the only
which is
thing that
something
makes
that can
sense to me.
happen when like plays haven't been going your way.
Masu still just shoving up here in the mid lane, still unafraid of Huhi and FBI.
Ooh, Masu, what was that?
Shifts, the wrong way. Right into him.
And Masu's dead.
I don't think that was
That must have been a
ideal.
misclick.
All right, Energy trading Masu for the Rift Herald. not bad for them.
FlyQuest also get this top side.
It's part of the mental game.
Yes, that's what I do when I arcane shift on top of my opponent in a 1v3. I'm like, yeah, you're terrorized up in the brain, aren't you?
He was 1v2ing them early on in the game, and now he's just asserting dominance.
I mean, he's still ahead. Quite a bit. He's actually up over 1,000 gold on this ISO.
This isn't your play. This is my play.
Exactly. Take control of the situation, Flowers.
One of the
Today
only
I learned.
leads they have is on contracts is Diana.
Yeah, and it looks like Energy's going to have another chance with the Masu kills to set up on the map here. And looking at items, it actually looks really good for them here. Like, despite being down 3K gold, they're actually up completed items in a lot of roles, so I think if they're able to find a fight in the next few minutes, it should be really, really good for them.
Yep, 3,500 gold lead.
Lucio's trying to stay out of vision right there.
Only that one Drake.
That's not like the kind of like
so
buffer step. I
game,
assume he's trying to stay out of vision
Drake
for
game
this
here in number 3 of this
upcoming
series.
Drake or whatever to play some
Masu
vision.
trying to just not get himself in any extra danger here. He knows that energy dudes like to hang out.
This fight
and,
could end up mattering.
Oh,
they're going in on Quad.
Keeping behind top lane.
Yeah, Quad's now going to be your
I don't know what
target
happened.
as
I'm guessing Quad's going to die.
But we're going to try to cast off of the noises. Okay, looks like Dokla's actually dead.
Wait, how did Dokla die?
So Quad gets one back here in the 1v2 trade.
So Quad's dead, but somebody show me how
really
Dokla died.
That's good for Quad.
How do you die on a 2v1 like that?
If you're energy, that's not very good. You are not super happy about that one. If you're FlyQuest, you're loving this. You're having a great time.
Yeah, and just really unfortunate.
Like
it's like the same thing. Like the Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds. They had full control. Like the Rift Herald is going to give some control back to FlyQuest, but they go for the top lane. It doesn't work out, and they just like lose everywhere.
He's down almost 5,000 now, man. 5K at not even 19 minutes into the game.
That is insane.
Really
so
tough
Palpak's
for energy to fight
TP'd
back
up
against
there
pretty much
to
any
try and
fight
kill Quad.
Out in the open, not underneath the turret.
Somehow Quad turns
an
it.
Incredible engage angle from energy.
It does
it's going to
die,
be almost
but
impossible
kills
to win.
Dokla.
And FlyQuest are really well set up to spread the map
Alphax
right now.
doesn't have TP now,
Double
and you know where
summoners
he is.
on
You have
Twisted
full
Fate
vision
are
on him.
available. His ultimate
That's
is
so
available,
interesting.
so let's
Thank
see how
you.
FlyQuest
Okay, so
can
let's see.
continually increase.
This must have been a mistake or
So let's take
something.
another
Oh,
look,
actually, Dokla's only level 10.
Yeah, I don't know if it was live or not, but we saw the aftermath.
Great flash
in which
by Quad to
invested
finish that.
His flash.
So actually, Dokla's really far behind because
This
of
is
the swap.
paper mache Cassante. His health bar just completely drains every
0-3,
single
yeah,
time
he's
he
like-
goes
he
near
has
this
one
card.
item.
Quad's damage
Halfox
is
has
over the top right
two-
now.
or,
With
I'm sorry,
Trinity
Quad
Force
has
and
2
Infinity
items,
Edge
although
both
I
completed.
think he had 1.5
this guy
during
hurts.
the fight. I think he's finished the Infinity
That
Edge
guy
in the back.
hurts. The Cassante guy definitely not hurting.
No,
Yeah.
he doesn't hurt that much. He just has a blue glove. He's not that. He's not swinging hard.
The Twisted Fate advantage over there in gold pretty massive as well. So let's see the push in now, because topside they are already able to push up minions to the tower and rotate through the jungle. Looks like even the harassment starts to come through.
You know,
Woodville
Corky
sent
just looks
bottom
like
to
he
go
has so
collect
much
the wave
damage.
that Dokla has at least pushed up to secondary though.
Yeah, I mean,
It's funny to
Flippo
me
used
how
his turn
many
to help his team get
ADCs build
control, and
Trinity
now this
Force.
Baron, especially with Desire, is just going to get really
Oh,
scary.
look,
for
oh,
energy.
so much damage
They
with the Kraken
constantly have
Slayer.
to walk in and check this, and it's just going to be like up to
I
FlyQuest
really
to make
wanna
the
try
picks
it.
or start the Baron
I really
or
wanna
like
try
make
it.
something happen.
And I like the
I
fact that you
love
mentioned the
ranged
picks
top
because
laners.
two
I know.
big of those
I
playmaking
sin. I'm
items
sorry.
just came online. Inspired with the
TF looks
Rylai's
really
rapid
cool
fire
there.
cannon on Whippo. Both of these can be very effective in securing kills that otherwise you would need just that little bit more to get them.
Yeah, they have item leads in a bunch of lanes. Almost all lanes with item leads right now, 2-to-1 completed items. And then even support has completed item advantage with the Warmog's extra move speed coming in.
What is up with the
for
cows not
Lucio
completing
as
items
well
quick?
To look for picks.
This is another cow that does not have an item completed at 20 minutes.
Here. Well,
and I'm
all
not
three
counting
of them,
boots.
all four
Boots
of them
is not an
even.
item.
Well, the other thing that I am
It
looking
is,
at
but
across
you know
the
what I
table at
mean.
least,
You know
the
exactly
Seekers
what I
on guard
mean.
for contracts. This is going to let him go in and
That
make
is
that
just
explosive
insane.
engage without worrying about being instantly blown up
Mumu.
by Zyra roots into TF Gold Card or Leona or whatever. So if contracts can get a lot of value out of his Seekers, there is still that
He's
huge
got to really
engage
respect the fact that he
potential
just
win
absolutely
condition
gets
for one of
shredded
these
no matter where he
upcoming
goes.
Yeah, Energy right now just trying to keep
Good little
farming
poke there
kind of
from
safely
FBI,
towards
but,
towers
they're
while
getting kind of
playing the dangerous game of
pushed
keeping
off of
enough
it.
vision over Baron that you can contest with that all-in play that you're talking about, where they full send it and try and get a full engage if a commitment towards the Baron
Contracts
actually
might be able to
does
get on
occur.
Monster
But
here.
if they're able to farm up a bit and kind of slow it down a little
That's
bit
good.
and
Just
wait for
wave
that
clear by
opportunity
Fly.
as he gets chunked out looking towards mid, then you still can't hope for that
Whippo.
big explosive
Gotta be careful.
engage.
Dokla
Never mind,
wanted
I
to see
lied.
if maybe
Whippo's just-
Whippo would just
I
get a
just
little
got
bit
that
too
thing.
aggressive there, trying to
Gold card
attack
runs
contracts as he went
really,
for the board,
really
but it doesn't
fast.
happen, so no potential 2v1 play for the Cassante
And
and
they
Diana
still
against
Gold-
that Twisted Fate.
I'm sorry,
FlyQuest
Ghosted
still
too.
up 4,500 gold as Contracts
That's
loses
a
his
hell of a
flash.
flash by
As soon as you
Contracts.
see that TF
But Whippo's
ulti
running
above
in with
you,
that
you know
gold
you
card.
might be in some trouble. He
Contracts!
flashes for it for the pulverize, but the
Contracts
headbutt
doesn't
ain't gonna
have
find
ult.
anybody here
What was
just yet.
that ult?
Whippo finally going to be knocked forward, and Contracts goes on a
All right,
rampage,
so
grabbing
good
the
fight
first
overall
kill.
still.
Quad takes one out, but
Energy's
he's gonna be
really
traded
punishing
back now,
FlyQuest for
too.
going in.
Energy
Let's see if they're able to keep that up,
good
though.
fight thus far.
FBI
That
is
Booster
doing
gonna be
so
your
much
next target.
damage.
They try to launch Cassante forward to the third and Tofo strike.
Hey, if Dokla
but he
would've
does
been able
not
to
find
hit
the
the
knockup.
Q3.
Inspired still slowing
That's
these guys
crazy
down here.
poke.
A little
Yep.
bit more damage, and it's
Dokla's still
true
just
shot
squishy.
barrage to even up the fight. 2 for 2.
So many interesting things happening that I need answers
The
to.
Alistar is still in fog of war. Alistar's. Ooh, Ezreal's too far away.
Yep.
It's too close to like top side fog of war advantage for FlyQuest, so can't do anything.
So
but
I still
kinda
wanna-
like that. He's looking around.
I want
for
somebody
these
to tell me what
comeback
happened with
possibilities,
Contracts'
and
ult
that play
there.
starting out with another Contracts Raptor steal. feel into Bwipo.
Yeah, they are really fighting over these chickens, by the way.
For it. Actually started out quite nice for Energy, where they're able to avoid the initial engage. But
I don't know if needed a flash there, but it ended up working out really good.
Bwipo, first contracts actually
went in there with the ghost and everything.
Would have made a big difference.
I don't know what happened with that ult there, but so much damage from FBI.
Quad on the left side, but Quad actually manages to take
Quad just melts Palafox. It wasn't close at all, guys.
Went this well for Energy.
It wasn't close at all. And then Dokla here, almost beautiful. If he would have hit that Q3, and then he needs to dodge this. He's dead the moment he gets hit by all these abilities.
Then hits the root. Man, the Rylai slow enables it, and then they just poke him down, and that Cassante immediately punished.
Eventually, Cassante will be annoying, but right now he's just down so much. Oh wait, so much damage on the contract.
To the wall, maybe flash out of this one, but he doesn't
have
any
flash
spells. Palafox finishes the job.
Wait, contract just walks out.
Over, ready to re-engage back.
Busio might be dead. Oh, Busio is dead.
Dudes and they're losing them
Dokla's also dead though.
Has to try to get away.
So it worked out all right.
They're not going to find
they really need to run away here. Because Masu's full health and lots of mana.
They got a 4v3 on the map, but their health.
Oh, with Quad, with the rockets.
Quad and Masu.
He gets
they got a lot of damage. They got a lot of range. They got another kill.
Alistar's need to stay alive. We need to.
It's always the extra exit kill for FlyQuest. They keep on with their extra range, poking down the last melee,
from,
trying to run away on the side of Energy.
So what happens here? Oh, interesting. Hex Splash from Busio.
Yeah, looks like Busio was starting up the play, and the contracts got the angle onto Bwipo.
Bwipo is so low, and he just walks out.
Palafox crucially got the critical or Kraken auto there to finish him off.
Great job by Palafox,
actually. This looks a lot different.
Yeah, that was really close with the proc. And then Dokla,
I really like what Dokla did there.
They can't chase down the extra
one,
so then trying to run away.
If
the
that lane swap didn't
slowed him
punish him
down
so
for
much,
another
that might have been
shot, and then Quad over the wall. Just throwing out rockets. He hit the rockets, and all 3 in a row.
Well done by Quad.
Blowing them up as they're trying to run away.
Yeah,
no, FlyQuest is now, that was the point.
Hurt a lot.
They're on 4K gold. It's going to be Soul next drag that comes
the
up.
Kraken auto from the Tristana that
Baron's up, sure, but...
Because it's also the big one from Quad that kills off the Alistar. I think if it was a smaller rocket, he might have been able to live through that. Not 100% sure. The Palafox level 15 here on this Tristana, just only now hitting that level 15. Quad is almost 16 for the maxed out version of those rockets that you guys are talking about that are already such a huge problem.
Alistar still does not have an item.
Let's see here. Bwipo's heading over on the Twisted Fate as well. Maybe they're going to look for a push mid play here with the support of Twisted Fate.
86 vision score, but no item.
For Energy, so you can see them seeding ground around Baron. And FlyQuest trying to
playing support wrong because nobody's bringing this up anywhere.
To clear out some of the wards.
When is a support supposed to get their first item? Somebody who's a good support.
On top of a couple of control
wards. So not me. Somebody explain this to me. When should their supports be getting their items?
We'll chase FBI and contracts back away from
lots of poke on FBI. Had to use that.
He ain't going to kill him, but getting out that cleanse is huge.
Oh wait, Dokla's just taking so much damage.
Solar Flare to follow it up.
Dokla's just dead.
Down the AD carry,
Dokla's just dead.
The top laner
what was that?
The price. Dokla falls and Masu goes on a killing spree.
Maybe he did that in the hopes of saving FBI.
That is a big frontline element of this Energy comp, no longer available, and FlyQuest sees their green light to start the Baron.
I don't know
I think that's a really crucial pick to find on the side of FlyQuest.
Oh yeah,
the last few fights haven't been going
I was
going
to say this is kind of a dangerous Baron. They don't have this guaranteed. The jungler's alive. And Contracts has been playing really well. Great ult by Contracts. Great knockup by Hootie. Oh, Bwipo though! Bwipo's doing so much damage. Contracts was chunked.
Goes golden, trying to stay alive for an extra second. Quad
is alive with like -4 health.
Thought he might have been able to kill him with just the burn. A double kill back over to Bwipo.
The only person alive now is the cow.
It's him and Busio.
So either he's always dead or he's the only one who remains alive at the end of the fight.
Quad still has his TP.
I'm really surprised that Quad didn't die there. He was on such a low health total.
Now he rejoins. Now he's got some extra health. Now FlyQuest is wearing purple.
And this
so again, I think the Baron is a little kind of dangerous.
They get
but
a tiny
turn
bit
on the fight was beautiful, and they were able to really make it work.
But it's gold card from the Twisted Fate that forces the cleanse, and then Dokla walks around, and so they get the actual kill on the front line, allowing for this.
And it was just a good Zyro too.
And again,
hit both of the carries.
A lot of work there.
There's not a lot you can do there actually.
FBI as well, and then
Bwipo just chases down all the gold cards.
Carry.
Yeah, big performance from Bwipo.
Actually, that was a lot of damage.
Just dealing with both of those.
So even though Bwipo clearly won that fight, that was so much damage
killed Quad off
of that from Palafox.
That slight little bit of damage that they didn't have, and who he realized he couldn't do anymore, so he had to run away.
Dragon's up in
Energy
2
now
minutes.
down 7,000 gold.
Dragon's going to be up as the Baron's
They are going to have Baron all the way through the duration of this next Drake summon timer, so they can control the Rift for the next 2 minutes, then immediately translate that over into a Soul. Energy's job is tough right now.
It certainly certainly is. I mean, these Twisted Fate picks are so difficult to deal with. With the
Energy
dead
needs
man's
to get,
plate
like,
for the mobility
a
and the
crazy
rapid fire
good
cannon.
fight here.
Yep, Whippo there just creating so much offensive pick power, walking around threateningly. It's the Leona ultimate that does land at tower.
Oh,
he's just dead!
He's already dead from the Strangle Thorns. Looks like they're going to follow it up with another one almost on Dokla.
How
200
does
HP left
Zyra do
on
that much
Cassante,
damage?
But with the enemy carry dead, with the top
Oh my
laner
god,
at
that's just game, right?
It's so easy for FlyQuest to just strong-arm their way into this base.
No, okay, FlyQuest not going to be able to finish
FlyQuest are not done. They are looking for Nexus turret.
I'd be surprised if they
Contracts here
finish,
from the
I
front.
guess,
He's going
is
to
a
get
better way to
stunned up
put it.
before we can do anything. That first Nexus turret's still in trouble. Whippo having a flash
Their
away.
next wave
He
is
would have
coming
been
up,
in
but
a
even
really
then, I
bad
don't know if
spot
they'll be
there
able
from
to
the
finish.
headbutt out of the Alistar. Boostio underneath
Wow.
the turret, looking to tank up that
wait.
aggro as Whippo goes on a killing spree.
Quad does so much
And
damage with
there's
those
another
rockets.
one of those huge
I was like,
playmakers
oh,
for
who? He's really
energy
just
no
tanking
longer in
these.
the picture. Dokla trying to stay
Oh,
alive.
Dokla's dead here
but this
too?
is the squishiest Cassante I have ever seen.
Yeah,
Quad
Dokla's dead here
don't
too.
care. And energy are on their last legs. Contracts again with the stasis, just trying to
it
make
is game.
some
They
sort
do
of a
just end
last
the game here.
desperate attempt, but it ain't gonna work. FlyQuest bringing back those reinforcements.
Gotta look close for a little while.
As FBI
Quad is
respawns,
insane
so
with this,
Palafox wants to get on out. Quad needs one
with
more
this
rocket.
Corki.
He's still chasing. It doesn't even matter that he doesn't get it because the Nexus is
Yeah,
under fire.
that's super
FlyQuest
game.
with an 11,000
they waited to
gold
see if
lead,
Quad would be able to get
29
it.
minutes into the game, win the series.
All right, so FlyQuest was favored, but I will say NOG put up a hell of a fight. It was a super fun series.
Won the game instantly.
It was really good game two, and honestly, I think they had a chance game three.
Doing a lot of work.
I think FlyQuest kind of was able
double
to
AD carries
finish it
continue
at
to
the
reign
end
supreme
there,
flowers.
but
I don't think we're going to see a deviation from this meta for a while.
Yeah, the
that
double
was really good.
The double AD carries with
That
his AP.
the fact that they lane swapped and it turned into something different. Right, because if they didn't lane swap there, they might have lost worse. But I always kind of have that question of, so let's see here.
That one. And
you know what I mean? Because Cassante, he was just, Cassante was squishy all game. There was multiple times where he just was a level down, sometimes multiple levels down. So there's always that question of if they had drafted slightly differently, so they weren't just so abused in this early game, would it have really turned out like this? You know what I mean? Look at this. Level 4 quad, level 1 Dokla. 0 farm. Right? Like, it makes... you're looking at it later on, seeing that this Cassante just absolutely gets murdered over and over again, but it's like that idea of you lost the draft. You had the lane swap, or you feel like you're going to lose the fight. Because you lose bot lane. Kai'Sa Alistar doesn't really compete with Ezreal Leona. You lose to top because there's no way you're thinking Dokla's going to be able to compete with Cassante against Whippo's TF. So you're forced to do the lane swap, and from there you're unable to win the game. Too many resources are in FlyQuest's pocket later on into this game. You know, they're up far, or they're up gold almost this whole time. I don't know if there's a point where they're down gold. So this point they're even. You know what I mean? But this is super early. It's 2 minutes into the game. Yeah, I don't think there's ever a point where NOG was ahead in gold. And that all kind of stemmed from that forced lane swap. Anyway, it was super good. I am excited to jump right on. Away we go.
Roll that space.
All right, so you're watching
against
some
the Maokai in
Team
particular.
Liquid and
Check every brush
Shopify.
with saplings, especially if he is going that AP
Let me
build.
just check out this draft
And that
really
was during
quick.
a time when Team Liquid were still kind of
I'd love to see
struggling
it,
through
Kagwa.
the early
This would be
beginnings.
really,
where
again, a
APA
really
was
good
still
one.
trying to
I
find
really
his
like
form,
the
and Jan
Cloud9
was on
and
the
the
come
Mortals
up.
yesterday.
And now
Oh, this is even better.
seeing
This
that
is
return once
100%
again
what I
for
love.
Impact.
Yes,
The
let me
Shopify
see
are
some more
going to
Ezreal.
lock in Ezreal. We know that
again,
you
Team
have
Liquid's
now
probably
the
the strongest
safety
team.
and the range,
Right,
being
maybe
able to space
you can make arguments
with
for a couple
Arcane
different
Shift,
people, but
throw
Team
two
Liquid's,
shot barrage to follow up
top
on
one,
any
top
engage
two.
from
They
the
won
Nautilus,
last
or if the
split, you know what I
Cassante
mean?
tries to
Really,
look
really
for a
strong.
flank angle.
Shopify?
But Shopify,
no.
I mean, this, does that also count when they were
Wow,
cursed?
Team Liquid has the most
It says
games.
right there, curse games included.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It does include that. Congratulations to Team Liquid. This was a stat that I heard before today and actually surprised me. You know, I was thinking, okay, well, it had to be C9 surely, but they've actually passed C9. And previous to TSM leaving the league, they had been the team with with the most. But now
APA's on
C9 took the reign, and now
Tristana.
TL
Core JJ's
gonna be able
on
to
his
do that.
Rakan.
So it's an org that's been around basically forever
Oh, wow,
in the
Impact's on Deer. This
LCS
will be
and has
fun.
been really, really successful. You know, especially in these kind of
And
most
I really
recent
am excited
years
because
have been
Nautilus
doing
has
well, and
so
part of that success
much
is APA.
playmaking
How well he did
ability.
in week 1
Same
was
with
pretty
Ezreal.
crazy to see.
So this
He
bot
came
side
out,
will be really,
he was
really fun to
styling on
watch.
people. 7 solo kills in his 1 series.
Yeah, APA was
absolutely
really, really
monstrous.
good last
and we'll
week.
see if he can actually really keep up this kind of pace and bring himself to the forefront of the conversation.
Kind of
best mislit mid laner
welcome
of the
Quad
league.
into
I mean,
the
one of my
LCS,
biggest expectations
yeah?
now for APA is going from his first couple splits in the LCS.
It's so funny to watch that trade happen on every single game. Every single Tristan and Corki are always there, and there's always the exact same trade.
I think now the expectation for him is how can he now beat out some of the top mid laners that a lot of people are awarding to players like Quid, players like Jojo Pyun, people even before the expectation for Quad to be joining the ranks of there, even Jensen as well. He was able to answer him in finals last spring. And now the question comes down to, can APA maintain that form throughout the entirety of Summer Split?
Exactly. I mean, I think people talk about APA like, okay, you know, he's a good team fighter. We'll give you that. You play the Ziggs, you play the Ace, so you scale up, and then you do well in team fights. But the lane, you know, generally people looked at him as, you're not a very strong laner. You don't get your own advantages. You're not the one creating the plays. You're just the one following up on it. So we'll see if he can kind of evolve
I love how
to that
many
next
people
level
are
of his
still on
career.
Shopify's
And
side.
Zazel
Like, if
looking
it's
to get a
your
deep
team,
forward
it's
in
your
here. We'll
team.
be able to spot out Umti on the Krugs. As
Reminds me of like just
he's trying
typical
to be
sports like
pretty
that as
annoying
well.
here. Tomio
Like I'm
moving
always
down as
rooting
well,
for like the
trying to see if they
Vikings,
could
even though
actually
I
get
never really
anything done.
expect the
As
Vikings
Tomio,
to go that far. It
did
feels
do
like
4 camps and then just
it's
excuse
my
me, 3
team.
camp clear and just
You know what I
moving
mean?
on down.
You gotta hope.
See what we can get done.
I'm glad
he
esports
cleared out
has
his
that same
entire
kind of
bottom side blue quadrant.
you know,
Umti
kind of
was
community
spotted
with
trying
it.
to do the Raptors on the top side, so then he tried to double back. But because Zyra clears so fast, he's able to beat Umti to the punch of the red buff. So Umti opts for only
Zyra's
taking
just gonna
his
be bullying
Raptors and his
Umti
Krugs,
all game.
and now has to move back into his topside jungle.
Which is
Well,
funny.
that's one of the struggles when you are playing against some of these AP
Let's see what
junglers.
you got,
is that they
Tomio. Let's
clear
see if you're
so
able to
ridiculously
turn
fast.
that into
They're hard
something.
to punish, and they can often do, you know, these really kind of greedy clears, and sometimes still even meet you at your camp afterwards, which makes it very, very tough to actually keep up.
Look
especially
at
when you
those
are a
farm
champion
difference
like
for
Maokai,
Udyr.
and you're not one of the faster clearers. It puts a lot of importance on you making things
He
happen.
did push him on the
with
turret,
moves
so I
that you
guess that
go
makes
for.
sense, but still.
As TL are trying to move in, they have that prio with the Udyr. They're going to try
They
to see
know
if they
that
can
Udyr's
find
gone.
Tomio, who does not spot anyone.
They do
I
not
think that
find
they're in
him.
that brush,
He
so
might.
there's
I was
potential
like, he
for him
might
to
get
be,
really
I mean,
punished
a little
here
bit of danger, so he's
if he
going to
walks
have
in
to walk
that
the safe
bush.
way around. And we'll find out if TL are actually waiting for him or if they're just going to try to steal this camp.
And I was curious to see what kind of game plan Umti was going to answer
All right,
this
so Tomio
Zyra
doesn't have
jungle with,
smite.
because as Maokai, if you just answer full clear for full clear, you will always lose the race against Zyra. So the fact that he's trying to somewhat decelerate and get info on where Tomio is, it's better than nothing. But I don't know how much it has really achieved so far.
Yeah,
Tomio's just
too
gonna grab
crazy,
these.
but I'm kind of shocked how far B-Boy is actually down already. You know, down 10 plus.
Oh,
CS,
wow,
Insanity
jumping by
trouble.
APA.
Poor JJ is there's
Poor
there
JJ was there?
Zazel tries to assist, but doesn't hit the dredge line on the minion to
Insanity's
bring himself
low.
closer.
You gotta
But fortunately for
respect even
Insanity,
the
Paul
Rakan queue
Flash
at this
was able to
point.
get out of harm's way.
Yep, is able to get out. We'll have to TP back. Zazel just there to try to keep him safe so he can actually pick up this wave before he does base. Xion's going to get back in towards bot lane. And we'll see if they can kind of maintain that advantage.
All right, so they said that B-Boy was down a lot, so I'm kind of curious to see
because he really
what
has
the
been that #1 carry threat
they're
for
down
this
5
team
farm.
for all of spring. This is a guy that even
the way they
on
were
a team
talking
that
about,
was
I thought
not
it'd be a
considered
little
very
bit
good
more.
team, really did stand out amongst his peers.
Yeah, I mean, multiple Varus games, he was pretty much Legolas in a lot of the
Legolas.
wins that Shopify got. There's a lot of times, too, that teams were disrespecting
Wow, he's
him
just
and
running
Zazel
in and
diving
getting
him
the,
over and over again, but he outplayed them
unbelievable.
and gave them a lot of the gold
Impact
advantages that
is
they needed to turn
bullying
around some of the
Fake on
games
this
that
Udyr.
should have been unwinnable to games that were actually playable for Shopify. But the fact that B-Boy is the only one that is consistently performing well for the team does make it difficult because you're hoping for players like Insanity or even Fake God to step up now that they've had
That would make it
a
hard
couple
if you know
splits
that you're going to
with
have
this
to be the reason that
roster.
you win the game. And I'm
It
glad
can't
he's
just
on
all be
Ezreal.
B-Boy's
Let's see what he
shoulders,
got.
you know, and hopefully Tomio being brought in and on something like the Zyro will give them that additional reliable carry threat going into
okay.
probably
So Shopify's
their
grabbing
hardest
this.
series.
I don't blame them though. They,
Yeah,
they do have
if
that
the team
damage
wants
from
to be able
Zyra.
to have success. They want to be able to, go to playoffs and have a chance of going to Worlds and all these types of things. They need to have someone else step up, right? It can't just be V-Boy, as you're saying. Insanity, I think, was such a big threat, back with TSM.
Yeah.
And people were kind of expecting that to continue. In spring, he did experiment a little bit with different style champions, but it was mostly the tanks mid. He hasn't really gotten back to kind of the spicy stuff like he was doing Graves and whatnot that he was getting a lot of credit for, and he hasn't really been able to be that secondary carry threat.
APA is always strong, so I'm not surprised
obviously
to see him
had
up
a
there.
tremendous amount
Impact
of success
bullying.
in the NACL, but hasn't really been able to transition that into the LCS.
I feel like I saw that a little bit last week too. I feel like I've seen some struggling
be able
from
to
Fake God
outperform
in some of these top matchups.
and the expectations are that you're going to be probably 7th, 8th.
Wow, the clear here is insane. You know who I was clearing with a Mumu earlier, who also had this kind of just insane
Tomio's
grubs
going to poke
clear.
around and see if he can get vision. Maybe he can yoink one of these grubs away. He's got nice.
Over the
He's
wall.
in sight range. So that does yoink one of the grubs away from Team Liquid, so they only get 2 from the first rotation.
I would be
Shopify,
pissed
now
if I was
how
Umpty.
well will they
He did
set
nothing
up
wrong,
for the next
right?
rotation of
But
grubs?
I would be pissed if I was Umpty. Well done by Tomio.
Probably around the 10-minute mark is when they'll play for it.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get more grubs. I mean, just
Team
taking the
Liquid
one
is
is always
just
going
up
to
in
feel
gold.
really nice because you know they're not going to be able to get a 6th scrub.
It's not a whole bunch,
play
but
or anything like that. But Impact just full control
hundred.
up on this top side, pushing it in, just ignoring Fake God, proxying the wave over and over. And then when you do proxy this wave, your opponent can't actually kill you, so they have to answer the wave under the tower, which allows them to go up, proc the demolish. And Impact is just playing
that's
this
the same
out really,
thing
really
about
well.
the Impact is really
This
just
is
not
very
worried about dying
similar
to Fake
to
God,
how he was
despite being that far
utilizing
back
it
there.
back when Udyr was
And I mean, they know
must
where
pick,
Tomio
must
is.
dominating the LCS.
Yep, it's spring split vibes all over again.
That
for
would
the
have
Team
been
Liquid
rough
top
if
laner.
Umpty would have
Impact
came
is
by. That was a really
pretty
early
much having
snipe
his
by
way
Tomio.
with the top lane in terms of push and prio, as you already called out. Shopify, though, they're not super far behind in goal, but a lot of the CS differential has been
Tomio
through
just has so much
pretty much
more
every
CS.
lane that's not jungle. And Umpty is okay with that because as long as the team's winning, then he can empower them and set them up for success. And I mean, that's been the Team Liquid identity so far in these first 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm just always concerned anytime I see Zeri getting such a free lane. You know, he's
you're always going to have the ult. You're always going to have the W.
It is nearly a 20
You're always
CS
going to be
lead that
annoying
he's
with
actually
the
approaching. There's a couple more minions for B-Boy to
throwing
farm.
in the little sapperlings
Rakan,
everywhere.
Not one of the strongest laners, but they haven't been able to really
Okay,
get
good little
anything
poke
done.
by
They
B-Boy.
couldn't land a poke on Yon to kind of keep him back. So Core JJ, it's going to be unleashed on the map on one of his best champions, playing hard engage. You're setting up.
So
Yon
yeah,
for
APA
success
is
with
winning this
hyper carry.
matchup,
and I feel like
I don't think it has
everything
too much
thus
to
far
do
is
with
really
like
going to plan for
Tristana versus Corki.
And it's going to be
I
up
think
to
if you switch it,
Shopify to
I'm
kind
gonna
of
be honest.
disrupt the
I think
status
if
quo,
you gave
and to
APA
be able
Corki,
to
he'd
kind of
still be up this much
just
farm.
outpoke them in some of these team fights, and
I mean,
when
APA
they do
has
actually
just
decide to go
been
to some of these objectives,
amazing
making
every time
sure
I've
that
seen
they're
him
able to
play
have the proper setup
in the LCS.
Because as you talked about before, at the
in the
top
LCS
of the
because
draft, if Shopify want to be the
you know,
ones
I don't
in
know if
control
I've
of these
seen
objectives,
the
they need
most
to be there
amazing
first so
results
they can
in Worlds
establish vision
or
and make
any
sure that
international events,
Insanity
but
and B-Boy
I'm
are in
not-
position to start poking them down.
I don't
Now,
have them
too chunky,
in the
they try
back
to
of
go
my
through a
head,
choke
right?
point.
I couldn't
Lay
call
plants
call
down,
out like a
activate
game where I
them
was
with
like, oh,
string
this
of horns,
was
and then
rough.
either you're getting a kill or you're getting a summoner spell off of them. But if Shopify are constantly losing the push war, I don't know how they're going to get to those objectives first.
Yeah, that'll really be tough, right? They're going to have to try to like probably play through mid, push it out, see if they can try to make anything happen. Zazel really seemed like he hesitated on the Q there. That was very delayed.
I can't believe Core
dropped the
JJ
ward,
survived that.
Saw Core, and then I think he was kind of thinking about, do I want this? Is there someone else there? By the time he went for it, a little bit too late, so Core does get out.
Core might have died,
and Sanity,
but he's also
this
response
is
to
kind of
Core
that
might have
point
just
I was
walked
talking
away.
about when you do go for these
Great
rushes,
poke by
discussion I was having
Insanity.
with
Way to
Licorice,
go.
kind of the debate
That's
on,
what you need to
is
do.
this the proper build? And he was just saying he felt that it gives you so much prio in these lanes, going for the early 2 boots rush.
I mean,
even
APA
though
does
it
have
really kind of slows down your progression
does not
as
have
far
TP
as,
actually.
the team fighting goes.
Doesn't have that
That is
cooldown.
really valuable for that 1v1.
So Insanity might be able to push
prio.
this in
Of
and
course, the
make
trade-off is that
APA
APA is rushing
miss
towards
even more.
Kraken. So when he finishes,
This might be able to
Kraken,
catch him back up a little bit.
You're not going to have your first item done for Insanity, and then you're going to be way less valuable in that 5v5.
Yep.
So it's really a question of, can you get enough of an advantage to justify the Tabby's rush here at the expense of weaker 5v5 later on?
Well, the Dragon is coming up in 50 seconds here for Shopify, and if Insanity is constantly now able to get prio over APA,
Drag
really
and
answers
grubs
the
are going to
question
be
that
up
we were asking
in less
about
than a minute.
earlier. Can Shopify
So I'm really curious where
be
Tomio
the
is going to
first ones
focus
in the
his
river
time and
to
energy.
control the objective pace, control for themselves.
Because
And
he
with
has
second
one
Dragon,
grub. So if you grab
being
3
able to
grubs,
have
you get the
two, that
might.
makes it easier to achieve soul
And you're
condition.
playing
Team
Zyra, you
Liquid,
have
though,
a filthy
also can play for
you have
the
some
second
filthy
rotation of grubs,
clears.
and I think that's what
So you
Shopify
could make
are
that
now
argument if you
recognizing,
wanted to
hey,
do that.
Let's go for these grubs first.
But you could also
and then
just grab
And it's potentially a really good soul. You know, if it is going to be Infernal or Hex Tech, you know, those are both really, really good for Shopify. You know, getting those kind of.
Like, I feel like I would just go drag, but that's because it's a little bit more guaranteed.
Really nice.
Does that make any sense?
So we'll see if they're going to.
Like, I'd rather have the guaranteed second drag than maybe get 4
Shopify's
grubs.
bot lane is the first one.
Because if you get 3, it doesn't even matter. At least the enemy doesn't get 4
but
type of
Umti
thing.
has his ulti available. Dredge line.
Great engage by Zeyzal.
He's going to have to jump away. The rest of Shopify now wrestling control. Umti's back in the river. And Impact has fought for Prio over Fakod. He's going to have to TP back if he wants to help fight.
Yeah, he is likely going to just TP right back. And Tia,
Fakod is.
They're going to fully commit to get one, and they may just be able to back it out after this.
Yeah, Umti got one. Now they just
if they're going to try to commit to get an extra one, or if they're just going to be happy with this.
Oh, AP
really nicely done from Umti. He's able to time the Q smite to secure one of the grubs away. So both teams will walk away with only 3 grubs. Neither team will have that extra Void Might to spawn on the turret.
I think that was actually worth it for Shopify.
Gets a chance
denying the mites for TL.
He gets a chance to do nothing.
Yeah. He walks back and like, hey, did you miss me?
That's a tough thing, is that Fakod actually committed his TP to try to help them secure these grubs. They didn't even get any Void Might spawn. They got nothing from it, but they're losing more and more to Impact, who has created a pretty sizable lead for himself up in the top lane.
I don't know. I still don't dislike that for Shopify.
Obviously,
it would have been a lot better had it
as he does pick up
happened a little differently.
Wow,
that unstoppable is actually an insanely timed way to go.
So
that's still done by
definitely
Impact.
giving Fakod the hands.
Oh, and B-Boy's just dead.
B-Boy has Flash and Cleanse, but I don't think those Summoner spells are going to help him. He just knows that he's dead to rights.
AP even TP'd down there to guarantee it. I don't know if AP needed to.
Good dive before TL.
AP had to TP down there just to steal it.
There's no chance that B-Boy was going to get out, so I think it's correct. Just hold on to the cleanse, save it for later. Hope that Insanity can get something in through mid lane. He will at least get one play,
I guess.
APA kills these towers
but
so much more quickly. And is going to be able to knock down
and they're just going to go for drag, right?
Plates. So it's 3
no, Shopify's somehow grabbing drag?
Top. Yeah, they lose 1 or 2 mid, but still, TL feeling really good now, opening up.
Oh, Tommy's dead.
2v2 on the Tomio and Zeyzal. AP is going to help Umti win it,
by
and
Impact.
he's going to chase
I almost
after
feel like it wasn't
Zeyzal.
necessary.
He's got no flash. Impact has popped the ghost, so he can get it right from the Ram stance. Switches to Phoenix for the slow. A double
is that
kill
3 for APA? This game might be over, and I feel I call games early all the time.
2.2k gold lead.
Because I'm not at this high level
of play. Going to be feeling really good about how things are going.
If I was going to trust
3 kills, all 3 going the way of APA,
this game,
and he's going to be able to push us up, get even more damage down on the tower.
And
Shopify going to be out on the map, just pushing
on
up towards top, trying to get another plate or 2 before
it'll be
they
very,
do fall.
very hard for
APA,
Shopify to turn
at the very
this
least, is
into
going to get 1, but he probably is going to get that full tower. It's going to be all solo
I think they're just trying to make it as competitive as possible at this point.
Ahead the pace of the game. That is going to be really, really difficult to deal with him.
Turret.
I mean, that is a massive gold lead already now. 1.5k individually.
Are they going to be able to do anything
gold
here?
Lead to the Zeri
wow,
as well.
All 4 people weren't able to.
Their carries have all the gold.
Take any
and
damage on Impact. He's full health.
What you want when you are playing these 2 carry threats.
Jan popping the lightning crash, looking for the all-in on B-Boy, but it just gets the arcane shift out of him. I just have to say,
B-Boy actually got that far,
chuckling to myself earlier because there was 4 members committed against Impact,
but got the farm.
And you would think that maybe there's a chance to dive, but he's got a full Iceborne Gauntlet. He was full HP, and as Udyr, there's no way in hell that you're actually going to be able to pull anything off. So Shopify are just losing almost everything on every map play that they make.
Yeah, this is difficult. I mean, it's just a really good engage here. Umti comes around from behind, catches Tomio.
Actually,
that was
there
to follow
really good
ult
by Tomio
and the rocket jump over the wall. He actually got in range for that rocket jump to actually slow Zeyzal up as well. So the ghost comes through. That allows Impact to catch up, to lock him down. They get the kill.
That's the second time that where I feel TP was maybe more than
happy about that, but a fairly measured response.
I feel like they could have done something more with that TP. I don't think it was necessary.
They can get. No panic smite there coming down from Umti, so he'll be able to secure the Herald.
I mean, that's all
Another tower taken by APA top. Again, solo gold for him. And you can just see Impact just does not care about anything that Insanity can do right now.
Yeah,
I was like, Zeyzal's just walking away.
The turtle stance, and then he's able to just proc back the slows and consistently threaten Insanity with the Phoenix stance trying to slow him down. And it's just crazy now to think that Team Liquid, I mean, you look back at Spring Split, nowhere this clean, but this is just the evolution of winning all the way through finals, doing well at MSI, considering what they had, and now, you know, obviously you're going against one of the lower ranked teams in the league, but this is the form that you have to play at.
Yeah, I've just got to say, I mean, I have really got to question Fakeod's itemization. He's going full MR here. Like, I get it. Udyr is annoying. Umti's got a little bit of damage, but, like, who is the threat this game? It's APA and Jan, and you built 0 armor whatsoever. So, you know, it's basically the lane is over, and you were never going to be able to do anything against Udyr in lane anyway. So now you really kind of set yourself up for a very difficult time in the 5v5 as well, because you're showing up with Merc Treads and Hollow Radiance. You're going to get shredded.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough.
It really interesting. So I get the Merc Treads, but I feel like Merc Treads.
I mean, damned if you do. You build armor for APA, and then if you're one of the people that has to face check these bushes, and then you get chunked out by Leandry saplings and
but
whatnot.
like, you know, that's not the main problem,
Sure.
right? You know, and it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I get
I
it.
think
Udyr's
Fakegod's in
annoying,
like
and he's gonna
a
be
zero-sum
having all the Phoenix
situation.
damage coming down, and the saplings are annoying.
Nothing he did was going to be
You just build
good.
HP, that's enough to deal with that, right? Or at least you could build like even just a little bit of MR for a lane. You know, sometimes people will just pick up a null or something like that and then sit on that and build armor. Because the reality is he is going to have to be the one to try to tank through AP and
I'm
Yon.
so used to
AP is ridiculously fit. He's already on 2 full items. The second item's going to be coming through for Yon as well. He's done an IE. He doesn't even need to go to Last Whisper because the next item for Fakegod is so far away. And he just has his first cloth armor now. Like, by the time he gets it, there's going to be Last Whisper, there's going to be LDR, etc. already done for APA. He's just never going to be tanking this game.
Yeah. You can't go Sunfire because you have Hall Radiance. So it's just Bramble here.
For Shopify Rebellion fans in the chat, this is how the dice rolls sometimes. You know, I'm not...
Yeah, Teal's up 6K gold.
I don't know what else to say to help, you know, enlighten and be like, hey, guys, they did this right. I'm like... Shopify took a chance on some map plays. They tried to burn the dragon after the skirmish on the bottom side of the map where they dove V-Void and thinking, okay, they used a lot of their cooldowns, no way they can contest us. And Umpty and APA said, bet, watch us 2v2 you and blow you up.
Yeah, I mean, TL are just playing the map so well. You know, they're utilizing the prio that they have from their lanes. They won the 2v2 bot. They won the top lane, 1v1 very, very heavily. APA moved well and fought well with Umpty around that dragon. And that's basically
again,
been the game,
Zyra's able
right?
to like
you had
melt a
two
lot of
winning
these
lanes. Mid
objectives,
was
so there's
kind
always
of
that argument that
relatively
maybe
even, kind
Tomio
of a
is
bit
going
of
to
a
be able
farm
to do
fest.
something.
And then APA got a very big advantage off of that bot lane fight. Took a couple towers, started moving around the rest of the map. And
like,
he
what
is
would I be
very
trying to
adept
do
at
here
actually
if I
playing
was
through these side lanes.
Shopify?
This is something that TL did
Yeah, you
really
wanna
well at
farm up,
MSI
you
as
don't wanna
well.
try and not lose
A lot of
too
the
much.
champions that he likes to play are good at side laning. They're tough to actually lock down when you're thinking about ASOL, when you're thinking about things like the Tristana. So he knows how to play through those side lanes. And you can see now that he has no vision on top side, he's not overextending. He's playing it back. His team takes dragon. His team pushes up and gets vision in the bot side jungle so that Impact can push up.
That was actually really
and
good
it's just push and pulls these little things that TL are doing well that are creating big advantages.
Yeah, so even though it sounds stupid, I feel like
they're nearly
what Shopify needs to
6,000
try and
gold
do
ahead
here is get a
with
pick
only a
onto,
couple kills, right? It has been about how they played the map,
like they need to
and this is
tag
the mark of a
APA
really
or
good team.
Yon or
You don't
something like
need
that
to
and
just
try
scrap
and
to be able to create advantages.
snowball into an
Sure,
objective.
if they get a fight from this point, they're probably going to win it. They're probably going to take it, but they don't need to.
I'm really
to be able to
excited
keep
for
that
this
monstrous
Immortals
lead that they
NFG
already
game.
have.
Right. By the way, guys,
And
if you don't
Dignitas
know,
FlyQuest.
LCS, third week.
Dignitas
Thursday
FlyQuest is
and
going to be the most
Friday.
hyped game of next week, and I'm calling it right now.
I know we said that a lot of times throughout the broadcast, but just making sure you know. 'Cause I know Jad has even said,
Even if Dignitas loses, I just want Jensen to do well.
LCS is going to be. We will say it again at some point before we close out the show again, so don't worry. 18 minutes into the game. About a minute and some change before the Baron spawns.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing it
4
on
minutes
Thursday and
before
Friday.
the 4th dragon of the game spawns as well. Team Liquid.
I couldn't find a reason.
Dragon of the game.
I'm assuming
Because
he has something.
Shopify no
Oh,
longer
wait!
have a dragon
What an
condition.
engage by Core JJ!
Nice grand
With the ult and the
entrance
knockup?
charm.
Oh, and the
Core JJ
Zyra ult.
to
That was
set this
actually
one
really
up.
well done. But,
The rest of
they just can't do anything.
APA's army can just walk right on in.
Oh, wow,
Shopify
TL just
are
does so much
forced to
damage. They're
flee.
just tankier.
They cannot contest this
More
fight
items.
because they're just so down in gold right now.
Yeah, they
They
forced the flash out
5v5
of
right there,
Tomio,
and they
forced the
got
flash out of
like
Zeyzal
some
as well.
jungle
Does
camps.
cost them the flash and the ulti from Core JJ. But Team Liquid moving into their
I wish
opponent's
I could
jungle,
see-
fighting
hold on,
over this
I
vision,
can
fighting
actually.
over these spots. This is what we talked about them doing in spring. This is the new identity for TL. If they think they're stronger, they're going to fight you at every single turn, and it's going to make it really tough for Shopify because TL's not going to sit back and just allow you to farm this one out and allow you to try to stabilize the game. They're going to take over your jungle. They're going to take away extra resources, and they're going to continue to extend
I don't
the
think
lead
anyone won
as
or
an
lost
advantage.
that,
So
really.
Shopify has got to
I mean,
try to find a
technically TL won
way
'cause they
to kind of
got the
draw
red
that line
puff
in the
in the
sand and
Raptors,
say,
but-
no further. We're going to fight here.
It wasn't
We're going
like,
to risk it all here
it really
because even if it is that 5%
tilt
chance to
the
win, that's probably better than you're going to get
game
later.
or anything
Right.
in
Give over
their
your jungle.
direction.
TL's just going to extend the
To be
lead
fair,
more
if
and
they
more
do
and
that
more.
2 or 3 times, though, one of these times they're just going to be able to melt
Baron
everyone.
has now spawned as Shopify have to
Zeyzal has to
slowly
leave.
give up vision in this topside jungle.
Oh,
it is
are they
pretty
just gonna
much
rush it?
full
They
darkness
had vision there,
aside
so they
from
saw
one
him.
ward they have
They know they're
in
rushing
the
it.
opening entrance of the Baron pit.
Says, come fight me.
And yeah, on Team Liquid, they'll burn the Baron. And if Shopify don't contest, then it's free for them.
They're just not
and if they do
rotating.
contest,
Wait,
then they're just gonna force the fight.
And remember, there's no flash on Tomio, so they can actually just look to turn and try to kill off
Impact
Tomio
doesn't.
if he mispositions, then do the Baron afterwards.
sleeve.
They're really just trying to force him in his tough spot because no one is answering APA. So TL are winning just by keeping you around.
Still on it.
They're going to keep threatening this. If someone answers APA, then maybe they take the fight up here. But already they've got.
I feel like Umti stayed on that for so much longer than I expected.
Off of that bot lane tier 2, that's even more
Still
gold
like holding
in the
on
pockets
that,
of APA,
that
who has the last
possibility
already
or that
completed.
threat
He's
of
going to
they
have that
could
fully
do it.
upgraded before Fake God even gets close to finishing
Oh,
his
it's
next
gone,
full item. And you can see he is just not tanking
So
against
TL played that beautifully.
whatsoever.
Right, and it's so hard for Shopify to actually force
And I mean,
fights
TL
because
had
their
TP that
only
whole time.
engage is
So
not
even, I mean, if they
and he's
wanted to,
not
they could have maybe
long-range
forced that
engaged.
after
He
they
has
saw
to
Fake
get
God
up close
rotating
and
up.
personal to be in range to throw
Fake God
out
also has
Death
TP
Charge
though, maybe not.
and the rest of the CC kit.
I think they just
There's
played it
no,
probably perfectly.
Like Enchanted Crystal Arrow bit
That's
into
my
this
assumption,
team because
right?
they didn't
Watching
get Ashe,
a
right?
pros
And
do
so
it.
Shopify, anytime that they have to contest this Baron, they have to do it by walking up. And that gives Team Liquid so much time to say, well, if you're sending, let's say, 4 members for us, I mean, you can answer one split pusher, but you can't answer the other split pusher. And so Team Liquid are just constantly going to do this dance back and forth, increasing their gold lead because people have to drop waves while they're trying to stop the Baron. And it's just a never-ending cycle that Team Liquid will slowly beat and choke you out of this game with.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, right? You know, when you play these poke comps, if you fall behind, it's really difficult to find your way back in, right? Because the only way you're going to get a fight is by basically face-checking TL, and TL wants the 100-0 fight. They want that explosive fight. So they've got to just try to slowly clear out these brushes,
And they
weren't
able to
then
melt
when you have
him
someone chipped
somehow.
out like Core, then you move forward and you try to get more. You
don't
try
have
to
the
continue
damage.
pushing forward.
Oh,
that
APA.
one ward not spotted by the pink in the pit does give
APA.
Shopify the info that they are on the bear, and they're TPing in now, and they're going to try to
TP
commit
might
to
just
it.
be too late.
Team Liquid are going to take the flip here, or do they want to play for the turn?
Yeah.
Okay, but they didn't get contested on the Baron, so it's secured
Then
by
Impact
Umti.
might kill
Impact's
Zeyzal.
already there to cut off Zeyzal, and Insanity's going to try to back him up to make sure that Zeyzal can walk out
Honestly,
safely. But
if I
Shopify
was TL, I'd
Rebellion,
be trying to
despite
take
not
this
dropping
fight.
any members, I mean, they couldn't get into
Maybe
the
it's
Baron
'cause
pit.
I
They
have
committed TP for it, so
nothing
now
but
they're down
aggressive
to
bones
teleport
in my
spell for
body.
Fake God. So the next time he's answering a wave that's cross-mapped from Team Liquid, Team Liquid are guaranteed another objective.
Yeah, it's just really tough, right? They forced the earlier flash in that previous fight in the topside jungle.
Impact's gonna
Tomio
get top
still
lane.
didn't have his flashback. There's no blast cones. There's no way for him to walk in the pit besides just kind of slowly waddling over there. They're not able to get anything, and now it's kind of desperation
Core
hours
GJ
here.
was making
Shopify
LeBron
just
look so
chasing
good
after
right
them,
there.
hoping they can find something. But they're not going to get anything whatsoever here from TL. It's
Yeah, Impact just got it.
9,000 gold
You
lead
think
now.
Impact's gonna get this
They're
one
getting
too? He
run
does a lot of
around
damage
the
to turrets.
map. The macro game really
Oh, he does.
strong from TL
Impact's
in
just
this
gonna get
one.
this
They're
turret.
just looking like a completely different class of team.
Wait,
As
that's
Impact is
crazy.
killing the base. They don't even have a response. The tower is gone
they gonna get
before
injured
anyone
too?
even gets back, and now APA is looking for Tomio.
Oh, APA is going to
they're
style
dead.
on Tomio. He
Oh, he's
flashes
dead.
in. The jump
So much damage
will
by
give him
APA.
the reset. Zeyzal tries to stop it, but you cannot
Yon-
stop the
oh,
ball
Yon
kick
with that
from
follow was
smacking
insane.
you in the face. Team Liquid picks
And
up
then,
a
yeah,
double
look at
kill for
Impact.
Yon.
Impact
this
just
one is so
do whatever he wants.
over. TL are stomping Shopify in this one. This is
do you
just
think,
bullying at this
TL's even
point.
gonna waste
I
their
mean,
time getting
they're
dragged here?
taking your
Oh, they
base.
are.
They're jumping in
I was like,
a
dude, you think
1v2
they're
and
just
killing
gonna
your
just
jungler.
rush down
They're
mid
taking
right
the
now?
dragon. They're taking your jungle camps. They're taking the bear.
No, this
in
is
your
like the
base,
proper way to
and
do
they're
it.
taking any
is smart.
hope that Shopify has of making
Okay,
this
so
one
Fake
close.
God
And you know what's
finally
really
completed
rough,
the
Azale, is the fact that
armor
APA
item, and it
hasn't
was
said
Randuin's,
anything
which
in
makes a
chat.
lot of sense.
Because every game, he'll say something when he feels it's competitive.
Reducing the ability of crits.
He says,
Well,
when
not
do
the
you
ability
guys
of, but
play?
the damage of crits.
Oh, that's worse. All right, my bad. I didn't see the chat logs. Oh, no.
Wait. Oh, we can't see it. We gotta adjust it. Yeah.
Hey, guys, listen. We knew.
That one's just cold.
Yeah, that's Jesus.
He's hitting Shopify with the when does Shopify play?
Oh, man.
That's insane.
Well,
Come on,
not this
man.
game.
They're already dead.
Not this game, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Maybe next game they could play.
Yeah, it's a 10,000 gold lead at 24 minutes. Team Liquid, this is such a clinical masterpiece that they are pulling off right now against
this
Shopify.
is actually looking worse than the
Shopify gonna try to
Cloud9
one more Hail
and
Mary,
Immortals
but Azazel's already been
game
blown
one.
up in Umti.
Like, it was
Doesn't
pretty
even
dominating,
go
but
down
this
as he
one
just
somehow
takes
is worse.
multiple mystic shots to the back of the head.
Oh,
and
look
he's
at
just
Impact.
okay.
It's gonna melt
Impact
this
is
turret.
teleported in to make sure that they still got a front line, and Jan is just 1v1ing Tomio under the tower while he flashes back. Doesn't have another spark surge to follow him over the wall, but you know what?
They're just gonna get mid here
He's
too.
a merciful man.
And
He'll
then
let
just
him
get all
live
these
this time
in-heads. The
around.
game's
Team
over.
Liquid now pushing
Even
through the
if in-game
bottom
doesn't
and
end right
inhibitor,
now, I mean, game
and
was
should be
over
making
when
short
AP
work
was
of the
3
mid
now.
one instead as well.
Yeah, this is tough for Shopify. It's a Hail Mary, but you're taking taking a three-pointer. The basket's on the moon. It's a long shot. I don't think they're going to make
I mean,
it.
good
We'll see if they
engage
can
by
make it happen,
Zazel.
though.
I don't
All
know.
they can do is
That's
just
not the
try to
person you
fight
want
their
to
way out
engage
of it.
on.
Yeah,
Fake on was
still
died to
taking so much
APA.
damage from the double marksman of Team Liquid as they're starting to push in these waves.
And Umti's not even there, dude. Umti's just farming like wolves and blue buff and whatnot. And they just kill them all.
Will rip Shopify apart.
I mean, at least they were able to kill Corte J.
Instantly gone in the fight.
So it wasn't like,
and now Team Liquid should
you know,
be
it wasn't a
for the
2
win.
for nothing.
I like how they're diving them at the Nexus, and their jungler's not even there. That's 4v5.
Yeah,
under
Umti
the
wasn't
Nexus
there.
towers,
Umti was just
diving
minding
for
his
the
own
fight,
business.
winning it anyway. TL putting on a clinic in this first game against Shopify.
Now all three
This
inhibitors
was not
have
close
been taken
at
out.
all. It was a good
Team
game to
Liquid
watch, though.
can just chill, wait for the supers to start pouring through, teleport from APA so that he can join the fight once again.
Yeah.
And for Shopify, they're just hoping that maybe
I mean, Corky's
Team
1-0.
Liquid messes
He
up,
has
but
decent
it's
damage.
Very,
I mean, Sandy.
very difficult at this point to even come back.
It won't matter.
I literally cannot imagine what a comeback would look like at this point.
I mean, like, Team Liquid would have to not just make a throw once. They would have to do a series of
They
throws.
would have to probably dive the Nexus itself, giving multiple pentakills in a row
Wait,
to Insanity.
Shopify has absolutely no turrets either.
I don't think that's what's happening on my screen right now, Zale. I see Zazel dead, unfortunately. He has to walk up. He is one of the tanks, but Shopify now down a frontline member, and here comes the final crash of the super minions wailing into the Nexus tower. Shopify Rebellion on their knees praying for a miracle, but that miracle ain't coming anytime soon. Team
All right,
Liquid
that
are
was
the
game
gods in this
one.
house,
And we
in
are
this
on to
region,
game
and
2.
in this league, they won spring
right.
finals for a damn reason. They have
Honestly,
not missed
beautiful
a beat,
play by APA.
even
By
against Shopify
well played by
Rebellion,
everyone.
as they're going to play
The
with
top,
their food and
top
the
gap was pretty
fountain
insane.
and close
I don't
out
know
game
if,
1 of the series.
Udyr
They kill APA, so they at least got a couple kills, but APA taking down B-Voy in the Nexus.
That was rough.
Damage down.
All right, so this time,
so
fake odds on
Tomio
Udyr.
can farm
After just
comfortably,
being
because
absolutely
I
lambasted
was
last
really
time.
curious to see if they'd pick these
Fake odds
AP
grabs
farming
Udyr
junglers for
into
Tomio.
Kasante.
I'd like to see him pop
Umti's
off
still
on it,
Maokai.
so we'll see what the team
I
can
will
do.
be able to see. So I was
I'm
pretty
interested.
sure that
We'll
no
figure it
matter
out.
what,
If
mid lane
Shopify
was going to
can
look like
flip
that, with
this
APA
game
just
dream, we're gonna send
dominating
it
the
straight
mid lane
over to
against
Rafa.
Insanity. With
Which is gracias, Raz, and
Jasana
see you later,
versus
Loungers.
Corky. Now we'll be able to
Zale will
see
be
AP on the
coming
court and see how it really
for
goes.
the second game of this series.
B-Boy's
Shopify
Varus is really
Rebellion.
good, but
The Zyra jungle
this might be rough. TL
was
super
not
aggressive
enough
down here.
for them
Lucius
to get
Nami.
over the finish line.
Lucian
Unfortunately
Nami.
for them, the race
all-time
Way to go,
389 career LCS wins is ridiculous. This guy has had an incredible career in the LCS across a lot of different organizations, stacking up the trophies. And now we'll see if he can win the matchup from the other side that he just dominated Fake God in.
I mean, that would speak volumes just about how strong Impact has been for this team. But I also want to pivot
Good
the
little
conversation
pokes.
as
on both
we might have
sides,
to hold
actually.
it.
Being able to poke
B-Voy
Yon
and
out a
Zazel
little bit,
getting
that's
a decent
good.
chunk onto
And being able
Yon.
to pick out or poke
I'm
out
not sure if
Tomio
we'll
a
have
little
time
bit,
to
that's
recall.
good.
It's about 105. Okay, so he'll get his recall in. He'll be walking to lane just right as the minion wave should be crashing. But this is a cool opportunity to see Yon on one of his signature champions that he's really made a name for himself during the latter half of Spring Split and playoffs, and even a little bit at MSI, to now B-Voy, probably his most signature champion that he has played during his tenure here in the
That's some
LCS with
aggression
Bears
from
as well. But
Shopify.
Umti is going to get pushed out of his top red side jungle.
I mean, this is just smart. This is the power of the Udyr. It looks like Umti is not just going to give it up, though. He wants to play for the Smite fight. So this is going to get a little bit weird here as Impact is around.
Wow, what a
Udyr brand
weird
very
gate.
strong
What's
in that
going
level
on?
1. If this keeps resetting, though, honestly, it's better for Umti to be low eco. And Impact's just going to steal away one of the little Raptors and then just walk away. So Umti now will go over towards the Wolves. Ghost is going to be popped by both of them, but nice sidestep there from Fake God.
Impact in trouble. He might die to Fake God if he can get one more proc at the Phoenix stance to slow him down. There's a couple of auto attacks, the grass proc. Impact in trouble. Fake God, just one more. No! Oh, man.
I mean, can't quite kill him, but still, Impact's
And now
lane
Impact
is
is going to dominate the rest of
screwed
this lane.
off of that. Really nice sidestep on the Q3. Avoiding that allows him to kind of just keep up
Fake
with
God
Impact
not
and
getting
just
that
harass him
kill,
the
I
whole
think,
way back.
is going to be
So
really
this
rough
is a
for
great
him later
start
on.
here for Shopify. Umti, though, is just going
That
wolves
would have
to
been great.
Raptors.
If
They
Fake
know
God
he's
would have
not
been
on the
able to
blue,
get
they
that
know they
kill,
start
this
on this
game might have
side, so
gone
they should have gotten
immediately into
vision
their
of him
favor.
crossing. He's going to be able to take away those Raptors and back off. So that's well done there by Umti, and we'll see if he can kind of keep up in this. But top lane is going to be really tough for Impact now because you're not starting anywhere close to parity.
Right. The nice thing for Impact, though, is I definitely thought there was a world where Tomio tries to clear up towards top lane and dive with Fake God, but Fake God might just be able to solo kill Impact, but he sidesteps the last bit of the Awakened Phoenix Storm. And so Impact now realizes that he might just have to recall even on this Cannon Wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to recall. He'll be.
Oh, he doesn't recall. And he gets to recall off.
Cannon Waves, APA.
Oh,
APA got solo killed by Insanity!
And he messed up. First blood to Shopify Rebellion.
My boy just got Goomba stomped. It jumped up in his seat right after that. APA thought he had the win, was just fighting to the death. Absolute fist fight with Insanity in the mid lane.
That's crazy, guys.
Gets that final bit of damage. In fact, he's able to
APA
TP back in,
gave
but he's
up
down.
first blood
Solo
against
kill in
Shopify.
mid. Umti's been put down a little bit as well.
I'm actually really surprised
just
about
like that. You know, it is a much better
let's see what
game
happened.
too here. We can watch this one more time. As APA does have a bit of the HP advantage, flashes the initial
even
W,
flashes it.
but of course the reset comes through from that explosive charge.
Wow.
And then in between the autos, he jumps in. You can see the visible frustration there from APA.
Oh.
Knows he messed up. But, you know, even with all of these things going Shopify's way, they're barely up any gold because look at bot lane. They are getting crushed in bot lane.
Sandy jumps back in.
Now not only has the push prio, but also
Wow,
has
Sandy's
flash
really winning
advantage
that
over
trade now.
APA. Is going to fist fight him, but APA, does he have the damage now to fight back against Insanity?
Wait,
no
APA
flash for
gets
APA
it.
and Insanity. Wait, it just dies!
He just walked him straight into the sapling.
I thought he was going to flash at some point, and maybe he was going to wait out the last auto attack, but it just did more damage than Insanity was expecting.
I mean, I think that
The sapling
he
did so much there,
he was going to
actually.
be able to make
Malphite
it
got
lose
an
vision
assist, and
in
he
the
was
brush and just be able to walk it
Ulti's
out.
built different.
It looked like the
man.
Gatling gun came back up, and I think it was maybe even the E damage that actually finished him off when he was out of line of sight. So I think Insanity thought he had it all calculated, but unfortunately...
We are both so bad. I love APA.
I like the self-blame in
Yeah,
that.
the self-report is like,
They're
hey
both
man,
so bad.
we're both kind of trolling a little bit. You know what? Respect in the modesty. Team Liquid.
Yeah, no kidding, actually. He trash talks so much.
I'm Nikita Penagunda from Interlake
Ow.
High School.
Add mid?
When I was 7
Add
years
in
old,
the
my-
mid?
Yeah, we can watch it one more time.
Yeah.
I mean, this
Okay, so
again
what
looked
happened?
like it's a fight that APA is going to lose, but he just keeps doing it because he knows his jungler is closer. He knows that Insanity's going to have to run his result.
At this point, I was like, Insanity's hella winning
this.
this.
And the sapling
He
actually
walks
makes such a
into
difference
sapling.
because not only is it the damage, but it's the slow, the Q lands, he tries to drop a ward to mess him up, and then it's the E, the Gatling gun in the brush. As he lost vision, he thought there wasn't going to be any more
I love how they were
cooldowns.
both
The last
frustrated
auto,
when they
he was
died
right,
both.
he would
Like, you
survive,
see
but
the
he did
close-up
not
of both of
account
them. Both of
for
them are
the
just
E,
like,
hitting him in the
son
brush,
of a-
finishing him off, getting that kill back, and that is frustrating stuff,
That's
man.
insane. Crazy mid
And
lane
this is
so
one of those
far.
situations where before the second kill happens, as we still got
Is Impact?
action on
Wait,
the
Impact
top
is
side.
gonna get Fake God.
No, the ghost has been popped. He pops the shield. Okay, Fake God is able to walk out, doesn't die despite Impact popping
I
his
was
own
going to say,
ghost.
no
Oh,
way
that
is
would've
this
been-
you're going to get
That would've
punished in the
been
Kasante.
Actually, the worst
Impact's playing
possible thing
the
to happen.
You had such a
matchup so much
good
better, though.
opening trade level 1
Look, he's
running
up
down
in farm
Impact.
despite getting that heavy poke
I mean,
down
he's
level
still
1.
kind of losing lane. Let's be honest. It's tough.
Yeah, he is.
already
He's
used
losing
his
lane.
TP.
Impact, or,
he
I'm
almost
sorry,
just got solo killed
Fake
by
God is just
Impact.
losing lane
He's
to
down
Impact.
farm, and Impact's pushing in the wave. So, you know, this is the matchup that Impact just absolutely destroyed Fake God in, took 3 plates solo without any interference, and now is winning the other
looking
side
like-
of the
it's looking
matchup
like there's one
with
top
a
laner who's just better
horrible
than the
start
other.
level 1 where he had to actually, you know, sacrifice and defend his own jungle. So this is just player diff from
Impact
that
the goat of
point. You know,
goats.
that is tough for Fake God.
Yeah.
So many lines of goats.
Now losing the top prio, at least for Shopify's sake, because they know that Team Liquid is
Yeah,
on the dragon.
APA, Insanity right behind
Tomio
him,
can
Impact right
look
behind
for the
him.
first
All
rotation
right.
of grubs and get one objective back over to Shopify's side. I think the big shame, though, is that since APA burned his flash and Insanity has his flash advantage over him, if there's a way to bring Zazel over, you could commit a flash to
I
guarantee
still
another
really
kill setup and get a
personally
snowball
prefer
rolling that
grabbing
way.
drags early game.
But then after the second kill, AP is kind of even the playing
Just that
field. His
threat
flash
of
is
a
coming
soul
back
later
soon.
on,
The
it
window is
really
closing
does
for
feel
any type
powerful.
of punish. So. And this is against the
it's
team
kind of
who
that
just
mental
showed
idea
in
too,
game
where
1.
you'll see sometimes
They
people play
do not
differently
give
on
you many
so
rooms
point,
for
even if
error.
it's not like the
So
right call.
if you see a mistake
Great
like
cleanse
that,
by
you should
Yon,
try and
but
jump on it
also
as fast
just really
as
good
possible.
engage
But
by Zazel.
Shopify Rebellion kind of tied up with bottom lane at the moment.
Exactly. That's what's making it so tough is that when you're losing 2v2 bot, it's very difficult for Zazel to move. And Brand is not a good ganking jungler, so Brand alone probably can't get it done.
Just
You would
popping
need
that ult
both
on Yon,
Zazel
huh?
and Tomio to be there.
That's a little
But
surprising.
Guess what? When
Oh
you're getting
wait,
slammed in
the flash
2v2,
by
you can't.
Zazel.
Yon, both summoner spells Barrel's gone. Zenith played from Zeyzal, the flash from
they get him!
B-Boy. This
They
is
get
huge
Yon!
for Shopify Rebellion, winning an all-in 2v2.
Nicely done.
They did pop like
They had been
everything
getting pushed
besides
in,
the
they had been getting
barrier on
beat down,
B-Boy, but
able to find that all in.
Oh,
Zeyzal
Cortez
just
has
kept
healed
hitting Zenith
too.
Blade after Zenith Blade, chasing
Oh, I feel like
him down.
that is so
APA,
rough.
You know, obviously can't move, doesn't have TP, Impact didn't have his TP, no one could actually come down to bail them out, so it is just going to be
never
that
mind.
straight
I
up
guess Fake Out
2v2
just
kill,
walks out.
and the
Ooh, wow.
gold goes to B-Boy. That is really big
Watching
for Shopify.
Udyr is making him look so much more busted than I remember him being.
B-Boy getting ahead, and it's often B-Boy
I was surprised by this ult by
so
Yon.
just let the culling rip. The slow there from the hail of arrows.
Yeah, good flash by
forward,
Zeyzal.
The Q stun first, then Yon getting
good
hit
ignite
again by the
too.
Zenith Blade. Caught up,
beautiful
stunned
follow-up.
down again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Could not actually
It's
create
really,
any
really
distance.
well done by
Was very quick on the
Shopify.
response with the flash, but the auto attack had already gone through from the Leona, so he just got stunned on the other
I mean,
side
yeah,
of the splash.
Nami-
and that's
Nami could've
where a
maybe
lot of the problems came because he
healed.
created very
Wow,
little
Insanity
distance
missed
whatsoever.
quite a bit of farm there,
getting
actually.
stunned on the other side of your flash meant that they could just kind of catch back up, land the Zenith Blade, land another stun.
I mean,
and that's really
way
what
less
made
compared
the
to
difference there. So
anything
really
I
well
would ever
played
be able
all
to
in,
do.
honestly, from
Doesn't
Zeyzal and
necessarily mean
B-Boy.
that negatively,
Zeyzal
but I
the one
just
set it
I
up.
feel like Insanity
Now, when
could
we
have picked
talked
up some
about
of that.
windows of opportunity for
Or maybe
Shopify
he,
to punish,
in his mind, he's okay to miss
a
that farm just to push him in
flashless,
quicker.
cleanseless Lucian is a lane that I would be sending the alarm to the rest of my teams, like, hey guys, I don't know
Not a
what we
word,
can
though.
dedicate. We cannot get this done though.
Outcast down there.
Let's see.
Let's
he
see
is
if Umpty's
waiting,
gonna
but
be able to
Umpty
make
is
a
also
play.
here for the counter gank, knowing that Yon
B-Boy
would
does
be the
have-
target here.
Oh, wait, with the
They're
ult.
gonna throw out the ulti.
They have
How many
barrier
people
there.
will root up? It hits up too. Solar
Oh,
Flare
wait.
will dissuade the charge from
Umpty got
as now he's
super
taken out of
poked
the
here.
fight, forced to flash
Oh,
to him. He
Cole's
tried to
back
flash to
up?
punish
Wait,
and
that's
follow
insane.
up, looking for additional damage. But for Team
Oh, that
Liquid,
feels
they're
really
able
quick.
to
I didn't realize
survive the
Cole was on that
onslaught.
kind of
Toby was
cooldown.
trying to flash in and get his ult off, but he couldn't quite get in range, unfortunately, for him. You know, probably just barely out of range.
That was heartbreaking for
But he
Toby.
was warded out. It's good warding, good play from TL. Umpty comes into cover, ends up just being the trade of flashes. And this is that advantage. We'll see.
wait,
Potentially
let's see
gonna
what's
go
going
all
on
out.
here.
In fact, has Fake God dead So Fake God, again, just kind of getting pushed around in this lane. He
That
did take
is
down a plate, which
insane.
is quite nice,
It's only
though. And we
insane
saw
seeing
two plates
how
go the way
well
of Insanity
TL
in mid lane.
Impact played
So
it.
this is a lot
Right, Impact
closer of a game.
dominated
It was
this
domination
lane.
from
This
TL in the last
exact
one, and
lane
it's a slight
matchup.
lead from Shopify in this one.
Thank God even had that really lucky
Thank
early
goodness
game
for
kind of
Shopify Rebellion
interaction.
to have some signs
and
of
it's still
life.
just
And
losing lane
the
this
fact that they're
badly?
able to spot windows where Team Liquid were
Hold on,
not
are we about to go play Udyr,
optimizing
maybe?
their play, they're able to punish. Now the question comes down to how well can Shopify actually translate that lead into
Nice
something
little
meaningful that
plating here for
pushes
Yon.
the reigning LCS champions to be extremely competitive with them in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, they have a
Oh,
much
this is
easier
super
comp, I
great
think,
for
to execute
Impact.
now. You know, you are just kind of playing like a 5v5 style
Oh, wait,
comp,
but Shopify
where you kind
is
of just
ready.
show up and look to fight them.
Impact goes all out, but B-Voy has arrived, and
All
this
right,
turns
B-Voy's
the
there,
tides of battle in
Zeyzal's there.
favor for Shopify
Big Guy
Rebellion.
should be able to just pick
and
up
Umpty
Impact
knows
here,
he
yep.
cannot commit. Impact is just going to go down to B-Voy.
Shopify is up
Yeah, TL thought that they
1K.
actually had the jump that they were looking for. The
To be
gank
fair, they
here
also
with
did
Umpty. They were
dedicate
not
4 people up
expecting
here. Do you think they're just
B-Boy
going to try and grab these
show
scrubs?
up.
They have 3.
And it
I think they're
allows
going for
them
the
to
6.
take down Impact. So Impact does get taken down. They're going to be able to get some turret damage here as well.
Yon and
But
Core
Core
JJ
and
match up
Yon
top
have
as
made the
well.
move up towards topside. They're
Impact's
trying to go for
going
a 6
bot.
scrub play off
Yeah,
this,
they're
and
just
they
grabbing
very
all
likely
6
will
scrubs.
get it.
Yeah.
Shopify, honestly, in a really good spot. You're playing with Tristana. You're playing with Udyr. You should have some pressure inside lanes, and you're going to have 6 scrubs off the back of that. So going to be
Really well
feeling
played.
really good about their
I
chances
think that
in
was
this
really
one.
smart.
What a nice bounce back from game 1 into game 2. 6 scrubs now. It's easier to work with, but great bubble into Culling.
So many
Here
ults
comes
on
the
the
Nature's
Zeyzal and
Grasp.
B-Boy, and
Yon
Zeyzal's
should
just
be able
dead,
to
right?
finish this kill onto
Yeah.
Zeyzal, and yes, he does.
What
and
a
teleport
bubble by Core
from APA
JJ.
will join the fray as he's looking
And
for
B-Boy's
B-Boy. A
dead to
lot of
APA.
damage. One more auto attack. There it goes.
And TL just ties it
Nicely
back up like
done
that,
by the
huh?
mid laner of Team Liquid.
Yeah, APA just fully committing to that. Had the Triforce
Beautiful
just
play by
completed.
Core
TP's in,
JJ
gets
and Yon.
the kill. Really nice catch there from TL. They didn't get much damage with the initial kind of volley of plays, as we'll see. Insanity should just be able to walk this one out because Impact does not have all out. Used it in that previous top lane play.
Even that, I don't know if
Zeyzal blocked
anything
up
would
so
happen
much
there.
of the damage from the culling, from the Navi wave,
maybe
from
actually
the
with
Malphite,
all out.
all of that. But Yon just
It's not that
committed
this
to the play.
hurts.
They go over the wall.
Look at this bubble
and this
right
is,
here.
them just really
He has vision
recognizing the
too.
situation that they can.
They know they have
chase.
vision. They walked.
It's a
They
beautiful
saw
double
the
bubble.
ward get placed.
It's the culling. It's the wave. It's everything. Tomi realizes it's not a fight that they can win. win, and the TP is coming through, so they're able to get the kill, and then just the chase down.
Really
again,
good follow-up by
Sapling
APA.
with the assist, slowing him down. APA hits everything.
Really,
Gets
really
that second
good
kill
follow-up
onto
by
B-Boy.
APA.
And you can see a little bit
The
of
play would have
frustration
been great
there.
without APA's follow-up,
Oh,
but...
we
Wait,
got
how
more
did Core
action
JJ
in mid lane.
die?
Core JJ just gets blown up by the damage.
clearly died because of the
Tomio's
Tomio's damage, but I didn't see exactly what happened.
Losing out that
was the first assist Tomio got.
Dragon
A
currently
little bit of plate into his pocket.
for the taking. Shopify.
He does have Demonic, though.
How many tools did they use? It looks like they still have
kill?
Leona
Oh,
Engage and Chain of Corruptions as well from B-Voy. So they
B-Voy.
should have control and be able to secure the second Dragon of the game.
Chain of Corruption just came up, so it should be their Dragon for sure. We'll see if MT wants to try to check it, but honestly, would be pretty ill-advised. It's going to get spotted.
Got away.
Insanity just going to be able to buffer the jump, get out.
All right.
Here comes Jan.
Wow,
Jan
that was really aggressive by
They
Zazel
burned
onto
both of their
Upti.
ultimates onto the jungler Team Liquid.
Oh,
Insanity
got there.
Guarantees the kill. Nice buster shot used.
Yon doesn't have
and Impact
cool.
can't get into the fight. Yon and Core JJ were approaching from the left flank,
Ooh,
but they
are
couldn't
they gonna
really
be trying
get
to go in on
and
this
Shopify
Impact?
walk out safely.
Yeah, Jan gets pushed back. Can't really find the angle for the culling after
Wow,
he has to
Shopify's
actually
doing
dash,
great.
so not able to get much damage down whatsoever. So it's another objective going the way of Shopify. And they are going to be able to get a little bit of turret damage. APA, though, likewise, pushing in top lane.
Still down and
their
far
bot lane is going to move towards
Impact.
mid and look to push that in as well. The gold still just not really getting
Wow,
any
okay,
bigger.
Insanity,
you know,
I see
Shopify
you.
mostly getting their advantages through kills. They haven't been able to really find the farm,
they're both so low.
objective advantages as much just yet. But they do
Both
have
of them
all
are
those
like
scrubs
one
that they
really
grab,
good trade away
which is
from
going
death.
to mean if they can get access to those towers, they should be
Oh,
going
and they both
Yeah, and you can see the difference already in how
leaving.
Team Liquid was able to orchestrate their snowball
A
versus how
WQ
Shopify
here
are
might be
trying to
able to kill
orchestrate
Yon.
theirs. They're putting a lot more resources in moving people around the map, but then it
And
gives
Yon knew it.
the
That was
opportunity
really
for them
smart
to
by
catch
Yon. He has
waves
the
while
ward there
rest
too,
of Team
though.
Liquid's laners are starting to out-CS them as well.
Okay, that made me a little bit nervous for a second. I wasn't sure if B-Boy was going to have a lazy recall and get caught there.
Yeah,
'cause
Yon could have
was
dashed
able
in
to
over
pick
that
up
and
Honeyfruit
really melted
and healed
B-Boy.
back up. But yeah, of course, there's definitely that difference. You know, TL having some things not go their way, but are hanging in there. But this is what I wanted to see from Shopify. I
look at all those
they can be
pings.
competitive. This is
All
the
those
best
topside
team
pings. Everyone
in the league
knows
right now
what's
that you're
going
up
on.
Against. Pretty much everyone is saying that. You know, all the pros from all the teams are saying, yeah, TL is the team to beat. So if you can just hang with them, that is a confidence booster, right? You know, this is a very big bounce back game.
You know, with
compared
Rift
to game
Herald,
number
they
one,
have
even if they don't
all
win
the
it,
mites and stuff.
you
They
know,
were
we'll
able to
have
get
see
6
if they
scrubs.
can actually,
Shopify probably
get across that finish line.
probably
'cause
needs
there's
this.
a lot more steps to do correctly before you do actually claim this game. And
like they
TL don't have
they
the
keep getting
easiest
kills,
comp,
but they're
I
just
think,
up
to
so little in
necessarily
gold.
find those engages and picks on. So as long as Shopify
They have to be
plays
careful
solid,
of Umti's
they're in a good
engage,
spot.
though,
They
with
have
his ult.
really, really high damage.
Decent
and
poke by
anytime someone gets
B-Boy.
caught on TL, it's going to be tough for them
Actually,
to
Zazel
survive the
could
onslaught.
get an engage here.
Here comes Nature's
Umti's
Grasp once
going
again.
on in with his
Fake
ult.
Hog will block off the majority of the route. Zazel takes up one as well. Tomio
Oh,
securing the Rift
Shopify
Herald, and now
gets
Team
it.
Liquid
Well done,
can try to
Tomio.
play for maybe
Now
poke
just disengage and
just
don't
try
die.
to dissuade Shopify from getting back
Might be
into the
harder
mid
than I'm
lane.
making it seem, but
yeah, and they're just trying to buy time for impact, right? Because all the members here are there from Shopify. It's
All
very
right, so
similar to
they
the plays that we
traded
saw
bot side, but
last
again,
game.
I
Of
think
course,
that's totally
there was
worth it.
Tristana in the side lane. This time it's Cassante. So Cassante not exactly dealing punishing damage to these turrets, but he will eventually take it down.
Ooh.
And that's going to have the gold incredibly close to even here from TL. So it is the Herald. We'll see if they can actually get something
that
with
is
it. We're
insane.
basically dead even on gold.
They
Maybe
got the
gonna look to try
first
to crash
turret.
it mid
All
lane a
right.
little bit later on and try to actually get that.
You know, I don't know if TL is displeased.
But yeah, I mean, they have a
with this.
lot of frontline damage here from Shopify, right? Like between
Nice poke from
Brand
both
and
of them.
B-Boy and Insanity, they can
All right,
kill your
Zazel.
tank. Like even if it
You
is
got Spice on ya?
Impact who actually gets locked down, he could definitely die. So he's gonna have to play pretty careful.
Lots of damage from Yon.
Yon with the buffs from
But that
Nami.
doesn't have coal?
Tries to go for the culling. Decent chunk on the B-Boy, but mostly clears out the wave. Gets some pressure here. Umti is not necessarily in position to look for an invade. He was shadowing
Zazel-
APA
actually,
on the top side to
Zazel
make
can
sure
get
that he
an
could
ult
get
onto
a second
Yon
turret picked up for Team
with
Liquid.
like a
And so
Chains of
far for
Crush and
Shopify,
follow-up
I mean,
or
they've
something
done a
like
great
that.
job in terms of
That could be
neutral
really
objective
punishing.
control. All 6 scrubs awarded to them, thanks to Tomio, the second
So
dragon.
Insanity is gonna
They're
get
going to get
this.
their first turret of the game from Insanity pushing on the bottom side of the map. But the fact that Team Liquid are answering with decent objectives of their own makes it so that it's still an even game in gold.
Well, and part of the problem is I feel like Shopify are kind of over grouping. I think they're worried about throwing the game or getting caught out or whatever. But look at the farm throughout the lanes, right? It's 35 CS in bot lane. It's 20, like, you know, almost 20 CS in mid lane, and it's about 20 CS in top lane, right?
Yeah.
So that is a lot because
I think it's
Shopify
just
are
the
walking
difference
around
in
as the goon squad here.
abilities
all
of
the
the
Dodge
players.
players.
even though it
they
sounds
dodge
bad
the
to
solar
say.
flare. They're going to come in onto Yon,
Good
but he still
engage by
has flash to
Zazel,
work
but really
with, so
good
they can
claims
space
by
this
Yon.
one out.
Zazel's
And
dead.
Zazel overcommits
Oh,
for the
Sandy
play
got
and will
caught.
get punished for it. Team
Actually, L got
Liquid,
caught by
now
that.
the
That was
ones in
such a
control,
good
back in
Umti
the
ult.
driver's seat. Yon flanking from the
Knockout
top
ult was
right,
insane.
looking for more damage as Umti tries to flash in to close the distance. Will get
Ooh,
burned by the
a lot of
Pyroclasm.
damage from
Decent
Tomio,
answer
though.
back from Tomio. Neo. Impact leading the charge. And it doesn't look like they're going to go for a full-on dive into Tier 1.
They weren't quite able to get it all, but they
got
got one for
a couple
nothing.
kills there, looking pretty good. But we might just have another fight coming up
They
here
got 2
pretty
for
soon.
nothing. They
The
got
Dragon's
Zeyzal
gonna be
and
up
Insanity.
in a little
Zeyzal's just
over
back
30
alive
seconds.
already.
It's a good punish there from TL. Again, this team, Whether they're behind, they're going to keep fighting you. They're going to keep looking for these opportunities. And again, APA is getting really, really fed in a game. He has 4 kills now. He took down a tower, got solo gold in that side lane, and he's setting himself up well. Remember, next week we are going to be on Thursday and Friday. We will not be on the weekend. Thursday and Friday, there's going to be the LCS games, so make sure to tune in.
Yeah, I'll be streaming Thursday and Friday.
Did you hear that? Thursday, Friday, we're going to have week 3 LCS? Really? That's crazy,
That's
man.
crazy, bro.
That's so crazy.
That's crazy.
You know, it's also crazy that Shopify are in position for this third Dragon on time, and they have decent vision control of this blue quadrant jungle as well. Neither of the Team Liquid solo laners can
Insanity
really
does so much damage. You really have to respect
trying to
him.
bully his way in using these saplings.
But APA's there, and APA also does insane amounts
Herald.
of damage.
It should get the crash into the Tier 1 turret.
They got Tier 1.
Shopify have a chance to just burn this dragon, but it looks like they want to set up for a pick instead.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to find the fight here. As TL well aware that this is what they're doing. They can see the poke being thrown over the wall.
So
TL just going to play it safe, going to play it smart. They're going to play through mid first, get Prio there, then look to move on into the river, which they're doing now. As you can see, that line of saplings is set up. And again, Impact is in the top lane. No one's answering him, so TL don't need to force here. If it's not a good angle, they can just back off, but Impact's going to TP in, so they're going to look for the fight.
Okay. Fake God taking up a majority of the pulling damage. He's in trouble. Remember, he doesn't have flash. He only has ghost, and it's still off cooldown. He gets gunned down by Yon. And the twisted advance falls Insanity all the way over the red wall.
Oh, don't get punished, though. Don't get punished by Insanity.
And the rest of his comrades,
you don't get punished by Insanity. So well played.
Deleted by Team Liquid.
That was insane. I can't believe B-Boy also died there.
In that fight. APA flashing over the wall, chasing him down, looking for B-Boy. They wiped the map
might have
of
just
Shopify here.
They are now
all those kills.
into the driver's seat for the first time like all game.
TL just playing with so much confidence. You know, I was thinking it's only the second dragon for Shopify. You have
this is really similar to the
Immortals
and Cloud9 game, though.
You'll play it a little bit safer.
Really is.
But they thought they could win the 5v5.
There
so they
is
just
a
take
caliber
the
of
5v5.
player that
but now
TL has
overstate
that
their welcome
Shopify
because Brand is behind you. You're TPing in here on Fake God. They're going to look for the mid lane.
I don't think Shopify's just making tons of mistakes or anything. Really well done by Fake God.
Set up the CC, but
great engage.
Positions Fake God on the other side of the wall.
I don't think Fake God did anything wrong there. Just beautifully played by Impact.
Jumping over, finding onto the explosive charge. A lot of damage. Here comes the
oh, you're dead again. At least you got the Lucian. Wait, you survived. So well played.
It doesn't go down
and then Fake God and Impact are just going at it.
Now in the 1v1 of their lives.
And they will just walk away.
Well, they're going Baron. They're actually pinging onto Baron there. It looked like. I don't know why Fake God stopped chasing if they're not going to try to do something here. Because, yeah, there was assist pings there from Shopify over towards Baron. This might be a bit overzealous, though. I mean, there is still APA really strong who's going to be able to poke away at you if they get wind of this. There's definitely a lot of pings over there from TL as well, so they are clearly aware of what is going on. Let's see if APA
everyone's just thinking Baron's the right move here?
UMT has flash.
Am I the insane one? Wait, but they caught APA out!
Top. Oh, APA gets caught out. It's a massive shutdown for Shopify.
They got APA out. It was totally the Baron was a goof.
They got a massive gold bounty.
Who gives a fuck if they get the Baron if you're able to pick him off like that?
They are going to back off. APA playing way too fast from that position. He got pushed back, had to Valkyrie, had no flash, and then just walked right back in and allows himself to actually
I don't know if that was the plan from Shopify, but if it was, they executed it perfectly.
Keeping themselves in it. But definitely an overextension there from APA, one that he'll want back because it was a bit of a silly death. You know, after the initial Valkyrie, you have to play at range. You have to wait for your frontliners to get there.
So Tomi just got blew up. So I actually think this is really well played by Fake God, even though Impact's able to grab him. I just believe it's a great play followed by a great play.
And then
Fake God did everything right there. Impact did everything right there. Really good engage by Insanity. I really thought he was going to die here.
He has a flash over the wall.
But he didn't get hit by the bubble because
as well as the bubble from the Nami was a little bit of anti-synergy there, so MT accidentally knocks him out of
and then I was really surprised when both top laners
perfectly. Insanity comes up with a big play.
Separate. Oh, B was dead.
Oh, that's rough.
I don't know how or why he was in that position.
But that is not good for Shopify.
But yeah, I think Shopify
going so well
is now just going to watch TL get Baron.
2 successful picks in the carries of Team Liquid. Now this should be easily Baron started up. Yon is going to maintain the front lines as he now turns to help try and burn this Baron down, but they still have ultimates to turn if Shopify get too close.
Yeah, I mean, TL's barely hitting it, so Shopify do not need to rush. This is going to be the world's slowest Baron. They've only dealt a couple thousand damage to it. but they got to find a way to get over there. If Tomio can get a big ult, get some good AoE down, they could potentially take down
Tomio's ult
TL,
does do a lot with them all bunched up. Alright, so they engage here. Great ult by Leona. Impact was dead. Wait, Impact might be dead.
As now tries to chase, but Yon finds Tomio, and Fake God is next. API just needs
Wait,
one
Fake God
more,
walks
but
out.
he lives.
And Impact also walks out.
Can now turn to the Baron, secure it.
And then Insanity is dead.
Is in deep, and he's got nowhere to run. The early recall from Impact, because he's got faith in Team Liquid.
Wait, how's everyone surviving?
But he's got the blast code.
The only person who died there was Tomio.
Okay,
No,
okay,
Insanity
the bottom
is dead.
side. It was a nice chip. I mean, Sandy's got some damage this game, but unfortunately it's still not enough.
Yeah, just barely. Can't actually finish off Yon. Well played there.
Alright, so let's see here.
A lot of confidence.
Impact really got melted down. I'm really curious about
Tomio here. You can see they go.
Oh wow, yeah, they just super focused. They knew what they wanted. They went all in on
into the Twisted Advance, into the bubble. Yon
the coal and everything. That really hurt them.
They burst down the brand and they just push him out of the fight. And then Insanity trying to see if they can find anything here, but there's no angle for him.
I don't think that was wrong.
Zazel was able to get home at least, but it is a big advantage now for TL. It was a great start for Shopify, but TL is just outplaying them in the 5v5.
Tomio's gone.
Now
they knew the enemy didn't have Smite, so they immediately turned to Baron. I think that's just well done. Wow, another ad. This is insane.
The all-new Indian Scout.
Oh, he's right. This reminds me of like a Wii Sports type of thing. Okay.
I'm not sure what Rainover is gesturing towards, whether he's upset or he's surprised. Yeah, it's like, that was crazy. I will say, Team Liquid still ahead in this game, but Shopify have done a better job at punishing some of the overextensions from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shopify's played pretty well.
On to 3.
Okay, they say punish Umpty right there, but Umpty's able to turn
Tomio, making sure that APA can follow up on the engage.
That's the downside of running like Brand Jungle or something like that. You're just so squishy.
Tomio kind of walked up a little bit too close.
Like, you do output a lot of damage, so you have that like kill pressure, but you do also just die.
Takes out Tomio, no problem. They're pushing up through bot as well, so meanwhile, they have that mid lane trade. But bot lane, you lost the tier 2 bot.
It looks like Insanity's going to be able to get tier 2 right there.
Just completely unafraid.
Meanwhile, Insanity was pushing on the tier 2, got some gold back over to the side of Shopify, so somewhat of a trade. But they still have the Baron buff on their side on Team Liquid, so they should be able to take out this tier 3 in the bottom lane.
Maybe they're going to be able to grab that. At least they got the objective bounty, you know, as he called out. But going to be probably the retreat back towards the dragon here. That is now
they fake leave.
Though maybe overextended a bit.
They got to be careful because Tomio's respawning and Umpty's walking back from the base, but they just might be content on getting one pick off.
Oh, so it's CC. That was perfectly juggled.
Fake God and tear the hole in Zazel's back as well.
Dead. What a great job by Impact. What a great job by and Yon follows up.
But Yon follows up with the flash.
Oh, just ends the game.
Ready to end the game, and they don't even need Umpty to be there to do it.
That is crazy. Yon is just
Yon really carried that last fight. Really great engage onto Fake God when they stepped up a little bit too far forward.
You know,
to be fair, Impact also played really good, being able to kill B-Boy with like a billion dashes, because that's totally okay on Cassante. So it was a closer game, but honestly, it was still pretty stomped by Team Liquid.
One last time, maybe an extra kill to pad the stats, and Team Liquid
that was a great game. Honestly, I think the Immortals.
It's actually wild to me that this was a faster game than Game 1. They're going to end.
They're not even ending here. They're just messing around.
Last game was 27-minute game. This one is 25 and a half.
This was pretty dominating
with
performances.
The absolute killer.
And then, I'm so excited. So even though it's on Thursday and Friday, which is a little bit rougher for me, I'm really, really excited to watch, I mean, a lot of these games, but the big one is going to be Dignitas and FlyQuest, which is actually on Friday. This is the game I am hoping is just amazing. Jensen on Dignitas going up against his old team FlyQuest. Oh, this is going to be great. This is where I think the biggest if is going to be. Right, Team Liquid is pretty strongly like #1 team. You know what I mean? Cloud9, FlyQuest are both kind of like fighting for team 2. And a lot of people have Dignitas somewhere between like 4 and 6. Because Immortals and Shopify Zone was always bottom 2. So really, it's Dignitas, 100 Thieves, and NRG. And I really have Dignitas like 3. I think they could accomplish a lot here. So we'll see what happens, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your night.